I'd like to welcome everybody to the Budget and Finance second budget session. We're at the Harbor Master's office, in person and virtually. And today with me, I'm Scott Memhard, Ward 1 City Councilor and Budget and Finance Chair. With me is Councilor at Large Val Gilman, Ward 2 Councilor Dylan Benson.
Good morning. Did you have your Wheaties this morning?
I had an oatmeal cookie that I baked last night. What about you?
I had a banana this morning and that's it so far, but I brought some raspberries.
Marjorie, did you eat so well?
I had protein cereal, so 20 grams of protein, so I'm good to go.
Very good.
Councilor Marjorie Grace, representing Ward 3. And then if the rest of the city staff could just introduce themselves for me, that'd be helpful.
Nicolette Parisi, Assistant Treasurer Collector.
Nicolette, welcome.
Lyons Jones, legislative aide.
Catherine Schlichty, Chief Administrative Officer.
In training.
In training. I get my training wheels off next week.
CFO.
Dominic Curley, Health Director.
And you might as well introduce yourself.
Nancy Pappas, Principal Assessor.
Welcome. Good morning. And Councilor Gross and Councilor Wortley will be joining us in due course. So we're going to go ahead and start. And today, as I said, is the second session of our budget review. And we're going to be talking first about the budget for the health department, subsequently for the assessor's office. Then we'll get into the flames of the fire department and emergency management, DPW, water, sewer, and the Talbot Rink. At 1 o'clock, Council on Aging, and then community development, including our grant, conservation, and tourism departments. 2 o'clock, the mayor's office, and at 2:30, the treasurer collector, including our debt service, other assessments, revenues, an overview of revenues and special reserves, carrying assessments and vote, pension, OPEB, CPA, and other acronyms. And then at 3 o'clock, the waterways, harbor master, and shellfish. And we have scheduled a follow-up session for next Thursday before our budget,
Tomorrow night.
before our budgets to address the community preservation and several other auditor departments that we weren't able to schedule with sufficient notice on me. Yeah. Good. Dominic, the floor is yours. It's on
Thank you.
page
94.
94 of our beautiful budget books.
So if I may, I just want to start by, part of the process that we followed at the time under Jill's guidance was helping you, having a section that we call optional here that just reviews what we did last year, just so you know where we came from to where we are today. And I think it's important for this discussion as well. So if I can take 5 minutes to just catch you up on that. And it leads into what we're trying to get done this year. And then any questions you have on the numbers, I'm happy to answer them.
Great,
Does that
thank
sound okay?
Absolutely.
So as you know, brand new department last year, we hired 6 staff members, which is almost 50% of the team because we had had such exodus after COVID and various other organizational dynamics that went on in the city. And so in addition to hiring those people, what we focused on was really establishing standard operating procedures for consistent delivery. So our inspectors have a way of operating. It's consistent. It's the same every time. We're counting how many things they do, and we're continuously looking at how we can improve things. So we're really focusing on operational efficiency in the department, which means we've eliminated things, and you guys have seen some of that in our fee work and our regulation changes. And we've also added things that are really important to help our constituents be compliant. We also updated our septic and rental regulations, which was no small task. They hadn't been updated in over 20 years. Laws had changed since that time. And we're really proud of the fact that we both simplified and innovated in these areas, hopefully bringing better value to the community. We also overhauled all of our Board of Health reporting so that the board every month, and anytime you all want to see these reports, let me know, gets a full accounting of everything we've done. Every increment is counted and looked at as well as any moving parts and big initiatives. So that reporting format was very sort of loosey-goosey in the past, and this year we've standardized that so that the board has a consistent way of looking at how we're operating and what we're doing. We also executed the city needs assessment for health, which was an ARPA funded effort that allowed us to define the gaps and opportunities in health services. A really important initiative that was is serving us well as we look at grants and supporting our community organizations across the community. We automated many internal processes that were done by paper. We got rid of some of the workload that inspectors were doing and introduced the concept of delegation, so that we have sort of things that our folks are doing, you know, so that an inspector can spend time inspecting and their subject matter expertise is being leveraged and administrative work is, you know, sort of being centralized across that team. This sounds like very rote, but it wasn't that way. And people were ridiculously inefficient, and big work lags in being able to deliver order letters and things like that. So that's now changed. We established very strong relationships with the schools in our youth prevention programs. Prior to my team being in place here and me being in this role, there was little to no relationships at the schools, and that's a very strong collaboration right now with the principals actively reaching out to our team, and our mental health, Amy Cam reaching out to our team almost daily, many times a day sometimes. And then we really built a communications function to support outreach and information transparency. We've had a lot of challenges with people not knowing law and understanding law, and even trying to understand what is required of them from the city. So we've spent a lot of time building communication plans around the same. That's what we got done last year. As we headed into this budget this year. So I wanted to just really talk to you quickly about the priorities for this year, and that is the frame for the money. Val, do you have a question you're looking
I
at?
have a question.
Yeah.
For the
Please.
chair, 2 lines. Can you send Jason the panelist link right now? He's trying to get on. Thank you. Sorry to
I
interrupt.
could just see it in your face. You're like.
Thank you. Thank you for reading my nonverbal
Yes, exactly.
communications so
You get
beautifully.
good at that.
Thank you, Val.
And so, you know, so now we're looking at this year, and our key priorities are, you know, again, making sure we have consistent enforcement of local and state regulations. That turns from building our regulations and our fee structures to communicating and implementing them efficiently. So next year is a lot about communications, and turning on some of the programs such as, and I know, you know, such as septic compliance, as one example, rental, education for landlords and tenants, et cetera. We also really need to help our community understand more. So our communication strategy around building trust in the health department, there's a lot of trust loss. There's a lot of trust loss in general across public health, and helping the community know that we're here for them and what our services are, I think is really important to sort of rebuild what was harmed during COVID. And again, that's a nationwide issue that everybody's very well aware of. Important to understand, you know, we've from December of last year into February, establishing the public health excellence requirements against SAFE 2.0. That's requiring a shared services team build, successfully launching the services across Gloucester and Manchester. You all are going to see, if you aren't already in other departments, an increasing push for regionalization of spend. And so this is a collaborative grant that we should be having word on any day, that is allowing us to meet the standards that the state has set. And I actually have, Penny, so you have it as well, because I know we were talking about it. Oh, Penny. This is just the same document I was reading from, and then on the back of this is the SAFE 2.0 stuff, so.
Thank you.
Here for you all.
Thank you.
Yep, and so that, the first page is just, again, the format we use, but the second page is what is SAFE 2.0, and SAFE 2.0 is coming from the state as law. Governor Healy signed it in and funded to make sure that all public health departments across the state are acting uniformly. And so it's at your leisure to understand it, but it is here, it's in this city now. And I'm gonna be working with the administration to figure out how that unfolds for us, but it's definitely a big part of next year in terms of how we can. Yes. Oh, yes.
Please.
Thank you. I'm looking at the establishment of the public health excellence support. You've been speaking about that. So is it just gonna be with Manchester by the Sea, or are we gonna, okay, so
Essex would like to join as well.
Okay,
But they're
and-
currently in another one, and so.
they're coming, okay, so Essex right now will not be joined, but maybe in the future could
That's
be
right.
joining.
Yeah.
What will this look like? Like, could you, as you kind of speaking to it, but what will it look exactly makes sense. What is it gonna be
So,
looking like?
so currently what again, that initiative, that is an overview, and I can
Yep.
provide more detail. Currently, what we're looking to do is expand strategic input into health services so that we have leadership on that side. Sharing inspectional services for overlap across the community. So if there's a big event, in Manchester or like, Fiesta, we can get more food inspectors than just one. So it's sort of covering
Okay,
that, and then finally, program management, supporting liaisoning with the state to be sure that we're keeping pace with all of their expectations and requirements. There's reporting requirements that are coming in place now, technical requirements that are coming in. So this is just the beginning of Glacier. Again, if the state funding stays there, question is, out, right? So
Mhm.
as Governor Gilly looks at the decline of federal dollars, she's gonna have to make some tough choices. There's $96 million sitting in this bucket. And so, is she gonna keep it there or is she gonna move it? So unclear on that. So those are the three key areas that the two communities have come up with. And again, we're just now working with the mayor's office to understand what the impact of that is on our staff or OpEx, et cetera.
okay.
But it's $300,000 annually
You said
that
it
the
was
state's paying for us.
with Governor Hurley?
Pardon me?
Yeah, with Governor Hurley?
Did I say Governor Hurley? Forward thinking.
Planning ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that would be hilarious. Who would think she's different? Although I think she's doing a great job. And so then moving from Safe 2.0, and again, this is the beginning, but I wanted to just, get to spin on our goals and part of what we've been working on for the year. We're also having to build a long-term health services strategy. So to date, we've been very tactical on what the city needs. We've done the needs assessment, we have a base view, and now we're going to start to head into what does that mean for the city? What are the services that the city needs the health department to provide? And that strategic effort should lead to grant strategies and funding opportunities. And the one thing I want to say that's really important for you all to understand is instead of the health department sort of sitting on an island, I think we should align with the comprehensive plan and look at how the comprehensive plan is tying into things that are associated with health and focus in that area so that we can really stay with the city and have monies go in the same direction as the city. And then creating a culture for the team itself. We've been focusing really hard on building some good energy in the health department and the council. Next year, what we're really focusing on is making sure that their training is in place. You see a reduction in training dollars, but that's because the state is stepping up through the Safe 2.0 funding. But we're getting very serious about training and quality delivery, but really also helping them all think about long-term career growth. I think I believe strongly that unless you talk to people about where they want to go and what they want to be doing, you're not going to keep them for very long. So really focusing on where they want to go personally, as well as how they train up professionally. So that is sort of a 90-second view of what we're trying to get done.
Counselor?
Yes, Councilor Bowman.
Now that we have a form of the full committee, I would like to open the committee of the whole budget review on May 21st. Thank you.
I apologize for my timing. My day job work started a little early this morning, ran a little longer than I expected. But I appreciate it. But I haven't heard it yet. I'll listen to it.
It was great.
I'm sure it's awesome.
So with that, we can just turn in, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. So looking at the strategic priorities, you're talking about developing fund long-term health services strategy, but looking also at create a culture of learning. You spoke about that. What do you mean by work-life balance? Could you elaborate on that?
So we in the department have continued to have more work than we have time to do.
Okay,
And so just being really smart about how we keep the team energized and positive thinking. The health department doesn't see a lot of happy faces, right? They see a lot of people who are unhappy or enforcement isn't necessarily always a fun job. And so how are we creating an environment where people feel comfortable taking their breaks? I mean, this is obvious stuff that's demanded by the union, right? But really just making sure we're advocating for it. And how do we make sure that that there's fun as well as work that we're doing. So that's more softer. It's not necessarily spend correlated, but it's really important that we build that up team.
no, it's good that you pointed that out because it's very important for all to have a work-life balance and especially for people's mental health and everything. So thank you for making that a priority.
Thank
We
you
have a
for
young team too.
that. Thank you for that overview. Why don't we get into the numbers for a little bit and then we can come back with the other section.
Okay, you want me to give you an overview or do you have questions specifically? I don't
Why
know how
don't
you
you,
want to
why don't you
operate.
provide with the, start
The
with the
overview?
overview, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
And so obviously we were told to stay flat, and which meant no new spend and we want, on all salaries were preserved with growth. So that's, I'm sure you're seeing from everybody. And so if there's any questions on salary, I can answer those. The important thing to understand is we have a public health nurse role that's divided in half right now. Primarily because we've been using Cindy Junker, from COVID days. She's a phenom. And she's only part-time because she's a retired, school nurse and can't work many more hours. But, it is important that we think about what the full role that the public health nurse does, that Cindy's not able to get to. So, in speaking with the administration, we wanted to be sure to keep that full salary in there and, potentially, open up, that role again. We've had no luck recruiting a full-time hire into it. But our hope is that, we'll keep that in and explore being able to hire for a full-time role in that capacity. So that's why that's split into. Not on this list, but important for us all to understand, is Rosalie Nicastro, grant funded by Counseling on Aging, runs Seniors on the Go. Mayor has funded the buses for Seniors on the Go. She's the one who runs Seniors on the Go. She's a 19-hour employee and the administration's aware of this dynamic. I just want to make sure you guys all know she's not in here. Her grant ends at the end of June. And so we lose Rosalie at the end of June. I think she's around, I don't know if Nicolette, from your old days, you might know, but she's around 15 to 20. It was hard to get her salary because it sort of ebbs and flows based on her hours. But it's $15,000 or $20,000 that's not in here because it's a grant. The grant's going away and we lose Rosalie, who's a really instrumental part of Council on Aging. I'm pretty sure Elise Snyder is going to bring that up as well if she hasn't. But it's just something important for you all to know that there's a gap here that Rosalie's not covered anywhere. Unless we have more grants coming in. Yep.
Counselor?
Councilor Gilman.
Thank you. So being the ex officio member of the Council on Aging, I'd also like to elaborate on the importance of that role. It's huge. And I even heard what they said at the Essex Tech because their bus went to the Tech for a luncheon and the administration they just thought the folks in Gloucester were just awesome and respectful and Rosalie is a gem. So thank you for advocating for that. And I
Yeah.
know that administration will do
Yeah,
their
we're
very
looking at
best
ways
to
to fund that.
preserve that.
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
it's anti-isolationism, right? It's like getting people together, getting them out, getting them communicating and being together and even across community. So it's just a really important aspect of what we do for those social determinant of health on that side.
Councilor Worthy.
Thank you, Dominique. So this has not been the first year that we've had a question mark about whether that position was going to be maintained. I think the council has made it very clear how important that is. I hadn't heard the phrase anti-isolation, but I think we talk a lot about mental health, and when people are left home alone without means to get somewhere, that mental health can really decline quickly. So I think health department in general speaks to all parts of health. I know, as Councilor Gilman says, that the seniors depend on and love the interactivity and socializing that happens because of this bus. This was a Mass in Motion grant. I think it was a 5-year
That's
grant.
correct, yeah.
And it was a declining grant, and the concept behind those declining grants is that it didn't cost the city any money to start up these programs. If they don't work, you haven't lost anything, but if they're effective, it gives you time to plan for working those into the budget.
And the goal is actually for to drive societal, environmental, I always forget this third leg of the stool, I feel terrible. But these 3 key factors that the goal of this program is to have the community say, this is important enough for us to now pick it up. And Gloucester, of the 3 communities we were working with, is the only one that picked up the cost of the bus as an example. All the other communities have not done this. So we're doing exactly what the grant was meant to do, to understand the importance of it. Rosalie's another example of that.
So as an individual, Rosalie's awesome. I don't think anybody here would disagree with that. From a position standpoint, whether it's Rosalie or someone else, I just want to, on record, and I don't know if my peers would like, my colleagues like to do that, but it's important. And we've been able to save it in other years. You said that it was being done through the Council on Aging. is in the conservation's budget?
No,
Mhm.
so because it's a grant and our budgets are general fund and it's not covered there, but we both wanted to bring it up because we think it's really important that everybody knows about it. And again, I'm not blindsiding the administration knows about this too. It's really just trying to figure out, do we want to keep Rosalie on supporting this work? And I just wanted to be sure I brought that up in this room because it's an important
Yeah.
service. that this
And it's not
have.
blindsiding to us. We've heard this again, since I've been on the council for 4 years, that this position is in jeopardy and it's $15,000. Is that?
Yeah, I wish I had a better
About
number for you.
18,000.
Because it's
18.
18, thank you.
The grant started paying out, I think, 35,000 a year. Was that not correct?
Her hours are 19 and a half hours and I think, $28 an hour. I think
Let's
I
make
have
another
it right.
position.
Beg pardon?
There's another position. First name's Jennifer. She's no longer with us. There's something about sidewalks and ADA compliance.
That's a motion.
Right.
Yeah, that was the original grant and then this one came right after that. So it's the same funding group.
Okay.
Um,
Well, I just explore information as best I can. And we're gonna hear that a lot, but
Yeah, it's on our radar.
thank you.
Jennifer Donovan.
That's right. Good.
Just moving on, you'll also see that overtime is going down. So why, when we're working so hard, is overtime going down? The overtime for a GMAA was set at this number after looking at how we were burning in the past. And what we're finding is with this new team and the training and services that we're putting in place, the amount of overtime is going down. So we feel quite comfortable that we can reduce in the overtime area and not create risk. The risk is if something big happens, we'll go into deficit. But that's how we were able to make that cut. Moving on to purchase of services, you see growth there of 15.32%, and that's because we're now funding, there's a lot of cuts to get here, right? So we took things out such as, moving from medical and dental and other places to be able to afford this as a net. But these BioBot wastewater testing is very important for us to have visibility into what is happening in our community as it relates to communicable disease, respiratory, and it's also very helpful in us understanding opioid amounts and illicit drugs in our waters as well. So that, in fact, you might have seen a social media post recently by the police department about a drug that's completely illegal in the United States and it's contained in convenience store products. So that's an example of us seeing it on the BioBot dashboard and asking our epidemiologist connected to this and saying, is this normal in other communities? No, it's not. This is remarkable for your community. Reaching out to our police department who did a quick deep dive into where it is, and literally they were posting about it. They visited all the convenience stores and made sure it's off the shelves, and we're doing follow-up communications as well. So this is really important for us to understand sort of the bellwether of health in our city. So we're really excited.
That's the BioBot wastewater
Yeah,
in-house,
exactly.
which is a $18,500 item.
Yeah, and that's actually heavily offset by the state, who's offset and paying for all of COVID testing now, as well as some of the respiratory, in exchange for us allowing them to use that data to look at trends overall. And it's an important resource that's allowing, understanding and knowledge of our community despite federal changes.
That test is done at the wastewater treatment plant?
Yep, it's only one place. It's not in any locations or streets or anything like that. It's completely privacy preserved, and none of our substance use substance method levels are published anywhere. We have a clear data agreement in place that is unique to us and releasable only by us with our permission.
So it could tell you general trends. It can't tell you this neighborhood
No,
has.
cannot tell you this.
Right,
It
that
cannot
is-
tell you this house. It's just literally what's in our water. Yeah. I think,
And Kenny has a line.
Really? Kenny's here. Oh, yeah. We'd like to welcome our city auditor, Kenny Costa, and also Jason Crowe is online, has joined us for this budget session. And Dylan, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. So you spoke about COVID testing the state is funding, and also what you talked about what respiratory illnesses are they covering that they're testing?
so
And
all.
are you testing other respiratory viruses, similar to
So,
like?
yeah, so there's a panel
Okay.
that they run, influenza A, influenza B, and various other ones.
H1N1 as well?
Yes.
Okay.
H1N1 is, not H5N1, but
Yeah.
H1N1 is in there. And so how are we getting these, this free testing? Because we've agreed to allow them to use the COVID data, not published at a Gloucester level, but at Essex
state
County
level.
level.
Okay,
They are now giving us that testing for free. So if they grow their, use of the data, we'll have opportunities, to allow it to be tested, released, and again, never connected specifically to our region. We have our region's view, right? We have Gloucester's view specifically. If any of you would ever like the dashboard, I'm happy to give it to you.
sure, that would be helpful just to see where trends are and.
Yeah, our public health nurse finds it really helpful.
Yeah.
Could you speak, Dominic, to the Greenhead
Yeah.
program? This
So
is
the Greenhead
third year.
program is, again, we just renewed it. This 3 of 3 is, I think, an inaccuracy, and that's on my bad for not typo checking. So we just renewed it. They are going out, by the way, next week or June, first week in June at the latest. They're normally in by now, but they were held up because a lot of wet weather. And so that will continue. And I know we talked about that last year as an important measure. You guys wanted to know bug count. We followed up on bug count. And I think we sent a note to the mayor on bug count results. I don't know if you guys have seen it yet, but we're happy to share it with you. Is a letter to the mayor on summer plans that has all of our Greenhead reporting. Their bugs break down, bugs get eaten in those boxes. But they've done a mass count, and then they can translate that to sort of how many bugs we're killing. So it remains effective. I think it's important. I'm nervous that they're not out there yet because, but I think it's July is our hot season there. So that will continue. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
And if I may, to follow up on that question, what the effectiveness of this, are we seeing less and less of a Greenhead presence, say at like Wingersheek Beach, especially in July when we have people coming from all over and they're coming to that beach and then they experience the hell of a Greenhead.
There's nothing worse.
Yes, there's nothing worse,
Like
of
the only
course.
time I kill a bug with happiness, is like, if I can kill a Greenhead, I'm like so happy. Thank you so much.
Okay, keep it calm.
Yeah,
It's exciting stuff.
yeah.
No, I agree.
And all the other services remain the same for this. Again, the one place that we went down is from 20,000 or more for septic plan tech review. Our current sanitarian is pretty efficient. He has some great capabilities, has been keeping pace quite nicely. And we also are now very comfortable asking applicants to fund plan reviews if they're very complex. So that was emerging as a method, even though it was on our books as a way. But now we clearly are reaching out immediately to an applicant if it's a complex septic system, requiring them to pay for the third-party review. So that does not have to be a city expense. This is for when we have certain timeframes that we have to turn things around, making sure that we don't have homeowners waiting, making sure that this is really demand control here. So we're going to closely monitor this one. Cody's doing a fantastic job though. And again, our delegation and operational process has helped a lot of that streamlined network. So those are the big changes under purchase of services. Rental leases and equipment, you see growth there, and that's because it's basically more people drinking water. It's a small number, more people drinking water, and we're taking over a piece of the copier. Supplies going down, medical and dental going down significantly. And in that situation, we cut $20,000 out of medical and dental. In the past, we've used medical and dental to fund vaccination in concert with our revolving a fund. The use of vaccinations, unfortunately, has gone down pretty dramatically, not just because people aren't getting vaccinated, but because they're also going to pharmacies now. And it's easier to go get your vaccination at a CVS than it might have been in the past. And so we're pretty confident that we can buy the same volume of vaccine as we did last year with this cut. This is a place, I know Councilor Worthy, you had asked us last year about spend and why are we continuing to, fund it if you're not spending it. So we took a really close look at that this year. And we feel pretty confident that the cut there is not going to impact city's ability to deliver. If something bad happens, where we have to mass vaccinate, I'm expecting the state would step up at that time as well.
Sure. If I may, too, when you talk about a lot of people getting vaccinated at like CVS, Walgreens, are we still able to track those trends of how many people are vaccinated for X, Y, or Z?
Yep.
Okay,
And we do that every year. And in fact, that's in our Board of Health report.
yeah,
So
that's good, because I know we've spoken on several occasions about the level of, we're seeing a decrease of people getting vaccinated, especially children. But could you since this is an opportunity, could you just speak on that like very briefly?
Yeah,
Of
the
just
numbers are
like the
down
numbers,
significantly.
like where are we seeing it specifically and what viruses are people
So
not
the
vaccinated?
state in general is much higher than the rest of the country.
Okay,
I think we're pretty well vaccinated. They're very big concern about measles right now, making sure that the measles vaccinations are happening. I know our local peds are very focused on education. We're supporting that as well. You can
Okay.
see some of our social media posts. I don't have a week by week metric to give to you right now,
Sure.
Counselor, but again, we do review this and publish it. We were doing it every week. We're now gonna be doing it every other week because it's a pretty big burden
of
on
course.
Cindy to update all of our tables. And we don't think it materially affects, a trend, until we're in busy season.
Mhm.
But those are the dynamics and,
Okay.
how do we combat that? Our core charter is education, right? So how can we help people understand, and understand the importance of vaccinations? We're gonna see a bunch of that going on the next couple of years, right?
Yeah.
As the federal government sort of steps away from this, we need to decide what we want to be doing, in this community. And, as you all know, the state kind of calls the direction, right, of the health department of what they want us to be focusing on, and then, our Board of Health also guides us on the same.
Well, thank you very much for that.
Anything else there? I'm trying to think of. I think that, there's really nothing material in supplies. I mean, the numbers are so small, so the number looks like it's a 40% drop, but it's like a 40% drop of a couple $1,000s, so it's kind of de minimis.
If I may, in this, where are we looking at rodent control?
Oh,
Cause I know we've talked about that. We've
Still not
talked, we have so many conversations on rats.
I know, the things we talk about in health. So the place that can come in, and the money's not enough. It's $7,000. That's an example of like, we're using that bucket right now to help with the cleanups around the reservoirs and
Okay.
stuff. We don't have a rat mitigation service. Other communities have taken on, the role of, hiring and being the, Pied Piper.
Mhm.
We can educate and inspect, and we literally called Brief Pied Piper, who's
Yeah.
Pied Piper logos all over her cubby. We can inspect, we can educate, and we're gonna continue to do that. You do see growth, in educational supplies of
Yep.
68%, and that's because we're, moving money in. We have as well from purchase of services down there, just so that we can, communicate well and, spend money on how to get and reach people effectively.
Could there in the future, obviously not this year, but in another fiscal year, actually taking on more of a role in rodent control?
Yeah.
Because a lot of people obviously are not. They may not have the means to actually, or if someone is living in an apartment and then there's rodent. And then it obviously spreads as we've seen,
Right.
as we've seen
Yeah.
in some of the instances that we've dealt with in the past. And I didn't think we'd be dealing with many when I first came on, like one of the first things was dealing with a rodent issue, so.
Yeah, there-
But could that be something to look at maybe in the future?
So it's complicated and it would require collaboration across multiple departments.
Okay.
The DPW obviously is, trash. And that's on their watch. Trash is a huge attractor.
Yes.
State law requires covered bins. That's state law. You must have a covered bin. Our ordinance does not. Ordinance says bag or bin covered. So great move would be like covered bin, that would be.
We need to
another
look
great
at that
move.
in the
Yeah.
near future for sure.
Yeah, so I mean, that would just be key, that would just be ordinance enforcing what the state's already requiring from sanitary code. But things like that are important. I think events, when we did safety day, we had a rat awareness. I don't know if you guys saw our big rat with the spin the wheel.
Yeah.
And that was our chance to just educate people. We had a lottery to give away, trash barrels, and people were really excited about that. Because folks don't have trash barrels and they need trash barrels.
Yes.
So that was just, it was like, I think we gave away 7 of them, took pictures and used that for education as well.
No, that's awesome. And yeah, again, like so many people don't have trash barrels and they're putting their bags right out.
Yeah.
And obviously, if people are putting it out maybe an hour before pickup, that's fine. But if people are putting out 2 days before, we're dealing with these issues where
Yeah.
seagulls are ripping through.
Yeah.
And again, it's a real issue in Ward 2.
Yeah, the
so.
rats are sitting there, knives and
Yep.
forks ready to go.
Yep.
Just wait
Well,
for the
thank
bags
you.
up. Yep, it's my pleasure.
We are running a little bit late. If we want to, any other pressing questions on this health department budget, or go ahead and move ahead. Well, thank you very much, though, for the
Yeah, my
in-depth
pleasure.
and obviously of great interest to all of us.
So thank you.
It's important stuff, it really is.
Val's probably giving me the eye. I'm getting a little windy, aren't I?
No, I'm watching the clock.
I know, I'm
Helping.
teasing, I'm teasing.
It's the former council president and me, I can't help it.
I applaud the work that you've done.
I know it.
And you have been so gracious, and anytime that I have had questions or concerns or, you know, whatever the case would be, you've taken everything seriously. And I think it's a, you know, the efficiency is all due to the leadership. So
Yeah.
I'm grateful for you. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that.
If I could take a moment to double down on that, this is not a job review, performance review meeting, and it's not our jurisdiction either way, but I think all of us have had tremendously positive experience working with you and your staff. I cannot believe how much we get from your staff, and I'm sorry to hear that burnout is a possibility. I know every one of them, and they work so hard and they care. They're very effective, so I just want to continue to praise for the work you do.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Here.
Thanks.
You're here.
Thanks.
So. Oh, Counselor.
Yeah, I'm hovering here.
You're hovering over us, yes.
Just a question, are you gonna be putting a pin in the for a revisit on the part-time position that was discussed?
Which part-time position was that?
Rosalie's position with the bus.
So Jason, it's not in my budget because it was a grant funded position and we were told to stay flat, so.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm asking the council if they're gonna put a pin in it for a possible revisit at the end of the process.
We could, just to have the conversation and keep it on the
The
radar.
question is, is it this department or is it?
Elder services.
Yeah,
I mean, the
It's-
bottom line in the grand scheme of things, $15,000 is not a whole lot. And I think we could find it.
But if I could just add,
Yeah.
we're up to $43,000 of items that have been mentioned, just so we know in the grand scheme of things, this is what we look at, we look at the big
Understood.
picture, we're at $43,000.
Okay. The
Yeah,
other-
I mean, nothing may come of it, but at least we take it into consideration at the end of the process.
I just was asking if Connor could give me
So
a
I've
summary.
got Rosalie, 15 to 20,000, about 15,000 for speed signs, 5,000 for manager trainings, 1,000 for employee recognition, and potentially 7,000 for rodents. So it's 43,000.
7,000 for what you said?
For road.
Okay.
Okay,
If I could just, I was looking into the grant and just a calculation, it's more like 26,000. I mean, I looked at the grant, it's the.
That Rosalie salary that you're talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's more like 26,000. It was the Massachusetts Healthy Aging Grant.
That's correct.
It was a 5-year grant and it's ending on June 30th.
That's
We were
correct.
receiving 100,000 now. After a couple of years, they cut it to 42,000 for the last 3 years. I think that's, so I was just doing
Going down.
research.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm looking at more like 26,000.
And something else, thank you.
Yeah, I know, and I'm just,
Yeah, I was
you know,
trying to get Grace to give you the actual number before I came in, because again, it's like not in my budget, but it's important for us all to know, so
Yeah, I
thank you
just
for
think-
that.
yeah, I think it's just better just to have,
Real number,
you know,
for
the real
sure.
number, yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
The other thing is the Mass in Motion can give us an extension. And then we could maybe keep her on with some extension dollars and until we found it, or we could they're also prepared to give us another tranche of interim dollars to get us to the next strategic section. So we can try and work it so that we cook Rosalie in there. The only problem is that this grant is about policy change. It's not about events. And so we were supposed to be doing events early on to learn so that we could drive policy change. And so now the funders saying like, we're not paying for events anymore, like this used to be at a point of policy change. And so they're only gonna extend if we could do research around policy change, and that's not what Rosalie does. So that's the problem that we have in terms of funding her until the next tranche of things came. It's really whether the city wants to take on this and continue this service for the seniors. Yeah.
Councilor Worthly.
Yes, I'd like to agree with Councilor Crowe, that if there's an opportunity for us to revisit that, it's important. Whether the state funds it or doesn't, or decides to extend it or not. I think as a community for us to say, well, depending on what the state does. For 26,000, this is the difference between living a healthy life for seniors or not. And I don't know how many seniors are taking advantage of this, but they love it. And I think they come alive because of it. So
I think Elise might have more information on you, because again, like she's on my door, she's in my office from a grant standpoint, but as soon as I came in, it's like, you should not be sitting in the health department, you should be sitting at the council.
Yeah, and maybe the place to revisit is in Lisa's budget,
Yeah.
since she works out of Lisa's building and
Yes.
right, so.
1 o'clock today.
You also
Yeah,
used to work for the Board of Health officially.
She's
and
funded through
it's-
Board of Health grant, but the work she's doing is at Elise's.
I think it's just because it goes through the Massachusetts DPH.
Exactly.
So it's a Board of Health grant, Board of Health
Currently, yeah,
division, so that's why it's.
but her sitting at the senior center is appropriate.
And you just mentioned saying that there is some
That's
That's,
just, yeah,
yeah,
that's what we discussed.
That's already in the budget, so that wouldn't be a revisit.
that's right, it's not revisit, but
In
it,
this department.
but it would keep you from, keep going full time as a public health nurse.
Right, we had to just decide before that.
So when would that happen? Yeah, exactly.
So the first
Could be
question
an
is
answer.
this a Board of Health or Council on Aging discussion? Second question is whether the state does or doesn't fund it. I think from this perspective, the council, and we're just the legislative side, but it's important. I think the mayor's office has made it important over the years as well. And then thirdly, in the context of you said 42,000 more because of the information here. The backdrop is we had $3.9 million in surplus last year, 4.4 the year before that, 5.5 million before that. And it's great that there's money going to stabilization, all that, but from an operating budget standpoint, we're running surpluses now for 13 years. And so if we would say, okay, do we want to have, plan for a surplus when we have a service that we're not providing, that we could provide? And that's sort of, that's been my mindset for all my life, is if it's sort of beneficial. If we can afford to do it, we should try, so the message is.
I personally, like, sorry,
Please, Councilor Gross, welcome.
I loathe the count on surplus. I think that's really very bad.
I'm not counting.
Economic, you just said count on surplus.
I didn't say, that's not the word I said. I said we've been having surpluses, and every time we've been having surpluses, we've also been making cuts. And then that surplus gets spent, 30% of it maybe gets at his discretion, the rest goes into
So you
stabilization.
don't remember, but
What's that?
when you were talking, you did say count on.
I didn't say counting surpluses. We've been having surpluses, 5.5, 4.8, 4.4, 4.2 over the last 4 years I've been part of this. And we're making cuts at the same time.
Correct.
And we're not depending on surpluses, but given that history, unless it's something that's surprising that you.
No, I understand, that's why we're sitting here.
But we're talking about $26,000, in the big picture, it's not a lot of money, given that we've been having
Call the
surpluses.
question.
I'd like to plan, I'm gonna go ahead and read the motion as is, and we can try and plan to revisit this particular item in Elise's Council on Aging budget. I don't think, as you've presented it, that it's necessarily something that we need to.
That's right, except that I'm prepared to support it as Connor
Right.
proposed, because I think it's important.
So that's,
We do
that
care
is
about
one
The
scenario.
health of our seniors and isolation is a social determinant.
So you're not looking to get a new visit?
No. So thank you, Jason, for weighing
We'll
in.
try to read it in the
Yeah.
Council on Aging
Yeah,
budget.
so, Department 510, our Board of Health, Budget and Finance moves to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2026 appropriations for the Board of Health as follows. Personal services, $696,127. Ordinary maintenance, $80,101, for a departmental total for the Board of Health of $776,228, and I so move.
Second,
Is there further discussion?
Now you're voting on.
I am, thank you.
So all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And no revisit.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'm stepping away
Right.
now because Tony's here.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Val.
great job.
Tony, that really was very helpful.
Sorry, Dominic.
My
that I
pleasure,
couldn't
anytime.
be here, but
Sorry, Tony, how you been?
prior to that.
He's well exercised.
It's helping. You need to come to health department.
Well
He's helping.
stretched.
All right, see you guys. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
This is fantastic comments, like format.
Oh, thank you.
And I'd like to, welcome Ms. Pappas to the table.
You still get us back on track.
You always saw this.
I'm sorry, we're a little bit late, but I'm glad you were here.
Okay,
You get to hear what,
it was interesting.
it was very interesting. Thank you. I'd like to welcome Nancy Pappas, our principal assessor. And we're on page
41.
41. Of the budget book. Which continues to shine in format. Thank you, Connor. Welcome.
Thank you. So going over the budget itself on page 42. Under personnel, it's really contractual increases in terms of salaries. There's been no staff changes. There's a slight increase in longevity just for one employee. And the remainder of the budget is ordinary under property data services. That is the valuation services we receive. RRC is our personal property consultant for valuation, and Vision Government Solutions is the real property consultant for valuation. There are slight increases from last year in some of the items that are listed. The interim update for real estate, that's up slightly. The other item directly below that, that's the 17,745 figure. That's maintenance and support for real property with Vision. That's up about $2,900 from the prior year. And underneath that is the web hosting, the 6,855 figure. That's up about 900 from the prior year. And the RRC, our personal property interim update, increased $2,400. Other changes really are just a slight increase in the dues and membership, which was offset by a slight reduction in supplies and in-state travel. Happy to answer any questions.
Councilors. Councilor Gilman.
So your office has been doing, first of all, thank you. Your office has been doing a lot of support work on issues for seniors in terms of helping them and coach them with abatements and et cetera. Has that created a tough situation for your staff? Are you able to handle that volume just because you do such a good job at what you do?
We have a lot of seniors that come in for exemptions every year, which is the credit to the tax bill that they may receive if they're eligible, as well as veterans and other taxpayers. What we've been doing is making an annual visit to the senior center to speak to the seniors. And normally it's myself and at least one other staff member, Madonna Fleming and Mary Ann Peters, typically help the seniors at the council, at the counter with application process and things of that nature. So that's a very busy process anyway, because we get a fair amount of applicants each year. And they're always educating and helping because we want to make sure that the seniors get the best benefit they can based on their eligibility status. The other thing we've been doing is going to the Veterans Center, which we'll be scheduling again for this year, just to make sure they're aware of what's available. It's not really something that has changed other than the visits to the actual venues, because we always get a lot of people in the office inquiring or on the phone.
And is there now an updated overview of what all the totality of these programs is on your website, or an availability for folks that might not go to that one? We just, as counselors, like to give
Yes.
them a route to finding the data.
So we always have the updated chart. It's an annual thing. So last year, for fiscal 25, when we had changes that took place based on council and the administration putting forward the changes to the elderly exemptions, that information is all updated and available. What has happened with the Heroes Act just recently is going to be for fiscal 26.
Yeah.
So that's why we want to go again to the Veterans Center, because it's going to affect those people. And it's also, we will update that chart, which we do annually if anything changes.
Great, thank you.
Any other councilor questions from Nancy?
I usually have questions, but you run a very efficient show, and I've had great experiences with you. So,
No, we look forward to hearing how the Heroes Act, whether the reserve we set aside for those additional exemptions, is adequate and sufficient. So that data will be
Yes, that will-
coming.
Remain to be seen,
Yes.
but Connor did increase what I had recommended for the overlay. So we'll certainly see how that pans out.
Seeing no other council questions, Dr. Gross? No. No.
If I may just add,
Councilor
as
Benson.
someone who put forward that Heroes Act exemption, I just want to thank you very briefly for all of your support on that and helping me get that to the finish line. And I'm excited to see that you'll be going to the Veterans Center to speak to this. This will really help a lot of folks.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing nothing else, I will go ahead and read the motion for Department 141 Assessors. Budget and Finance moves to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2026 appropriations for the assessors as follows. Personal services, $516,245, ordinary maintenance, $86,712 for a departmental total. Assessors of $602,957, and I so move.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further discussion? No revisits? All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed, no revisit. Thank you, Nancy, and as forecast, you caught us up.
Good job.
In all kinds of ways.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Nancy. So, the next department that we will be looking at.
So Chief's outside, I just saw him.
What page are we on for fire prevention?
68.
68, thank you.
All right, good, we'll see you then. Sorry.
Yeah, right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you ready for us?
We are ready for us. You ready for you?
Get her done.
Here you
Guys
go.
don't know about it.
Plenty of chairs at this table.
Yeah.
You look so official.
Well, you know, I think it's supposed to, right?
Of course, thank you.
I have a complaint. Where's your uniform jacket?
You know what?
That's
I
cold
didn't think
weather
I
here.
needed it. I was gonna put it on.
That would have been appropriate.
It wasn't in the budget.
Yeah, it's,
Just checking.
it's a little weird right now. It's like
So winter.
in between.
Yeah.
Somebody came in
I
the
didn't think
office
it was
this
that
morning, it was
cold-
like,
that
came back.
cool.
Did I miss summer? Like, I don't know.
Did I get a burn permit?
Yeah, exactly.
So this is the fire department. I'd like to welcome Chief Smith and his staff.
Morning.
Good work.
And we're on page 68 and 69 in the budget book.
Perfect.
Fire prevention and suppression.
Yes, so.
There's more in a second.
Yeah, well, the prevention piece has done a phenomenal job over the year, and the suppression has been a little too busy as of late, so we're hoping things
Yesterday-
slow down for the summer, where you can get it out of our system and have a quiet summer, but yeah, it doesn't always go that way. So the budget you have before you is obviously in line with the mayor's directives on level funded budgets. Given the contractual changes that we have for personnel and staffing and those costs, there was a pretty significant shift within our budget from every place we could carve out anything more, which is painful because we don't live with almost any, maybe not any. I mean, Connor and, his predecessor, John, before them have ensured that we stayed on a pretty good diet and there was not any fat in the budget, so to speak. This definitely cuts into the muscle of the budget in those operational areas with capital and operating expense. But we think we can weather through it and get through it for this year and see how things turn out. Our whole plan, and then talking with the mayor's office, is if we see any problems, any trouble financially, anywhere within that budget, they need to know about it yesterday, right? And so that is always the operational plan anyway, but
with this budget as tight as it is, that's even a bigger deal. So, you know, our scrutiny and watchful eye on it, and the notice I've been giving to all of my staff for months is that fiscal 26 is gonna be no fun for anybody. Anything that we think we need to get done in fiscal 26, we need to try and get it done right now. If we have a spare nickel to do it, because that nickel's not gonna be available in all of 26. So we've done that. We're in the process of that. If you haven't seen it yet, there's a SBT coming to pull out of, you know, one of our accounts that we can move into others to do some more of that, where it's more critical needs that, you know, because we tend to hold off on a lot of expenditures to the end of the fiscal year. In case we blow a motor in a fire truck, wicked expensive. We don't routinely budget for that. So those things we try to kind of hold back, so we're not running back going, hey, we need more allowance, right? Because that often the answer is no. So work it out in your own budget. So we have a great process. Sue manages the budget with the pointed pen and a sharp stick, and you know, she's usually, hey, do we have? No, we do not. And then we sit down and figure out if we can or can't. So that is just gonna be even tighter on 26. So what you have before you is, you know, our efforts to get it there. I think, you know, we did a really good job. Sue did extraordinary work finding where we could shift things around and hopefully get through without having to come back and go, hey, Connor, we do have a problem that we gotta fix. So we're hoping we can get through it. And if we can't, then you'll hear about those things during the fiscal year. But other than that, it's pretty straightforward. If you have any specific questions on any specific areas for, you know, the fire, the EMS end of it, as well as emergency management, fire away is probably the easier, faster way to kind of get through the process, is just what questions and concerns that you have.
I'd rather put a hose on it and fire away.
Yeah, that too.
Counselor.
I have a question.
Counselor Dillman and then Counselor Worsley.
So, when there's training programs going on, how are you able to staff, Bayview and Magnolia with, the 24/7?
So they remain open like today, all this week, Monday through Friday, as well as last week, Monday through Friday. We're doing hazmat, well, not hazmat, but confined space rescue refresher training. So that takes basically the whole group, puts them all in one spot. They're all in service, but they would be what we would call, you know, second or last call, like the dispatcher knows to not pull anybody out of training that they can avoid, and we'll hire back enough personnel to staff an engine and a rescue to try to keep up with the workload. And we kind of cross our fingers and roll the dice a little bit to see if our money-saving effort to accomplish training that takes a lot of hours for everybody, that we can get it done predominantly on duty, right? So the on-duty group is overdoing the training. We try to just leave them alone and hope that it works out. Like yesterday's garage fire came in 10 minutes after they all showed back up from training at the station. Bobby are like, touchdown, we made it, right? So sometimes you're hoping that luck works with you. If it doesn't, then you're kind of up against a wall and trying to pivot and figure out, okay, now how can we make up the training that was interrupted, that we were trying to do at the most optimal, cheapest way. So instead of paying all 70 people 16 hours of overtime to accomplish this training that is required to support DPW's confined space entry program, you know, we do it with hiring 5 to 6 people over the course of those 6 days worth of training, which is way less money. So we've been rolling those dice for years and years now, and most of the time it works out, but it's no different than how we basically budget overtime for hirings and shifts. We don't budget for full group callbacks for
Right.
fires, right? It's not in the budget.
Right.
If we just can't work it out and absorb it into the normal overtime budget, that's when I'm, you know, crawling back to mom and dad, like, can I have more allowance? Because we've been busy, you know,
Yeah.
because it's like snow and ice. Calling back with full groups and personnel for fires. It's like, you don't know if you're gonna have that level of fire
Yeah.
volume or not. I mean, we have a little bit of coverage for that in the budget, but not a lot, right? We have coverage for Fiesta, but it's at the bitter end of the fiscal year, which if we burn it all up for fires,
Right.
literally, which we have, then I'm leaning
Yeah.
back on them going, I have a problem. and then they help me solve it. So that's kind of how it rolls. This is the same with those training pieces. And in this year, one of the training pieces that we haven't over expended or even expended fully that we're looking to shift into other needs has been the ordinary expense for training, right? So there's the expense to send Bob to a class off duty
Yeah.
or to cover Bob so he can go while he's on duty and hire someone in his place. But then there's also paying that instructor or for the material or the props or the course itself, which lives in the ordinary budget. So because we haven't had an opportunity to really do all the training that we wanted to get done because of the budget impact, and we've had to scale back on some plans that we had that hopefully Catherine and I are gonna work out for the immediate piece of fiscal 26 up front, because it's joint training with the police and it's a lot of money. So that savings that we didn't expend it now like we had planned because of the budget crunch last year, we're hoping we can accomplish that next year. But while that money's in the budget, we're looking to shift it and get ahead of stuff that we know we need in the radio world, right? And just reallocate that funding
Right.
and check those boxes and take those off of what we see as a coming financial impact to the city, while we already have the money, right?
Right, thank
Before
you.
we hit next year and it's uglier.
Thank you, and thanks to Assistant Chief Rivas, and Chief Smith for a job well done. You had a lot of fires.
I give her
Yes.
99%
Susan, she's my neighbor. She
most
knows
all
how
of
I
this
feel.
is her good work.
She's my old neighbor for so many
Yeah,
years, so
we
anyway.
get to make hard decisions about do it or don't do it, or what's important, what's not important, but actually getting it all worked out financially and paying it and keeping on time and not getting in trouble and coming in front of you guys
Yeah.
because we spent money without a PO. That's all her.
Thank you.
Nobody spends money around here without a purchase.
No, we do
No.
not. We get put in timeout if we even think about it, so it works out.
Councilor Worthley.
Thank you for your hard work, both of you and all three of you. I'm impressed that we can have an 11% increase in the biggest line item and still net out a 1.7% decrease overall. So that's obviously fine here, there, little smaller places to make bigger changes. But I do wonder, and maybe you explained it, I missed it, but on your overtime budgeting on page 69, we're halfway down. 2024 actual was 788,000. 2025 actuals year to date as of about a month ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, was 624,000. So there'll be more of that between now and the end of the fiscal year.
Yep.
And then the proposed budget is 100,000, almost 80% decrease.
Yeah, and that's where it has lived at $100,000 to start every year. So based on the union contract says that the mayor must put forward to council for approval a budget to staff, the funding to be able to afford 72 line firefighters, plus all the administrative staff that aren't working the line, meaning the shift work and in the firehouses, right? Between Sue, Bob and I, training officer and so forth. All of that is within that budget, right? The contract says that now you gotta put the money in there for 72 line street working firefighters, which we do. We just aren't at that level. And so it's been the policy of the mayor's office for 8 years-ish, right? To only fill 69 of those positions. And with the attrition that we have with people retiring and so forth, we've got a couple that have transferred out and the delays in hiring that we deal with. That number often falls even below the 69. So that remaining salary wage funding, plus those 3 positions that we aren't filling, just automatically gets moved over to overtime to cover it, right? And that's just kind of Jim Destino figured this out years ago, what the contract said and what it actually required. Firefighters, I can tell you, don't like it, but this is just the how it is. And we haven't really changed from that position because it's been fairly effective. Now, there's a lot of talk of trying to get back to 72 actual employees, but right now in this fiscal situation, that's probably not even on the table to discuss till we get over this hurdle and see where we're at. But that has been the operational impact of the budget for, I don't know, has it been 8 years, 9 years?
Yeah.
That, that is what's funded, or at least requested to be funded. Council saw it, fit to fund it that way. And then, I don't know, within the first month of first month of the new fiscal year, I lean over to Sue and go, hey, yeah, you're gonna move all that money into overtime now, right? Yep, done. And then we backfill whatever is necessary.
We were running at 66 for probably 5 of those years. The last 3, we've been running at 60.
Yeah, that was the initial push under Safati and that administration. They actually cut us from 72 to 66 positions that were filled. Mind you, the contract says now the mayor's gonna put forward a budget to fund 72, which we're doing, kind of a loophole situation, but it meets the requirements of the contract and it handles the fiscal obligation, if you will, of the city and keeping all the stations open. Do I like it? No. Do they like it? No. But it's, you know, it's the operational documents that we own that we've all signed, sealed and agreed to and found a way to kind of work around it financially. So that's not perfect. And I guarantee you the union doesn't like it at all, but that's just the nature of the business.
Kudos to former CAO Jim Destino, for better or for worse.
I mean, it is what it is, right?
Right, so I'm not asking, and I would never ask an operational question, that's up to you guys to figure how to make it work. I'm not making a political statement about overtime, unions, and that, I'm just saying from a numbers standpoint, just from a reporting accuracy sort of thing. We're budgeting 100,000, we know that number is gonna be way more than 100,000. If we know that now, why are we saying we're forecasting it to be $100,000? Right, just from a numbers standpoint. We're forecasting it's gonna be 100,000, we know it's already 624,000 and through 3/4 of the year. So why wouldn't we make that number be more reflective of reality?
It's kind of like snow and ice, I think,
Yeah.
that we don't know what it's gonna be, and snow and ice is not funded at the averages that they bring, that they've been hit with over the years either. It's usually
you're right.
started at a nominal level. And then it's filled in as needed.
Yeah, I have a
Instead
question on
of,
that too.
instead of earmarking money to that line in the budget that then ties it up and then forces SBTs or OBTs and all of that work. It's left at a nominal level. We know we need it. We're gonna seed it with some, we know we're gonna move probably a bunch of money out of salary wage into it. That's just kind of the operational mode we've been in since Jim and John, you know, found that operational piece that they could leverage, you know, financially to make the budget close, and that's just how it works.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of magic to make it all work when we know it's a different number, but I'm gonna ask you this question. Is there any scenario that we only spend $100,000 on overtime? In your,
Probably not. We haven't done that since I've been here. Right, and so overtime, when I got here in 2012, was funded with less than that. And then what was done is as free cash came available, I was given more allowance and I split that up by a per pay period basis. Use a complex spreadsheet, put it on the deputies running the shifts, which are below Bob, right? And said, that's your allowance for this 2 weeks. When you run out of money there, you enter this into the spreadsheet. Each hour that each member is assigned tallies their hourly rate at overtime. It deducts it when you can't afford to hire another person for a full shift, you're all done. And any surplus left in that 2-week window transferred over to the next. So we were playing wicked, more difficult nonsense games. And this was when the stations were closed, just trying to get them to stay staffed at 2 stations plus open a third on occasion, right? So we're light years ahead of that. And while I agree with you, I don't like it. I would like to just say, no, the number is this, let's put it in there. And we know it's gonna be at least this. Between contracts and the obligations of the city, that's just not the case. And we always have the ability, if it really came to that kind of financial stress, to go back to what was happening 15 years ago in closing stations. Nobody wants to do that. I guarantee you, this mayor said, no, we're not doing it. We're gonna find a way. And budgeting wise, this is the path that gets us there, puts us in a position to move the ball forward and then adjust as needed. Which that adjustment at some point, if the finances fall out across the country in the area, could be back to making ugly cuts like that and closing firehouses if it became a necessity. I don't see that. We haven't done that in the 8-10 years we've been dealing with this, but this is where we find ourselves, much like snow and ice. That's the only thing I can really kind of compare it to.
Does that make sense, Jeff? So
makes sense.
we fund for 72 positions. We only have 66 currently. So we have 6 line firefighter salaries that goes towards overtime eventually as needed through the course of the year as well. On top of the 100,000.
That's built into your, let's say the 44.
It looked like
paramedic.
So I'm just saying that's not afforded by $100,000.
No.
Right. And so, again, not an operational issue or a political one, it just numbers just don't add up. If we know we're gonna spend more than 100,000, why would we budget and forecast for 100,000? I appreciate that there might be a year where we don't have snow and we could go lower on the snow and ice. You just said there's no scenario unless we're closing fire stations that we're gonna this
So I
100,000.
think the two options there are, you would have to take money out of salaries up front, where you would be in breach of contract, or you'd have to appropriate $600,000 from another department, to take it from another department and put it into the fire overtime. Those are the two options.
With the possibility that $600,000 you pull from somebody else's budget. We don't actually use it because we didn't hit that level of need, and now we ran them short. And we have a surplus that's just gonna go somewhere else or create more work to move it around. So, operationally, like I said, I don't disagree with, I would like to see it cleaner. My OCD hates this, right? But it works, it functions, and and we've done it for over 6-8 years without really a problem, and not a grievance from the union, no ULPs from the union. So we're meeting our obligations. We're staying within the confines of the law. There's no trickery. We've been very clear and transparent with where the money's at, where it's probably gonna end up going to get us through the fiscal year on a year by year basis. So it's just, I don't disagree with you, it kind of is.
I respect that. I'm not accusing anybody of any, you should use the word loophole, use the words, but it's creative. And I think it should be an art project when we're talking about numbers sometimes. And so, right,
It works.
it works.
Can I get a clarification of what Bob said? So this budget, you're saying it is fully funded for 72 positions? Correct. Now, what positions are not included in that? Because there's more than 72 positions here listed.
72 line firefighters.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the people assigned to the groups that are in the
And so we
station
have
staff.
44 plus 7, that's 51. Right here, and then
Which ones are you looking at?
mechanic. That's
Yeah, so
54.
if you go from the top of the salary list on down, obviously, I'm not considered line, Bob's not considered line, even though we're coming back. Sue is not, the master mechanic is not,
Deputies,
administrative assistant is not, fire deputies. 3 of them, so all 3 of them are the shift commanders, fire captains. That are paramedics. 1 of them is our EMS coordinator, so not on the line. The fire captains that are listed next, 1 of them is our training officer and fire prevention officer, not on the line. And then 1 of the fire lieutenant position is, well, the fire prevention training deputy is actually split out, so this is a little different than how we've done it in the past. So where you can see fire prevention training deputy, EMS coordinator,
Right.
fire inspector,
Right.
those are not line
Right.
positions.
So what we have is we have 72 line, but we don't have the bodies.
Correct.
So
Right.
that we have hundreds of thousands of dollars in this line item.
Cause
for
they're about
salaries.
100,000 or 110, somewhere in there, I
There
forget
are
what the exact number is.
115 paramedic is,
Right.
firefighters 106.
Yeah, so that times at least the 3, and right now we're short bodies because we've had people leave.
Right.
And we're in the process of hiring, so those salaries aren't being used, right? So lag, as we always kind of refer to it, so all of that is in the budget, but not earmarked
For OT.
to be expended on an individual, right? We're working to get back up to 69, but right now we're under orders and we will not be approved if I go, Mayor, I'd like to hire 3 more people to bring us to 72. The answer is going to be no.
Right.
So we live at 69, that ebbs and flows because of retirements and so forth and so on. And so, we're in between right now in that. So we know that we have, over $300,000 in the salary wage line. That is not going to get expended directly on personnel, but it meets our obligation, our contractual obligation to put that forward.
And you don't have to come to us for a transfer on that.
Now it's OBT, but the mayor's office and the usual, auditing and all of that scrutiny and whatnot, and moving it
Yeah,
still
exactly.
takes place.
That doesn't require council.
Correct.
approval.
Councilor Benson?
Thank you. looking at a couple of things on 72 equipment and vehicles that I think you alluded to this. It's quite dramatic cuts. I mean, it's literally nothing. And just for the record, I do have relatives on the fire department, but that does not cloud my questions and judgment. But I just want to put that on the record. So how is that going to affect?
So on those particular lines.
Yeah.
So our main apparatus are never funded in this line.
Okay.
This is always staff vehicles, administrative type vehicles, you know, the command vehicle for the is a Tahoe on steroids, right, with a bunch of gear on it. That usually will fall in this line on a cycle. On occasion, it actually goes under a loan order with other equipment if there's enough, because it's $80,000 to $100,000 investment in that truck because of all the radios and the lights and all the stuff that go into it. But one for Bob and I with a lightweight light package and, you know, simple, because we're not running down the road like these guys. We're almost going normal traffic, catching up to whatever's going on. So ours are just base model vehicles, right?
Okay.
They don't have a command module in the back and two additional radios and all the other gear that is in these things that adds up quickly when you start adding all those electronics into these trucks. So that's normally where our staff vehicles live, pickup trucks, the utility vehicles live in that. And right now, we're all set. All of those loans and or, you know, lease to owns, whatever was going on in the past that we had are all off the books now. They're all paid. And so that was easy cut. That actually was, when we saw that, we were like, oh, thank God those bills are all paid because we can just move that money to help cover the salary piece, which was super helpful. But that was coming off anyway. Those lines are dropping down to that anyway, because we don't have any needs in that area.
Okay.
That are unfulfilled. The needs we have are in larger capital. We need a ladder truck and another ambulance, but that's a whole different process.
Okay. And I have a question, and then you're looking at almost a 30% cut to EMS equipment / vehicles. Is that similar to what you were just alluding, like, how is
Yes,
that?
yeah,
Okay.
so there was items that were purchased under that capital line that have been expended, purchased. They have anywhere between a 5 and 10-year shelf life, and now they're paid off and they still have life left. So
Life left.
we'll be back at that ask, you know, in a budget in the future when we get to the point that those vehicles and equipment need to be replaced. That the remaining balance in there is paying down a loan. I think that one is for heart monitors, so we replaced the entire fleet's heart monitors. And so that balance continues. I think we have, I don't know, what are we on, payment 3 of 7, right? So those things are, again, about a 10-12 year shelf life and pay for them over time. So we're not just throwing all that money all at once. Just makes it a little
Worked
easier.
out timing wise to the advantage of this.
Yeah, and I mean, it lessens the impact to the capital budget and the overall city budget on an annual basis when we can stretch things out over their lifetime a little bit, you know, just like we do at home. I don't go out and buy a brand new car for cash, right? I mean, it almost always is on a loan. If you get it a loan of interest, and they've done such a good job that the rates we get, they're so nominal. It's like, yeah, spreading that out over time is way the smarter move for the city to make that purchase.
Absolutely. And then going to back to 69 and looking at salaries, looking almost at the very end, firefighters, 742,492. Is that covering the firefighter position? That's who we're, okay. Just so I knew that, but I just wanted to clarify. And you saying, so how many so just to go back, you're saying, and I just want to ask this question, is how many firefighters are we not, how many people with the overtime? How many people are we lacking, like if we're full-time guys going out?
So the
and responding?
ideal staffing is 24 per group.
Okay.
Right, per shift, however you want to phrase it, we call it a group. You know, they're working a 24-hour cycle and a 56-hour work week. For us, 24 per group is optimal.
Okay.
But it's expensive.
Yeah.
And so we're not doing that. We're at a max of 23 per group. And right now, because of retirements, people leaving, we're in the process of trying to fill vacancies just to get back to 69, let alone 72.
Okay.
And quite honestly, our last half a dozen-ish, maybe more, I have to count the numbers up, hires, we couldn't even pull paramedics in, right? The paramedic is entry level for us because that's what we run on the ambulances.
Sure.
We've had to drop that down to the second tier, down to EMT. With the requirement of those employees come in the door, they're required to go get their paramedic training within an 18-month window, which exceeds their probationary period, or they're gone. Okay, because that is the standard
That is the
of
standard.
operation on our ambulances. Everybody in the city deserves to get ALS care, not BLS care, and
Yes.
we want a little bit more than a Band-Aid and a splint, and that's what we provide. So we try to hire at that level because it's a big investment of their time and it's delaying us. And I have people sitting on the ambulance that would love to jump over to the fire truck and do the same and similar work, but on the other truck, right? That's just kind of the nature of the path of their, you know, their whole career.
Career path.
And they get delayed when we bring people in at a lower level while they wait for them to get trained and hope that they pass the exams and continue on and then take their place on the ambulance and they can move over to the ladder truck or the engine, right? So it throws a wrench in the works, but because of the way it is right now with civil service hirings and police fire, the folks taking the exams, it's a struggle. The
And why is
upside
that?
is they come in the door.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
We've been pounding on the schools and everything else to try to get people to come in, but it's a hands-on job, much like if you call for a plumber, how long do you wait sometimes, or an electrician? Our youth is not all that interested in doing hands-on labor, which this is in a big way, in a kind of a dirty, risky way, right? And, you know, everybody wants to be a YouTuber, I guess. I don't know. And it's,
TikToker.
yeah, and it makes it hard for us to get qualified people in the
Okay.
door, and we're pretty picky on who we'll take.
Sure.
Honestly, with background checks and where you've been and what you've done in life and your level of licensing and ability to walk in the door, and just assimilate into the team. So it's not a simple hiring process. Civil service makes it slower. But yeah, it's not easy. So
Mr.
we're sitting at 68 right now, trying to hire for one. But we know we have some impending retirements, so we're gonna try to get a little bit ahead if the mayor's office agrees. We'll see how that works, because again, it all goes back to what's affordable.
Thank you.
So thank you. One comment and then one question. Comment was that I had the opportunity to see that new fire truck at Bayview. The one that has the pump extensions for locations that don't have a hydrant. And it was so way cool. And anything you can do to show more of that on YouTube or on your website would be awesome, because that made me feel so confident as a person that's had 3 fires at our house, including one where we had to draw water from our quarry. So that's a real good feel good thing. My que-
London on fires.
My question is, are you working with the Board of Health or with the inspector's department on the new requirement that a third unit to a multifamily requires a sprinkler system? I mean, how are you aiding with that issue of compliance?
Sure, if the chair's good with the off.
That is a little.
Clearly, it's not budget, but
Yeah.
I mean, our inspectors, both the fire prevention officer as well as the fire inspector.
Hmm.
They spend a lot of time in classes and meetings,
Right.
keeping up on the code, learning the new code, and then we filter that through the whole department. Bob and I hear a lot about it at our levels in our meetings and the push that comes from not only the fire chiefs of Mass or the Essex County Fire Chiefs, but also from the union firefighters when things are becoming public safety issues. And you'll see a lot of legislation that is being pushed by the fire service with, union leadership and chiefs hand in hand, which doesn't always happen, right? Optimally, it does, but in those instances, when it's public safety, it also leads to firefighter safety, right? And we have to put ourselves in harm's way more often because of bad code or,
Yeah.
things that are put in place under the guise of trying to improve and add housing.
Yeah,
But you have to do it smart and safe.
right.
You can't reduce your level of safety that you put in place just to create more, space for beds and heads. It's just not, it's not an appropriate trade-off.
Great.
So, we don't do that in apartment buildings. We don't do that in you know, low, in the 30B housing, they still have to meet all the code. There's no shortcuts,
Yeah.
right? So there's things that are getting pushed through that are sort of shortcuts that we have a real problem with, that are getting fought back as hard as we can with both labor and management in the fire service, speaking and walking lockstep about that's a problem, don't do it.
Right.
Whether we have that effect, we'll see, but that's, on the political side, that leads into real world impact on the code and ordinance side.
Thank you for letting me ask my little bit off topic question.
Well, it's not totally off to, thank you.
Yeah, all that stuff ends up leading to money. If I gotta hire back a group because something's burning more extensively than it would have, should have in different code world, then it does get back to what it impacts us in the city's budget, honestly.
Councilor Grace, do you have any questions?
Well, first of all, I just want to thank you all for being here and thank you for your service to this community. In my book, you're all heroes. You go where angels go, where devils fear to tread. And it is absolutely appreciated.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And just, going back to talking about this kind of convoluted way of running the financial basis to eventually get to home plate. It's working for you. Yes. Do you, just, for the public and reassurance, do you feel that this jeopardizes safety in any way, shape or form for either the public or for your workers?
No, it does not even a little bit. I talked to, obviously, the most recent departed Jill Cahill, who sat in the seat, and Catherine's been awesome enough to jump in and fill the gap while we get through this, and the mayor and to Connor, everybody at the bitter end of it is like, those stations are not closing. And I'm like, so I'm probably gonna bleed some red ink then. We get it, you do what you gotta do, but we're not closing stations and we'll figure it out, right? So that just, because we've had so many fires recently, we've just hammered the budget, which is, again, the unpredicted, unexpected, and rolling the dice hoping it doesn't happen, but it's happened. And so now we have to address it. But the absolute orders from the top down are those stations don't close to the extent that you can hire people and get them to come back to work, which isn't always so easy either, right? It's just a balance between how many do you have, how much overtime can they really stomach, right? So it's not, so it's kind of walking the tightrope, and so far we're doing pretty well with it.
Yeah, we get, you graciously send all of us, the updates with all the fires that are going on. And last night I was like, oh my God, another one?
Yeah,
Is
that's
there,
what we
is
said.
there?
I mean, it's 3:30 and I'm like looking at the end of my day and I'm like, oh man, I had like 4 more things to do and I gotta go.
Have you been able to notice any type of common denominator in any of this, or is it just kind of random? Is there anything that we could
Humans.
do for more
Humans.
education?
It's what we do. It truly is,
Human frailty.
people make mistakes, people think something was gonna be okay, it just didn't work out, right? So,
Is
yeah,
there
it's
anything
just.
that we could do as a community for more education to try to make?
No, I
it
think that most
easier
all,
for you guys?
none of the incidents that we've had in the last 6 months, even probably the last several years, other than a few juvenile fire setters, which is education, which we already provide, right? But you can't reach everybody, right? You can try, but it's the old horse to water. So we've done all of that, and I think that's why we don't have like a juvenile fire setter problem in this community, because we've done a really good job from the prevention side in partnership with the marshal's office. So I think we're doing all the right things, and that, when I look around at this community that I've been in for the last 13 years compared to other areas of the planet that I've worked, right? It's like, no, we have a significantly high fire risk. I mean, I drive by a house that's 1650 something every day. I know there's a fire risk. I've gone through lots of houses trying to find a house for myself, the kids when they're buying, and knob and tube and all this stuff that I didn't deal with in a different lifetime somewhere else in the fire service that we have here all day, every day.
Such
And
are the
we are
problems of
not,
a 400-year-old
we're not burning
town.
houses down once a week.
So
The last place I was
would you
at.
give up with electricity and go back to kerosene lamp?
Yeah, so I mean, the last jurisdiction, mind you, was 3 times the number of people in about the same space. But it was a much newer, if you will, community, right? Early 1900s, mid 1900s built most of it. And I was at a fire every week, at least, sitting in Bob's seat in the last place, because I went to everything. And we were burning at least once, twice a week. We don't do that here, right? We just don't, because I think the
What is that here?
the community and the process and the systems that we have in place, the codes and ordinance that are in place have done a far better job keeping everybody's mindset that we do have risk and act accordingly. I see a lot of people standing outside their house, their personal private home, smoking, and their private single family homes, and they're outside smoking. That says a lot about what people are thinking about fire safety, so.
It just means the wife says, get the hell out of the
Right.
house.
I mean, I've been in, when I was on the street in a different jurisdiction, right? I would be in a lot of houses that it was like, how have we not, I'm looking at the burn holes in the carpet and the furniture. It's like, how have we not been here for a fire? We're here for a medical. And it's like you've been trying to set the place on fire. And, you know, I'm sure we have some of that here. It just is, because we're human. But it isn't at the level and problem that I've seen elsewhere. So we're, knock on wood, we seem to be further ahead of folks on being safety conscious, which is good for us, good for the budget.
Councilor Benson.
Yeah, just a comment, and it will be like literally a minute, and I do appreciate the administration.
Go.
The administration, I promise I won't be filibustering, I won't pull a Cory Booker on you. But I just want to say I appreciate the administration's efforts in making sure that all of our fire stations remain open. Again, it's a life and death issue, and responding to a fire as quickly as possible. It could go from a 1-alarm fire to a 5-alarm fire, depending on response time. And what is if we just, so for the record, what is the response time right now?
So we average right around 4, give or take minutes, depends on where it is in the city, right? The downtown core is pretty quick and easy, right?
Yeah.
And when you look at that, you got to look at 2 things on a working fire. What is your first arriving unit? And then what is the full first alarm assignments arrival time? Because really the bulk of the work is not getting done till you have at least that full first alarm assignment arrival. So we do pretty good on that as well. We're somewhere in the 8 to 10 minute range, depending on where it is in town. But because all 4 stations are open, right, our response times on a first unit arrival time, when I first got here, we had 2 stations closed all the time. We're averaging in the 10-minute range in those jurisdictions, which is problematic.
Yes.
More than double what the recommended standards are in the industry in this country, which is about a 4-minute window, right? So we meet that, our forefathers planned out and located stations in good spots that allow us to do that. Problem is we are geographically large, 45 square miles. But only 26 of it is actually land, and 60% of that land is still wooded. And we live on all the fringes of the water and little spokes going deep into the woods. And it is wicked expensive for Mike to get water there for DPW. And we have way more people employed as firefighters and police officers, likely, right? Than a community of 30,000 would normally do because of geography. Because we don't have a choice. If we're gonna provide that service within the standards, this is the cost of doing that. And the community spoke on this loud and clear just before I got here, right? For probably the numerous times over the evolution of our history that, no, we want it, we demand it. And the gentleman paying 50 grand a year in taxes on Shore Road wanted the same level of protection as the folks downtown and the folks up in Wingershik area. And I understand their argument, as did the mayors, and that's why we are where we are right now. But it's wicked expensive, and I don't envy their position at all to try to balance it out with the income and outflows for the city.
Again, yeah, and again, thank you all, and again, it's a life and death issue with EMS responding if someone is in a medical emergency or a fire that could escalate based on those times, so thank you for that information.
Mr. Brothers.
Yeah, let me just go back to the overtime again.
Yes.
You talked at length about having regular shifts through training. And is that also, and so maybe that will also reflect in some savings in overtime?
Yeah, so I mean, it's not something that you are going to see in the budget because it's just how we plan, organize, and try to pull the training off is by minimizing that impact. So the budget request we put forward is already using that tried and true. And like I said, on occasion, it just doesn't work out. And we're like, okay, now we got to punt, right? But most of the time when we have these large training that is numerous hours and they're significant operations, I mean, we're doing confined space rescue, we're borrowing space from DPW to literally put people in confined spaces. They're not getting out of that hole quickly and out of that equipment quickly and responding to a fire quickly. So we have to hire back to create coverage companies, or we send all of them to that training while they're off duty and not part of the complement to respond to those calls. It's way cheaper to do it with the coverage companies than send everybody on overtime to those trainings. And they're recurrent trainings, it's annual stuff, it's, you know, I wouldn't say it's boilerplate, it's those skills that it's like, oh, I kind of remember this and we definitely need to brush up. So we found the cheapest way to get it all done. I mean, there's not a lot of departments in the state, and our confined space rescue team for Essex County and the region is the people that come out and deliver the training to us. And, you know, they get paid pretty well for their 6 days, you know, 8-hour days out here with us to do it. And their comments to our folks here in the last couple of trainings that they've had is like, you guys are one of the few fire departments that are still providing confined space rescue. You guys are doing a pretty good job. You got all the right gear. It's awesome. And they love it because they're the ones that are gonna get the call and they're 45 minutes from getting here. I mean, if we have one person down in a confined space, so we're under obligation to DPW and Veolia to provide that service, because that's what this community, how we've chosen to do it. And our union firefighters are willing to do the work. They just have to have the training. And so that's where we're at. Otherwise, you know, the contract with Veolia goes up and they're gonna be hiring people to come in from the outside to provide this instead of it just being something that's in place all the time for emergency use. So it's working out pretty well for us, but again, it's a bit of a
I
balance.
see you doing budgeted for high space, 20 grand.
Yeah,
Um,
and it's about what it's costing us to bring in coverage companies
Right,
over those 6 shifts of coverage.
so that's not reflected in the regular overtime.
It is not. No, regular overtime, that line, that account is absolutely 100% just used to hire people for 10-hour and 14-hour day or night shifts as needed to keep us at 18 personnel, so all stations are open. That is the only expense that goes into that account, and that's on purpose to keep it that clear, transparent, and simple.
So that account is not, you don't have that figured in for bringing in a company to cover shifts if need be. for
Correct. No,
That's
that goes back
that-
on the training because
that's
the
not-
cause
okay,
of those
fine.
vacant
So,
shifts
yeah, what I was trying
is
to-
training. So it gets allocated to training overtime.
I'm trying to get to is, was there savings if this was a newly instituted, which probably is not a newly instituted practice?
No, it's not.
So there's no reflection on payback on that.
Right.
Okay.
Councilor Worley.
2 last questions for me. You mentioned that our forefathers and mothers were smart about locating different fire stations throughout the city. It's ironic that there's a fire on Mount Pleasant Ave yesterday where there wasn't a fire station there.
Anymore.
Right, there isn't one, I meant to say, there was, but just ironic that it's on the same street where there was a station. I don't see it in this budget, and we wouldn't see it in this budget, but I'd like to just throw out the opportunity here for you to say, is there a plan? We've talked this a couple times. Central Station is not up to code, it's not up to standard, it is not providing the place it needs to be providing for firefighters. Is there any movement on a new station?
So I know that in talks with this mayor, there absolutely is, and I think had we not had to do a $206 million secondary treatment plant, you'd probably see those plans and we'd probably be making progress forward on doing that, but priorities are priorities, you know, like Catherine and I had a great meeting the other day, and I'm like, hey, I get how cities work. Right, we do a lot of training, emergency management and all that, and if you shut off water and sewer, you are no longer a community. I don't care how much fire protection and police protection you have, you're gonna probably need more police protection and National Guard if you shut off water and sewer, because it's gonna be a big problem when I can't flush my toilet.
But I have to interrupt you, you have to interrupt me, because those are extremes. We haven't borrowed the $206 million for the sewer plant yet. If and when we do, some portion of that will be paid by sewer rate.
Right, it's our debt borrowing limit.
Right.
So
Borrowing
based on
money.
our actualized valuation of the city, correct me if I'm wrong there, we have a certain number of funds that we can borrow with the sewer treatment plant on there. We're down under 60 million. You know, we usually had a much larger space.
I thought if it's being paid for by the sewer rate, it's outside of the debt limit because it's funded through the.
The levy limit, but not the debt limit. So there's a levy limit that says whether it's inside or outside of the tax levy, and there's the debt limit that you can't exceed based on the valuation of the city.
So we only have a $60 million debt limit or additional debt limit.
So
We
we're,
have debt capacity.
so we're working pretty aggressively on a capital improvement plan this year because now that resources are so tight, we need a really good plan of
Yeah.
how we're gonna do this going forward.
Probably needed, if the word expense, and we still need it now. So the answer is, it's not happening anytime soon, but it's a priority.
And I know it's a priority. I've talked to the mayor, whilst he was elected, but not even in the seat. And he met with every department head and said, I need to understand everybody's priorities, where we're at. Working with the outgoing administration, working with every labor organization, every department head to get a really good grip on where are things, where are we trying to go? What are the issues that I need to address? You know, hitting the ground running before he was even in the seat on day one. And the station is an absolute priority, not only for us, but it's been for him. And it'd been for him long before I even got here, which was 13 years ago. So, I mean, this city is known for 50 years in writing in 3 different reports that we need to replace the main station. End of story. This is not up for debate. This is absolute black and white in writing. We paid outside companies to evaluate us and tell us that you need a new fire headquarters. 50 years. So this is nothing new. So this doesn't reflect on any individual, administration at this point. This is just, I think, a reflection of the realities of, I would love a new house, but I can't afford it. Right? I mean, we all live in the same thing in our own world. So I know that there's absolute effort on it. We've made great strides and then had to pull back on the reins. And Carolyn Kirk was the mayor, when Safathi was in place, that didn't happen either. And when Mayor Verga took over, we were pushing that right along until we ran into this issue. And it was like, that's gonna have to be on pause. It's on a front burner, but we gotta slide it back a little bit to make room for this other more complex problem that has to be fixed, right? I mean, it's 100 years old this year, but it's still operating, it's still working. It might not be pretty on the inside, but we get the job done. I have some of my personnel, they're like, we don't want to leave here, we love it here. And it's like, I get the nostalgia, but operationally. So we make it work, like we're gonna make the budget work. It's just what we do. And we just hope that the city is in a position that at some point, one of the administrations that is sitting there, hopefully Mayor Verga, has that opportunity to make that happen. But it's been elusive for long before me and for the entire 13 years I've been here, so.
Okay.
You can follow up.
We have, I think I saw a request for, I might have said some money to go into some temporary repairs to the fire station.
Yeah, I think that's going through DPW, through facilities.
700,000, I think.
450,000 from building maintenance, capital improvement. We looked at it this week and had the same feedback of why are we putting money into this building that needs to go.
Yeah.
But the reality is we need to.
Because we're not leaving any time in the next few years.
We'll talk about that when it comes up.
$450,000, a lot
Right.
cheaper than 100 million.
Right.
Well, is it 100 million to replace the station?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you where it's at now. I know it was 60 million when there was consideration of the police fire combined public safety building. Because there's like a 10 or 15% overlap, which means there's a 10 or 15% savings in building them their own building and building us. That we save the money because of those, a training room, an EOC space, all those kind of things that can be dual purpose, multi-purpose, a weight room and a place for our employees to work out because we really, really need them to and want them to. So have it in the building makes it better for everybody. And you don't have to have 2 gyms when you can have one that might be a little bit bigger, but still at a cost saving. So that was at like a $60 million price tag in 2012. Everybody in this room knows what's going on in the building industry, both in its lag and its cost. But that was police and fire combined. Separated just fire would have probably been, I think, the last guesstimate we had, based on the square footage analysis of what we needed And that assessment and applying today's square footage construction costs was upwards of, was it 40? I think, Connor, did you see that? We were looking at in the 40, probably more like 50 range. And we haven't done it in a while because it's just the opportunity's not there. And every time we ask, you know, people in the industry, could you give us a quote? They're like, another one, and you're not gonna spend any money? No, thank you. So
I
it's,
understand.
Councilor Grace?
Yeah, I just wanted to circle back a little bit about when you have the training and you pull from your you know, your on duty staff rather than the overtime. And I'm sure I didn't know the answer to this question, but you coordinate that with other communities in the event that there was some sort of catastrophe.
yeah, so like with the stuff that we have going on, Beauport already knows that, hey, we're tied up. Can you provide an ambulance? John's awesome. He's like, sure, we'll come and make some extra money and he'll. And they'll either handle either the primary or secondary, depending on how we were able to staff. So we typically try to hire back for these larger trainings like that. And it's only a couple different ones that we do like that in a year. You know, we'll hire back an engine company and a rescue company, the ambulance. And so we got one of each. If we need more, you know, as long as we're not having a fire, some major thing, then we might need a second ambulance quick. And John jumps on that, he steps up another one, but he's already on the hook as our primary backup ambulance and does that really well. And then our mutual aid partners, you know, they're notified. A lot of times they're invited to send their personnel to the training if we have space to accommodate. So they know what we're up to and what's going on. And all of those folks that are on duty, they're gonna drop what they're doing and leave. So we actually, when we have this training, like yesterday's event, we had more people on duty than we normally have, because those folks that got hired for coverage, they were still in the buildings, right? Because they just literally walked back in the door before the garage fire came in. So now we had 5 engines, a ladder, 3 ambulances, and the shift commander available instead of the usual 1 ladder, 4 engines, 2 ambulances. So
It could have been a bigger fire.
we had the capacity to handle more, so, you know, in those instances, it works out. But again, you know, when you put all those resources dedicated to an operation, you know you have a delay, right? And so our deputies know that, they plan for that, they're monitoring what's going on, not just on our radio and what's going into our dispatch center, but they're listening on the police frequency, because they get a lot of those calls and they put it out over the radio. We get that extra couple 10-second heads up and they're already thinking, who am I pulling? Stop training, pull them out, you know, so it works
You
out.
always have a contingency plan, so our community
Always,
can
because
rest
if we're
easy.
busy at a fire or another event,
Mhm.
we always have to have plan B in your back pocket. I mean, that's just the business.
Councilor Worley has another question, and then we'll try and wrap up.
Very quick question. Last year, or we're about $400,000 so far into workers' compensation this year. And this year you have a budget, but their budget is 0. Is it be covered somewhere else, or do you really expect that we're not going to spend any money on workers' compensation?
So the inner workings of it, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's not actually that we fund that. It's the salary wage line that would normally go into your salary for regular duty hours. We transfer that in arrears after we've already expended it on somebody's salary that's out on what we call 111F workers comp for non-public safety. But then we transfer that to cover that gap out of the salary wage line into that account. So I think that account starts at 0 because there's no need to fund it, because the money for that person is already in the budget. We just have to move it over to reflect it
Similar
for accounting
like overtime.
purposes, right?
But last year it was 310,000. And we're at 367,000 so far this year. So it wasn't 0 last year.
Well, we're basically
No.
reclassifying their salary. It's the salary that we would have budgeted for above. It's now workers' comp for 111F, so we're categorizing it that way. So we move it like overtime via an ordinary budget transfer.
Yeah, it's a
You move it
revised budget. It's not the
retroactively.
original budget.
Well, the original budget was
0.
0.
So the adopted
revised
budget is 0, then that's the revised budget.
because it's in arrears.
Yep.
Okay,
So that's where we ended at or that's where we are right now in the year.
It's all an accounting thing. I wouldn't shuffle it around if I didn't have to, and she probably wouldn't want to if she
We
didn't have
have
to,
to.
but I don't think DOR gives Kenny or any of us that choice.
Yeah.
Any other councilor questions before we wrap up the department review? Seeing none? Thank you.
Awesome.
I'm gonna read the motion. This is Department 220, fire prevention and suppression.
That's what I was just gonna say.
Budget and Finance moves to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2026 appropriation for fire prevention and suppression as follows. Personal services, $10,912,602. Ordinary maintenance, $817,428. Capital outlay, $69,913. For departmental total. Fire of $11,799,743. And I so move.
Second.
Motion been made, seconded. Any further discussion? Questions, chiefs, councilors? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed, no revisit. And the next department is Department 291, Fire Emergency Management. Budget and Finance recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2026 appropriations for fire emergency management as follows. Personnel, $82,746. Ordinary maintenance, $45,831. And capital outlay, $1,500 for a departmental total. Fire emergency management of $130,077. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed, no revisit.
Thank you.
Awesome.
You're here.
Thank you. Enjoy your long day.
Recess before we go on to DPW.
60 days. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Your son is college.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good contract. I know he was going down to sports.
Yes, he's brought to sell finance.
Oh, nice.
You're awesome. You're the best.
You know, one thing I did think that.
He works for.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, down in,
He's actually, he's a lawyer.
Get some. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How are you?
I haven't got the usual.
But that's just.
Oh, I was like, thank you. But she's gonna. Obviously, she's gonna-
Thank you.
All right. You surprised? I'm not.
But we had a plan.
Well, I just wanted, well, my thing was that, you know, like 15
I may have
minutes, so I didn't want
But-
the discussion and,
Yeah,
you know.
so just as a.
It's just fitting everything.
I'm sorry for driving that to that project.
And that's just right
The
now.
surprise is-
Because there's like two businesses right now.
I always
These
just say
changes
never
happen.
come in.
Yeah,
So I'm actually-
yeah,
No, I just want.
What I wanna try to say is,
You know what's gonna happen.
you get to a point where I don't even know how to like maybe, you know, maybe
Keep it going, now we're gonna be short.
these two spots, like we can't find when they were changed, taken away.
So here's,
Yeah.
here's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That one.
That building.
I just think.
This building that's right there.
Yeah.
was built
I've heard of it.
in
Right.
1965.
Okay.
I don't know.
So it has to be somewhere between there and right now.
You might have decided.
I found nothing.
Nothing, okay.
So, I don't know, it should have been,
It could have been when the building,
was,
when it was
was
built.
built in 1965.
Exactly.
Right, so
I could.
It's too early.
I mean, I thought it was really.
I was looking
I've had some, which is just before lunchtime, right? Not that one.
Okay, yeah, cause I have like, yeah, two businesses.
Is this the same, batch that was on it?
We're looking, and they don't like the answer, but I want, if we could just get to a point where it's like, these
So I
have
was
been,
disciplined, I only had two pieces.
these spots have not existed before. Get to that point, and maybe you can.
It's all good.
I did refreeze it, I just don't know if
So
I
like,
like.
that would be helpful, because it's just they're driving me nuts.
You sure?
No.
Those.
I'm all set, thank you.
For now.
For now.
So as soon as Lions opened one, everyone was smelling it, and they're gonna say, oh, I want one. There does seem to be no reason why, if you had one. I can't imagine why.
Nicolette.
Would Nicolette.
That's okay.
Regular parking space, if you have one, what would it be, just in case? So even we
A
told-
Reese's probably.
I don't know, just in
Thank you.
case, like there could.
And if it doesn't go, I'll be
some
impressed.
reason
And if you had one,
behind it.
no problem.
like parking trucks back in the
Yeah.
day or something like
Lucy,
that.
I'm just-
That's doesn't happen.
No, that doesn't
Every
have
single-
to. Yeah, no, if I would, because
I'm
if
gonna
I'd like
help.
to,
It's
like,
so
if that's what they want me to do.
Right, if I was
propose,
sitting there
like,
to pull it
allow
out
it
myself,
to
then I'm
be,
like
but
that, right?
I'm more than willing to, but I wanna be able to be like, to other council, be like, there's no real reason except maybe back then there was trucks and now
I'm
there
good,
isn't.
thank you.
And then obviously getting the Gordon's on board with that, so.
I'm good, thank you.
The other, maybe it could be in the case of like an emergency vehicle.
Yeah.
Because those are two large office buildings that are right there in that parking lot.
Yeah.
Look in that parking lot,
Yeah.
so,
It's weird. It's weird, yeah.
and you're talking.
And we
talking
wanted
like-
to sit down and
like-
talk to.
I did, and he said it was an
Sorry,
ordinance,
too.
ordinance change, cause I tried, yeah, I tried to have, and then I tried to like ask other councilors if this
It's
was something they put in.
There's a grant.
I think so.
But it looks like it's going way
That's
back.
nice, but.
You're already at the 8 year, you're already 40 years and haven't, there's no change, so, yeah.
It's on my list.
So we have to,
document.
well,
Lauren
I'll
look at
keep,
that.
I'm gonna keep pushing.
She was wondering, we
I-
can't change it at Muse, right?
I'm thinking,
We
if I
can't
don't see
change it,
anything
yeah.
by next
So
year.
she says, I know I'm gonna spend $50,000
Then
We can't
it's
change
a
it
lost
without
cause.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I don't know.
Good to see you.
I'm
sorry,
how are
you?
You gonna reclass expenses out? or you get
No,
lunch?
she's saying we had to approve purchase services too.
But yeah, no, I appreciate it, it's like, yeah, and if, yeah, and if we
She's only
can
gonna spend
figure out a way, maybe
She's
I can
saying.
put those spots back on mine, I know those businesses would be static
No.
in that
No,
area.
we just made
No,
it
you-
back.
yeah.
She just wanted to be sure.
No.
Nice to meet you.
The budget's there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
One of the projects that I'm kind
Hi,
of
Lauren.
spearheading, none are
Yeah.
Hi.
Hey, where you
How are
been?
you?
I haven't seen you in ever.
keywords.
I'll be visiting.
Yeah, that would be super helpful, because then I would just, you would be like, telling here's the link, and I would just go and, find it myself too.
Hi Jeff, how are
And
you?
if that doesn't ever happen,
You too.
we're still.
Yeah.
Just What way?
Going from $1,000 to $7,000.
Hey, folks in the room, just so you know, everything is being broadcast, your conversations.
No, you can't.
Being able to just-
Okay, I couldn't be able to send the old contract.
Yeah.
Hey, I've done very well.
Everything,
Yes,
I know, it does, it does.
I was looking at the budget.
Yeah, no, I know, I appreciate it, if we can't,
And then,
then maybe I can speak to them, if there is any objection.
No, no, I know that. I know that. There's a bill. There's a bill that's.
Businesses across, so it's a hairdresser, and it's also,
Water and.
not yet, cause I wanted to see like
There's a-
why, but I will.
No,
I
I
don't
just-
mind anything within like a couple weeks.
You know, it's just what it goes on deal water.
That would be
Last years and then-
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank God.
And you know what I'll do is,
Not me.
like, send my
Sorry to have
message,
that
one of the
first.
two
I did, I just have all like.
I know, yeah. So if you guys want to hear
I'm
it.
sure it's
No,
fine.
I don't wanna hear it.
Well, again, there's a big
Above my pay
discrepancy
grade.
between what the OPM is carrying
And
and
what
what
we're
we're
seeing.
showing, so we're there.
Yeah, okay.
Because that will make
No, thank you.
Catherine's problem go away. Thank you.
Oh, I'm pretty frank, and you problem mine go away.
She's on board.
Keep doing what's maybe?
Okay.
All the problems are now.
How are you today, Lance?
I'm doing well. How about you, Al?
I'm awesome.
Very end.
I think that's fine, we don't mind.
We're
I was gonna plug it down there, but I.
getting stuff done.
No one's
Final this in-house.
Yeah. Thank you.
Happening.
You are organized and you're smart.
Trying.
I got an email the other day on football season, like it's gonna be.
And appreciate
That
it.
comes up
quick.
Well, yeah,
We've had it.
last year we came up here, I think, we played here at Dual Stadium.
Oh, you
Yeah,
did?
that was-
Is your son playing?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that was cool.
That's what I said around.
Away from
So
you.
happens, right?
You don't put them in.
Suck it in.
See,
Yeah.
I didn't have to go outside.
Already caught in trouble.
Typical thing you never go.
Here on page
80.
80, if you want to read all the narrative.
No, I was just looking at, looking at like my.
Yeah.
I think it's Corey, you know, yeah, I got it.
From the good folks who won.
But they have to do the quarry and.
Doing well, okay?
And I probably put my
Thank you.
security number in, so that's probably why you do. And then I was looking at like the alarms and fires, but. But nothing else.
Like National Grid
Oh, from
and your
National Grid,
assistance
but there was
on
nothing
beach.
really bad.
Thank you.
Go to this beach, they did a ton out there, they got backstory
Decatur
done.
Street.
That was excellent.
No, I was,
So much,
people are never satisfied. Don't need to tell you that.
This is happening this one.
On Harbor Road, they didn't take it right up to the cobblestones there.
Probably not on the property anyway.
Probably. So welcome DPW,
Thank you. One job.
floor is yours.
You wanna just dive right into this, or you wanna go over any beginning parts of this?
No, we can dive right in.
Yeah, dive right in.
Give us a lengthy overview and monologue of the departmental structure and how it is now and how it used to be and. Or we gotta go right to numbers.
Well, I can, real quick, probably a leaner department than we've been ever before. And certainly this year's fiscal budget is, lean again. And so this year, our focus will be on core services. Because there's not a lot of capital we expect to receive. Ordinary's tight, so we focus a lot on doing, the nuts and bolts, of what we traditionally do, and focusing on that. That'd be true for the facilities group, public service group, and central service group, the utility group, water and sewer. I think the one big win from last fiscal year was the transfer of the conveyance contract from contract operations to in-house, which last year we added 4 tech positions within the public service group who manages all our residential grinder pumps and depth systems, which is very close to 2,000 of those, and the 29 wastewater pumping stations. So the budget that we proposed last year reflected very accurately in what we spent and what we project to spend in the next 6 weeks. I think the level of service has increased dramatically. I'm not sure if you were driving around 2 weekends ago, but we had no pump trucks at Hart Street Station for the first time in decades on a rain like that. So I mean, it's a $25,000 savings for a weekend. And that's on top of saving money by bringing it in-house. And so I think the level of service we provided was pretty excellent and on point for what the proposal was last budget season. You may see something like that this budget season where we take in the fat soil increase position out of the contract operations, bring it in-house. That's not reflected in this, but it'd be a 1-for-1 trade-off. It's in the budget, contract operations, it can be transferred out to personnel. We're mandated to be in compliance with fat soil and grease. If you don't know, fog is what people flush and it enters our collection system and clogs the pipes and damages the pumps. It's a big push from DEP to make sure we manage that in the collection system. And then also the treatment end of the wastewater treatment. So it'll be very important to get that working very well as we enter into a secondary plant in the next 4 years. So that's forthcoming. I don't know if the memos I provided to the mayor's office made it to the packet or not, but I think he captured some of it into the cover letter, so. It's not doing more with less. I think that's a ridiculous statement to say, but we're gonna do more with what we have, the best we can. Maybe a lot of core services this fiscal year. So with that, we can dive into solid waste. I don't know if it makes much sense to line by line, maybe just bottom line with this. If you want more, please let me know. Just under 5.5% decrease in this. We moved the stipend position, which wasn't captured this year. We actually have a PTE in this for some solid waste management. And we haven't had recycling or solid waste coordinator in years. So it's fallen to staff just kind of pick up that slack. So we couldn't really recruit anyone last year that had experience to do this, certainly on a part-time basis, so we may be a little creative this year and try to find a way to kind of roll that into another position. So it's the biggest bang for our buck. It's an important position, because I know from the mayor's office, trash complaints are high. We're gonna be entering into a new trash contract in the next 14 months. So it's gonna be imperative that we hit the ground running with that, so.
Mike, I'm sorry to interrupt. PTE, part-time equivalent, for anybody who's not been part of these budget processes for a while, but I remember when I didn't know what those were, I felt dumb not knowing them, so just.
Yeah, so we have FTEs and PTEs. Most of my employees have FTEs, full time. So solid waste is a slight decrease. That's just kind of tightening our belt and making sure we can get everything done within the contract. Any questions on solid waste?
Councilor Benson.
Thank you. You're looking at pay as you throw bags, 307,575. Has that increased over time or?
Yeah, you kind of, I'm not sure the view you have, but my view, I can go back to fiscal 24.
Okay.
To show, the increase in bag prices as the commodity increases in price. Yes, sir.
So that's your cost for providing the bags.
That's our cost to buy the bag.
And where do we see the income? Is that in the revenue
General
side?
fund.
Okay. Sometimes my brain OCD like wants to match those up. Some way.
Other councilor questions on solid waste?
Only question I have is you've got the new contract, you said 14 months, which will overlap next year's. Well, no, it won't start until July of 26.
October.
I think it's
October.
I think the hope would be is that we have a contract at the beginning of the next fiscal year, so we go into it without any guesses. It could be the prudent move to make. Perhaps even sooner. I mean, I have a meeting with them tomorrow, to talk about what's next, whether we retain Republic or we seek other vendors to solicit pricing on. It's not a traditional bid, it's exempt. So we're trying to find the best service provider.
Is there other competitors in the marketplace that we can consider, other than Republic at this point?
There are other firms, but in my professional organizations, there's these in towns that are even soliciting a single. Because it's a kind of an upside down market.
And not soliciting a single windows?
No one's bidding on it.
Yeah.
That's trouble. So.
And what does that mean? Not to get into negotiations, but what does that mean for the community?
It means they're stuck with who they have.
Okay.
They extend contracts past that.
Okay.
Solid waste is difficult in Massachusetts. Disposal is not easy.
Yeah.
Recruiting employees is extremely difficult. New CDL requirements, it's another issue they have, commercial driver's licenses. The state raised prevailing wage on solid waste drivers, $9 or $10 retroactive to July 1st of this past year. So, we just got stuck with a $110,000 bill.
Okay.
So it's the recruitment in the industry is just kind of unsure of their future. No new landfills in Massachusetts, there's no new incinerators in Massachusetts, so solid waste is traveling far. And
Like beyond Massachusetts. Okay.
Ohio, West Virginia,
Okay.
Pennsylvania.
Okay, and so with our trash, just so I understand, if I may, are we burning or are we putting it into landfills?
Most of our trash goes to incineration.
Okay. And not to get into obviously the negotiating aspect, because that is for you and the administration, but obviously there's going to be dramatic changes with the way trash is picked up, technology. You look at Salem, other communities, they're picking them up with robots. Could this be an issue with the bags in the future as well? But if you don't want to answer that,
Well,
it's totally fair as well.
Process.
Okay.
Getting into details I don't know. Automated trash is kind of the foreseeable future.
Okay.
Back end of backer trucks is more difficult than the CDL drivers to fill right now.
Okay. Yeah, It seems like there's a lot of changes with the way trash pickup is happening with automation, and even in the future, you could be seeing in 20 years driverless pickup trucks. So no, I appreciate it. Thank you.
A few years ago, I mean,
Councilor Woodley.
I proposed in this conversation, what can we do, or ask a question about getting covered bins, which were kind of in Board of Health Department earlier today. And that there isn't a local ordinance, but there's a state law that requires required bins, covered bins. And then looking at the automated system, I think that automated machines that pick up the bins, I think Salem does it, I think Beverly does it, and as Taylor said, there's nothing stopping residents from buying their own bins. If the city were to say, okay, we're gonna provide these, answer then was, we don't have the space to hold the supply. Is that obviously, I don't know how cities and towns do this, where they get 13,000 bins out to people? Is that something that's even on the docket to look at? It's next
Any
year.
change in collection there'd be a process for it. Whether the toters are leased or purchased, most vendors can support that. We don't have space to store bins.
The vendors being, if it's Republic, whoever else.
Whomever it may be,
They deliver those to people's homes.
and that'd be, there's a cost associated with that, depending how that cost is shared, whether it's, a fee to the resident or it's passed through, and, some towns pass it through with utility bills. Some pass it through as part of the contract.
We don't have a utility bill option right now.
We don't do it within the utility bill, but we have utility bills, so it certainly could be placed within it. Beverly does it within their water bills.
Yes.
Okay.
No, and also I know there's also grants that could be available. I know some municipalities have done that where you can get a grant that are able to purchase the barrels. Now, the question is where you don't have the storage for them to be picked up. Obviously, some communities have had City Hall be a place where people pick up barrels or they're dropped off. But is that also an option where you could actually get a state grant for barrels?
State, any grant is nothing you want to talk about during a budget process, because it's not guaranteed and sometimes you're one time. So you start building your budget up for grants, you're gonna wind up in a lot of problems. So we look at grants, we apply for more grants, probably the grants department does. But we don't really take it into consideration when building a budget, because again, it's one-time monies. And living off one-time monies means that some of the department gets, hurt the following year.
Absolutely. No, I totally respect that, and just putting that out, and I wasn't expecting the answer, but.
And there are no grants that would cover 13,000 toters. And the grants that do, they'll sell you, they'll give you 200. 200 doesn't cover 13,000, so.
Scott?
Councilor Gilman.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike. So back in the days when Ainsley Smith was overseeing the Clean Energy Commission, they had done some work trying to figure out how we could do more downtown for our toters. And I recall that one of the challenges that they came up with is that it would be hard to have covered toters consistent throughout the whole city. Because if you're downtown and you're on a third level or something like that, you can't really have the same type of toter that if you're out on a rural area that you can drag down. Do you see that still being an issue that we'll have to think more of because there are inconsistencies in terms of the neighborhood that you live in?
I don't know any community that would expect a resident on the third floor to have a 96-gallon toter on their deck. They generally live in the driveway.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of big cities have toters.
So then how would you get a small?
Carry your bag like you carry your bag now from the third floor to your driveway. So I think the idea, you take your 13-gallon trash bag and you bring it down to your toter. Just as you would take your 13-gallon bag today and bring it down to your barrel or just your driveway, whatever your choice is.
So what if your location is on Main Street, for example? Like how would they do something like that if they were on a second floor?
Well, that's where it gets into some contractual detail, whether it's a hybrid system or, this. Again, we have to recognize when they go through permitting of projects that when they're residential buildings in areas that don't have parking or they're basing off a parking lot remote, that, maybe they have private collection. Anything more than 4 units is supposed to be anyway.
Right,
So,
exactly.
you
All
know,
right.
start looking at some of the bigger buildings downtown, fractions always a consideration that we try to bring up during a technical advisory meeting. But again, once it's done, someone's gonna chase it to make sure they're doing it properly.
I got it. Thank you.
Councilor Benson.
Thank you. And as someone who represents the downtown, I will say like a lot of the neighborhoods are very tight and there is definitely what Councilor Gilman was saying, there is concerns, but also a lot of people, like I use totes in my building and we put them in the backyard. There's 3 totes there for recycling and also for trash. And I know that also could be an option where people would be putting them in their backyards if they have 3 or 4 family units and then they drag them to the curb when pickup is happening. So, and I know that is another issue too, is in the downtown, is that the roads are very tight and the question is, where are you gonna be putting these totes is also an issue, but I know also Somerville is a neighborhood, has neighborhoods very similar to here that are very tight neighborhoods, but they do the toters and they seem to manage it pretty well.
Like, on page 1 of this budget now.
Yeah.
We always
So
start-
I'm not looking for any,
We start with the decent one.
I appreciate it.
I just, it'll be contemplated in negotiations and how the service can be provided. There are a lot of cities more congested than Gloucester that manage it.
Yep.
And you can put your trash bag in the covered barrel if you choose today, as people choose not to, so.
Correct.
I do, so
Exemplary.
I urge everyone to, if they can.
If there are no further councilor questions, I'll go ahead and read the motion for DPW Solid Waste Disposal and Recycling, Department 403. And Budget and Finance moves to recommend the council approve fiscal year 2026 appropriations for DPW Solid Waste Disposal and Recycling as follows. Personal services, $41,000. Ordinary maintenance, $2,870,665 for a departmental total of $2,911,665. And so moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed, no revisit. So now we go to engineering, which is on the next page, 1683.
So it's slightly less than 10% decrease, a very small budget, slightly less than 10% decrease in ordinary. Then your salaries increase slightly for just over 1.5% increase in the total of that budget.
Mr. Dillon.
Just a question, the city engineer salary, $46,616. That's their salary?
No,
Yeah,
Okay.
That's a split.
Okay.
So with the,
34%.
yeah, with this budget, the FTEs are really important because it will
Yeah,
tell
right
you
next
how
to
much
it.
of them is charged to this particular place.
Oh, yeah.
So it's 0.34 for equivalent full.
Oh, yeah, I see. So no, that's good to, thank
You're
you.
gonna see that again. I don't know, Mike, if you want us to give the overview, but you have salaries that are divided between 3 discrete departments.
There are many salaries that split 3 ways, and some that are split 2 ways, so you'll see
A
that.
couple that are split 4 ways.
Really? Wearing a lot of hats.
They touch a lot of budgets, so that's what.
You're all right?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine.
Good.
I have no more questions.
Anything else for DPW engineering? Budget and finance need to recommend the city council approve the fiscal year 2026 appropriation for DPW engineering as follows. Personal services, $66,888. Ordinary maintenance, $7,307 for a departmental total for DPW engineering of $74,195. Nice to move.
Second.
Motion made, seconded. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed, no revisit. And that brings us to administration.
So for the retirement of one of the assistants, you'll see that there is a larger decrease in this budget than some others. It's decreased by just under 24%. But everything else pretty much stays relatively static within this budget.
Are you seeking to fill that position?
We restructured within, there's still some work that needs to be done on that, but I'm working with HR on that, but there'll be no second assistant.
Clarifies people's titles at least.
Indeed it does.
Yeah.
Streamlined,
You have one assistant, Mr. Lucido.
yes.
Any questions on DPW administration? Yes. Being said, Budget and Finance moves to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2026 appropriations for DPW Public Works Administration as follows. Personal services, $95,016. Ordinary maintenance, $16,975 for a departmental total. Administration, $111,991, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made, seconded, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed, no revision. Snow and ice.
It remains,
It's not snowing outside.
it feels like it could. So the budget remains a zero increase.
I definitely have questions.
I can imagine. What on earth would Councilor Worthy have a question about on snow or ice?
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
So firstly, you do a great job, what you have to work with. And chief here is not about performance of you or your staff, at all. So I know that whatever we put in for a budget number, we need to keep going forward, and so we play this sort of. Someone said shell game earlier, I don't think it's a shell game, it's. We know that year to date, 2025, we spent $2.3 million on snow and ice. And we also know that the amount of snowfall doesn't necessarily correlate because there's sanding and salting that has nothing to do with the amount of inches of snow we get. But in a year that we had literally the least amount of inches of snow in the last 5 years, we are still spending $2.3 million. I'm not questioning whether we should or could or shouldn't have spent $2.3 million. My question is, why we budget $766,000 when every data point we have says there's no way it's only gonna be 766. But if we had a couple of years that were lower than 766, I say, okay, maybe we are guessing well, but this is in terms of being precise, or trying to be as precise as we can. This doesn't even come close to it. Now, I understand if we made it $2.3 million, not proposing that, but if we did, we have to find $1.5 million somewhere else to make it level. But we do every year, I think May, June, July, we're cobbling savings here, sitting here to meet the $2.3 million. Where is that point where we say, okay, it's time that we know it's never gonna be less than $1 million? Or I think it says 2024 was 963. I think there's supplemental transfers after the fiscal year. I'm not sure. There were, so that would
I
be,
am not familiar with that.
that would reflect, so
Additional transfers in 2024 that brought it over 963.
No, this would be it. That
so
is the
nine,
number.
so then what's the difference between 963 in 24 and 2.3 in 2025?
We had very little snow. We had more snow this winter than the previous winter.
Yeah.
You also had
Ice.
events that did not have any snow that were.
Ice.
Yeah, I mean,
Never gets
you
ice.
can never correlate inches of snow to a snow budget. It's, again, it's
Freezing,
it's freezing
melting
rain,
again.
melts, rain, snow, snow.
And the duration,
And then we get,
Right.
you could have a storm that lasts 2 hours. And then you could have a storm that lasts 3 days.
an 8-inch storm that lasts an afternoon is a fraction of what freezing rain and sleet, snow does over 36 hours.
So I definitely get it, and I'm not questioning the 2.3 million in terms of,
Don't you say there's no correlation between snowfall?
right? What I'm trying to correlate is, we know it was 2.3, it was 963 2 years ago in the least, the best winter, I guess we'll call it. And we're budgeting 766. Do you realistically think you'll only spend $766,000 in snow and ice removal?
I think the only time we've come close to that was maybe 20.
2020, we spent 626. Sorry.
Don't be sorry for answering, that's helpful.
Yeah.
So. Again, this isn't a question of the operations, it's a question of what we're forecasting for a budget. How do we feel good about that? And I don't mean to, this isn't a criticism of personality or style. I just think reality is it's never gonna be 766 again. Why are we budgeting 766?
Well, 2020, it was 626.
Right,
And once you
and
put it in, you can't take it back.
You don't wanna over budget it.
Because you can never retreat that.
As you can, right, exactly. And then you're underfunding something else that might be a higher priority.
Right, so I agree, I mean, we're not gonna put 2.3 million in because that'd be foolish, especially if we had another 963 here. But
Or 600 something that we had 5 years ago,
Yeah, 626.
5
Yep.
years ago. Trend is not going to more severe winters.
well, if it's not going to more severe winters, then we're at 963 in 2024 and 2.3 in 2025. So severe winter is not, again, inches of snow isn't a
We're
correlation.
talking climate, not, weather.
Climate.
I'm talking budget.
I know, and that's what I'm talking about, as long as we're forecasting for climate.
Yeah, decisions were made to vote for 2020 rather than overfund it and not, and then other priorities don't get funded.
It locks us in,
Oh, hang on,
right?
it's not overfunding if it's been 5 years since we were at less than 766. It's being,
Well, 24 was only 900. I mean, you don't
And-
really.
yeah, so we're
The
underfunding it
budget
just
for
for 2
snow
years.
and ice removal is a discrete item that the state manages differently than any other
Right.
item within the budget.
If I could, it's the only legal deficit we could have. That we can finish at the end of the year.
I just feel like we're planning to expect that in May and June of next year, we're backfilling and hoping on accounts to have money exceeding.
Those budgets aren't static. We're always kind of moving money around, so.
I get that, but we're just planning on challenge that, we're never gonna be at 766 again. I hope I'm wrong.
Councilor Benson.
Yeah, no, I'm curious if we can go back, like, if we're looking at trends, obviously. And the last several years, we've seen relatively not a whole lot of snow, but you were talking about ice, and that has been kind of an issue now with freezing rain and ice in the last few winters. But the last winter where we really had impactful snow was in 2022, when we had that historic blizzard. And then we had those other storms where we had like 12 inches, and I think it was one storm, another storm, we had 8. But I'm curious, like, if we're looking at that, what year, how much more was that compared to other years, if we could go back?
2015 is the one you want to look
Yeah.
at.
That's the one I wanna look at, but I'm thinking of like the last 5 to 6 years. 2022 was really the only winter where we had where we had extreme storms with over a foot of snow.
I'd caution anyone to look at trends over 5-year periods.
Okay.
You need to look longer.
Longer than that, okay,
Because, weather's kind of long range stuff.
Yeah.
Well, La Nino, those play a big role in
they do
this.
play a big role.
There's a lot that plays, frankly, the biggest role in this budget are the calls to my office
Mhm.
for service.
Okay,
That's the biggest change in the last 10 years.
sure,
Is that the volume of calls to my office for service that probably shouldn't be called in are called in.
okay,
There's expectations that aren't reasonable. And it puts none of you guys in a tough position because you're just answering the call or responding to something. That is the driver to this budget more than anything else.
yeah, no, and I think it's important to stress when we are seeing a snowstorm that is impacting the roads, it's urging our constituents to really just stay off the road so you can do your job. But I do think what the council president was saying is we are seeing a change here where we're gonna be seeing less and less snow in the next several years. I mean, climate change is real, it's happening, and we're seeing just meteorological changes that we're gonna be seeing less and less snow, except some anomalies where we
The
could see.
long range climatologists or even the local meteorologists I just sat through a show 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
And they'll be intermittent. You could have some very wet winters, but still cold enough to be a big pain in the backside. So it might not be less winter, it might just less snow accumulation. So yeah, anything that's frozen gets treated.
okay,
So we can't really compare on climate change being the savior to this budget.
no, I understand. So you're saying that based on what you were in this conference with local meteorologists and obviously probably people that are PhDs in meteorology, and you're saying that there could be, obviously climate change also does speak to that some years you have extreme winters where you can have a lot of cold, and then we're seeing the severity of storms coming up the coast, they're actually worse. As someone who's actually done a lot of reading and on this, that is a possibility. So I appreciate you sharing that as well.
Absolutely.
Councilor Grow.
I just want to make sure that there's a lot of stuff going on in here, but basically if I'm, correct me if I'm wrong, we budget snow and ice at the rate that we budgeted it because once we lock it in for future years. We are allowed to some extent to carry over costs if we overspend on snow and ice into the next year. And we've run budget surpluses for the last several years that would allow us to cover the overages that we might get in any particular year in snow and ice, but we don't want to lock in money that we then can't spend because we have to keep it for snow and ice moving forward into the future. Is that basically the sum of this?
Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Penny.
I just wanted to add one, so the record year in 2015, it was 3.5 million. But if you also recall, I think you were on BNF at the time. So we received like a $300,000 FEMA reimbursement, so we could get some help. And then also DOR also provided relief. So we amortized the deficit. So anytime there's like a record like that, we get some, receive some FEMA reimbursement, and also DOR might also provide us some relief as far as paying for that deficit over multiple years.
So actually, for my own edification on that purpose, I remember in 2015, obviously, I was in college and not on the council at that time, but I do remember there was one point in my neighborhood where the National Guard was coming in and removing snow on sidewalks. Now, we wouldn't be paying that money, right? Is that something?
We just paid for all the damage they caused.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I,
Councilor Gilman.
it's just a business question. So the cost of parts and plows and fixing, hasn't that just expanded exponentially since COVID, since the whole part shortage? I mean, we talked to Sean Nolan quite a bit, and he's always telling us how many plows are in the queue waiting for service, and that must also influence the cost over time, regardless of the weather, right? I mean, it's just more expensive to be in that business. There are fewer people that are doing it. And it's just a real important commodity.
Yeah, we're contract heavy with snow operations just because we're short people.
Okay.
Public service groups probably have the number of people than when I first began. So, I mean, that's, that has to be supplemented somehow.
Yeah.
And even our contractors are down in number once a one square. So we've managed that a little bit differently in the last few years. But parts are expensive, trucks are expensive.
Yeah.
We don't replenish our fleet nearly as much as I would like. We're just fortunate the administration was able to fund some new fleet vehicles for us, not big ones, but traditional fleet vehicles. The big trucks, those prices have increased, 30, 40, 50% in the last 6 years.
And that's before tariffs.
Wow.
And you could see dramatic increases of that with global changes. So
Regulatory changes are the biggest thing. It's the state's pushing medium and heavy duty trucks getting away from diesel, which is, I understand it, but the market doesn't support it. So buying electrified vehicles for this purpose, gas vehicles are adequate, but cost more to operate. They don't last as long as diesel vehicles.
One thing we don't talk about enough probably is the costs of storm and flood remediation, and we're seeing more high level flooding and high tide events that don't necessarily fall into a snow and ice department, but involve clearing of roadways and repair work. And
road closures, managing the closure, and then cleaning up after the closure.
is that accounted within this department here, or where did we?
No, most of that would fall in the public service group.
We'll get to that. Sure, I'm guessing. Can I ask one more question on this? I know we shouldn't use, as you said, Mike, the 5-year average on the weather climate, but can we run a 5-year average, or do you know roughly the 5-year average is on the expenses for snow and ice? Whether it's good weather or bad weather, what's the average value?
I think it's about maybe 1.2 million, 1.1 to 1.2.
In 21, it was 840,000.
So it's been
So 25, 2.3, 963 and 24, 1,043 and 23. 22, 1.8, and then 21 was 840,000.
20 was 626.
626, and then 19 was 1.2. So I think, I mean, just, I've looked at this in the past, and I know I've talked to you, Mike, it's somewhere around like 1.1, 1.2. You know, I mean, I know even I've talked to this Jim Destino about it in the past, it's around that, you know, that number.
So I get that we don't have to fund it and we can backfill it and we don't have to, you know, if we put a higher number and we're stuck at the number, I get all that. I just don't feel like we're gonna be below 766 ever again, given that the 5-year average is 1.2 million. So I can't support just predicting something we know is not predictable. Or I'm sorry, predicting it to be way less than what is predictable. I don't know what that means in terms of our review.
And get rid of some personnel.
It's
I was interrupted, I'm sorry.
It's common
No, no,
in,
sorry.
it's common in the industry. I mean,
Sorry.
all the directors I speak with, they're, you know, they budget probably for 30% on average of what it costs per year. So I don't think we're different than most municipalities. And I said, look, Lena, these guys really probably a different touch than I do. I'm just talking directors, CFOs and auditors, but most directors that I communicate with, so they budget for around 30-40% of it. And also inside the 128 belt, we deal with snow much differently than they do outside of 495. You know, they're some of the Mass Highway Association and, you know, the Berkshire County, they stop at 11 o'clock at night, no matter what's happening. They don't roll back out till 4 in the morning. And they keep their costs low just because their tax base is so much smaller. The budgets are so much smaller.
And people live with it, and that's the expectation. They're not making phone calls to your office.
And back to that, would you say that the $2.3 million spent this past year, which is $1.5 million more than budgeted, was mostly because of calls from counselors for help in neighborhoods where you hadn't got to?
I wouldn't say it's most of it's a huge driver. It's a huge driver because it's when we wrap up an event, if there's something that's not black yet. So it's not black, there's a request to come back. And the reality is we shouldn't be going back. So that's, you know, that whether it's a contracted crew or a public works crew, regardless if it's a contracted crew, public works staff is still on the clock for that time period. So you're extending the time at, and again, these events this year have in premium time, they have a lot of weekend events, holiday events. So you have Saturday, Sunday, Monday holidays. You're showing up quite a bit of premium pay.
You can't schedule snowstorms.
I cannot, no matter how hard I try, I haven't been able to do it.
So speaking of climate, I don't feel like there's a climate in this room to make a change. I just want to be on record regularly saying, if we know that it's gonna be more, we should be trying to move that number up a little bit.
So noted, and there are also clear reasons why the administration.
I respect it.
Chooses not to do so. Any other questions on snow and ice? Councilor Grace?
Just, is there something that we as councilors can do or the city to facilitate making it easier for you guys to clean? Like, for instance, one of the storms we had this past year, there wasn't a parking ban put in place, which hindered, from my understanding, you guys getting done what you needed to do because you were circumventing vehicles. You know, I mean, I know when I was a kid, when it snowed, you were off the street or you were towed, period. You know, I mean, is there something that we could do to look at or maybe discuss to make that more of an option, when we can look at a forecast?
That was on me. I did not ask for one. For our forecast.
Well, I'm not blaming you.
Well, it's where it begins and ends.
Okay.
All the forecasts showed less than 4 inches of snow. I can't, and especially with Monday, school in session. If school's in session, parking bans are there. Because it means a delay of opening, because people do not get out of the parking lots in time for us to clear the parking lots. And
So it's a catch-22, no matter how you slice it.
I heard it from everyone imaginable, from my crews, from family, from constituents. I should have been fired. What I'm doing. I'm not a meteorologist. We have a weather service. We base it on our weather service and other weather services, and when we predict what we're gonna get.
And that's a component that I don't think that any, like I know for myself, I don't necessarily, or didn't necessarily understand that. I don't think a lot of the public understands where that comes from and what is put into making sure that the decisions are the best that you can possibly make with the information given.
And at a point during the storm, it's too late,
Right.
and this one was too late. It was an overnight event.
Mhm.
That just didn't stop.
Mhm.
The stop time didn't change on any of the forecasts, but the snow kept coming.
You're making me uncomfortable reliving so many snow events here. I'm gonna read the motion.
No, I wanna just comment on that.
No,
Yes, sorry,
And I just have a quick question as well.
You're all done.
No, I'm not, you can't tell
Counselor
me.
Rose.
I mean, I understand the train of thought to, fund this more heavily. But also if you think of it as possibly a loan where you can, pay interest only. Because that's the type of loan you took, because in certain times you wouldn't be capable of paying the extra because you needed that money elsewhere. But in other times you could pay ahead and pay on the principal. And the fact that, and you lock yourself into that. You lock yourself into a loan that allows you to pay into principal or percent. Yeah. And so I sort of see it somewhat in that vein because we are locked in and we have in the very recent past been underneath 766. I think that it's just not sound. I understand that sound management to try to budget for what your overall average is. That would be great if we could recoup that money, but we can't. That money stays there. We don't get to use that to pay for fire overtime. We don't get to use that to pay for road paving. We don't get to use that to, and there's just like, I don't need to keep going. There's so many things that we do, but we don't get to. So losing that flexibility, I don't think is a very, very sound move on a budgetary prospect. I get that it's sound to budget for it, but I also understand that being locked in is a very dangerous thing.
Councilor Benson?
Absolutely right. And you talk, just to follow up with what Marjorie was saying, you look at how with weather, do you look at just one service or do you look at like the National Weather Service, our 4, 5, and 7's forecast beyond? So just so, because people may be listening, just, you don't just use one weather service to know what's going to be predicted, because one network could say, we're going to get a foot and the other network says we're getting 15. And then maybe we get 20 on the other network.
We generally don't use network news for a forecast.
Okay.
We have a weather subscription, so we have meteorologists that provide us updates.
Okay.
And as you get closer to the event, the updates are more frequent. They actually even provide us audio and they're available 24/7 for calls.
Okay.
So this one we actually subscribe to and we use other ones that are available to us.
Okay. And what is that? Can you disclose what that service is?
Precision Weather is
Okay.
our subscription.
Okay.
And a lot of cities and towns use that.
Councilor Grace,
Thank you.
last question. then we
Real
can
quickly,
take motion.
do you foresee any of the cuts on the federal aspect of the National Weather Service and other departments as affecting what would enable you to forecast or look at long range forecasts in weather events?
I don't, I think the technology remains in place and there's a fair private market out there for this, which we take advantage of. National Weather Service isn't honed in as daily as tight as I need them to, so you need to have some for a coastal community. It's, the weather in Rockport and West Scotts are vastly different. So Scott's Ford versus Sean's Ford, it's very, very, very different. I mean, about 4 inches different during the same event.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and read the motion. We still have about $10 million in this department to go. So DPW Snow and Ice, Department 423. First, I move to recommend to the council approve fiscal year 2026 appropriations for DPW Snow and Ice removal as follows: personal services, $142,500, $500, ordinary maintenance, $589,100. Capital outlay, $35,000 for departmental total, snow and ice removal, $766,600, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's been made, seconded. Any further discussion?
I'll be voting no. I just think we should move in the right direction. Even if we're 800,000, we could say, okay, we're getting closer to average. That doesn't mean I don't support the work you're doing. And I didn't criticize you for that mistake on the snow ban, the parking ban, and you're completely forgiven. So
There you go.
you mentioned someone said you shouldn't have your job any longer. We're so far away from that.
Show me who it is that's talking.
Right. So I just will be voting no, just on principle of trying to get closer to an accurate number.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion beyond that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 2 in favor, 1 opposed, 0 absent, and no revisit on this one. Moving on to DPW services, public services, Department 470, page 86.
Public Service Division is what many refer to as the Highway Division. It's combined years back. Forestry, beaches, parks, cemeteries, this all falls under one umbrella right now. It's just due to staffing. The staffing needs to be versatile, move around from task to task. So it's a 14 or 15 member department. These are the ones you see daily: street sweeping, tree cutting, brush clearing, bottle filling, line painting, etc. There's a slight decrease in this overall budget to accommodate the need for budget reductions of just under 6%. Personnel remains relatively static, a slight increase of less than 0.10%. And you can just, you can see a lot of the contracts included in this, info monitoring, toilets, various training, the software for the kiosks, parking kiosks, the parking program that we implemented a few years back. There's paving in this, details, trees, blowers, cover management is in this, muppets, placement of flags around the city. So it's pretty much a laundry list of things that we do, and you can see the salaries at the beginning of this, and some of these, you can see some of these employees split various ways. So that's what this is. That's, well, the budgetary constraints, we're able to manage a budget that again will be core service heavy this year and not a whole lot of new stuff purchased and installed.
Thank you. Councillor Benson.
Thank you. Looking at on page 87, looking under paving, and I see a reduction of close to 27.39%. How will that what impacts will we see with that kind of cut in some of our paving that we'd like to see, and potholes filled and stuff like that? And you get many requests from me over the last couple of years, but
we have a pothole line item in this as well, which is a little further down on the page. This is for larger paving work. 350 gets you one street.
Okay.
And just to follow out, Kenny noticed that it's the revised budget. If you've moved money into this line, it's flat from the prior year.
Yeah. Okay.
So 350 is much more than we once got for this.
Okay.
We just get 0. So we just get 0.
That's excellent.
So we basically kick in about 50% of what our chapter 90 allotment is, so it buys you a little bit more. But that's not a mile of road in the city.
Okay.
It's not a mile of road.
It is not a mile of road.
And if you want to add sidewalks to that, it's much less than that.
So with that, so if I may ask that question, like say we're looking at one street, I'm not gonna name a street, you say we're gonna repave it and we're gonna put new sidewalks in, we're gonna remove trees. How much would that be costing?
Depends on.
It depends on the road.
Depends on
Okay.
the street.
Okay.
What was the 7 chapter 90 project?
700,000.
Yeah, so Cleveland, Willow, Cedar, and that little piece of Pleasant Street, as long as my arm. That's 700,000.
Okay,
And we went back with asphalt sidewalks, not concrete sidewalks, because that would have been added.
that would have added a lot of costs.
500.
An additional 500,000. That's good for folks to understand and I appreciate it and they are. That project is beautiful, so great job.
Line painting next week if the weather holds.
Okay, I'll let my constituents know that.
We'll be parking signs out. so
Okay,
we'll see
thank you.
The weather will hold.
If the weather holds.
If the weather holds.
Other councilor questions on this department? Mr. Worthley.
Thank you. Your staff is stretched to the limit. I think I remember reading somewhere where there was a highway department that was 86 employees at one point, now you're down to, is it 13 or 14? I think you've seen, so, kudos to you and your staff for doing as much as you can with as little as you have. In time, you need more staff. It's not gonna happen in this budget. But I know all the employees in there. I was talking to someone who's like, thinking 30 hours of overtime just for the weekend, I think. And, you know, he wasn't complaining about the money, but they were still exhausted. And so, you know, we self-insure on workers' comp and on, disability, things like that. And when you get that tired, you run the risk of increasing that expense. So, I'm not gonna critique, as you could have in the paving. 350 could be 3.5 million, could be 35 million, we'd probably find a way to spend it because there's so many demands. I support you and support this department and wish we could do more.
Thank you.
Councilor Gilman.
Mike,
Yeah, so I'll likely know, but we also have the highway force account, which is populated through road opening permits. Very heavy on public utilities. We supplement other street style work with that, whether it's street work or patching work, so we do tap that, but that's pretty forward facing because that's a council transfer.
so Mike, I'm looking at pair of trees. The mayor's proposed is 70,000. On page
87.
yeah, 87. So my question is, you've historically been receiving a $30,000 stipend for that additional responsibility. Was it 30 or 20? Was it 20? Okay, so where is that?
Then the personnel.
Personnel.
Okay, great. Okay, so 20,000. And I guess my concern has always been, I think it really is a full-time position, and I know you don't have the money for that. But I just understand how much tree work is needed in the city with all the storms and all the dead trees and all the work. And although it's admirable that you take that on in addition to all your other responsibilities, I just want to make that point that I continue to think that that's an issue that we need to, if we ever had a magic wand where we could hire a full-time position for that. It's so needed in our.
Wouldn't be my top three wishes, but I mean, this for a magic wand, but it's certainly, I mean, there's, you know, we outsource probably 90% of our tree work.
Yeah.
The $70,000 doesn't touch that.
Yeah, and is the old bucket truck that we bought like 7 or 8 years ago, is that not working
We
anymore?
have two, we bought one does like lights and banners and
Okay.
so forth, that one's operational, and we have a larger one that we bought for kind of a fire sale. Problem is I don't have staff. I don't
Right,
have staff to dedicate to doing tree work.
got it.
We can deal with some that fell in the middle of the road,
Yeah,
or emergency calls for storm damage, but
Yeah.
the big stuff is outsourced because it's much more efficient use of our time. Took one down on Beaufort Ave last week. We did a lot of work on some city land and on Smoke Road recently.
yeah.
West Paris School. We're in constant communications with, you know, outside arborists for work. We generally pull up the
Yeah.
state bid lists because we have a local vendor who's capable of doing all this work.
Mhm.
And we use that frequently.
Okay, thank you.
Other councilor questions? Seeing none. EDW, Department 470, Public Services. Budget and Finance Committee move to recommend that the council approve the fiscal year 2026 appropriation for DPW Public Services as follows. Personal services, $1,865,333. Ordinary maintenance, $1,111,473. Capital outlay, $50,000 for a departmental total for DPW Public Services of $3,026,806, and I so move.
Second.
Any further council questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes 4 in favor, 0 opposed, no revisit. Moving on to the next big one. Facilities maintenance. It's a big city, a lot of buildings.
There are, and again, all budgetary guidelines on this, and the bottom line is 9% production. I think one of the big saving pieces of this is we want to release payment for school admin buildings, so that, jumble some of that funding within this to make sure we are as whole as possible, because this is really a department that can't be without services due to the nature of what we're serving. We have employees and students in all the buildings that we service. So we need to provide a safe environment for learning and working. So power prices, utility prices, relatively static for me. Big increase, some increases there, but actually not, they actually decrease. So overall bottom line is we're just under 9%.
Your questions? Councilor Benson.
On page 89, just for my own edification, what is cafe table stipend? I'm just
It's a collective bargaining snafu that led to a settlement at school custodians and 2 of the buildings get a stipend.
Okay, for food, is that?
For
Clean the table.
Oh, for cleaning the okay.
Discussion for another day.
All right, well, I'm not gonna, and that's not for me to get into, so I will not ask any further. Thank you.
It's legal, and it's memorialized.
No, sure. I was just like, what? It's like maybe we're getting people caught, but no, we're cleaning, it's cleaning tables. Well, thank you both.
Other councilor questions?
9% decrease. Looks like most of that's things other than personnel. It looks like almost 3.25% increase on personnel, wages, only permanent. So you're cutting from, it looks like a lot of services, not services, contracts and those sorts of things. Is that a way of seeing it?
What I did, because we got rid of the $400,000 lease, I reincorporated that into certain places. And then the overall just ended up being less, because I didn't distribute the whole 400,000.
Okay, makes sense. I'm good.
Councilor Benson.
Yeah, one last thing, looking at page 990, and you have sanitary services for Newell, the stadium, Burnham, stage 4. At Burnham's, what are you doing? What is that for?
It's
In the
when
bathroom.
there's an event.
Okay, because the bathrooms are never, they're only open, like I've only seen them open
For
for
events.
soft, okay.
I see paint in here for 7,500. We have probably 3 or 4 times we've had Joel Favaza come to oral communications about getting Angle Street painted. We're not gonna put Joel Favaza into the budget, obviously, but
That's
he
not
has to-
painting, that's
This
a
is wall
crosswalk
paint.
request.
Oh, there isn't one there.
This is
already?
wall paint.
It's his facilities.
In
I'm sorry,
facilities,
it's
it's wall
not
paint.
crosswalk.
Right.
Sorry,
So in
we'll
this,
find it somewhere else.
Right past it.
Sorry.
Public services.
The last part.
did we already pass to what this does, or does this facilities include, like, if, like I've talked to you about like fixing like broken things at Burnham's Field, is that in this, but that's okay.
Well, let's put it.
It's a pretty big.
All encompassing.
Thank you. And this is probably the most healthy budget for this particular work we've had in a long time. For the last few years, this was transferred to the city with $2.3 million. back in 2011 or 12.
For the schools. Transfer of 2.3, but a cost of 6.4 or some difference.
It's obviously inflationary time and, there's obviously city buildings in this too.
I think you said 1.8, they budgeted about 2.5, and it was really closer to 5 million.
It was-
Cost.
it was- Yeah, once you encumbered everything, you realize you were in the red by August.
But 2 months into this.
Well, I mean, again, it takes that long to populate the annual budget, kind of fiscal year budget, so you encumber your utilities, your contract services, and you realize that you're running a deficit right away.
We asked so much of your department. Thank you.
Other questions? We'll go ahead and read the motion. So, Department 472, DPW Facilities Maintenance. Budget and Finance moves to recommend this account to approve of the fiscal year 2026 appropriations for DPW Facilities Maintenance as follows. Personal services, $3,469,025. Ordinary maintenance, $2,978,458 for a departmental total DPW Facilities Maintenance of $6,439,483, and I so move. Second. That's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and no revisions. And then we have a few seconds left to talk about central services.
Smaller division. You can see, personnel's up slightly, 4%. But the overall is relatively static. It's just a decrease by a little more than that. Very self-explanatory. Streetlights, office supplies, fuel oil, gasoline. Those are some services that dropped off with propane tanks. Fuel pumps we manage for the city. There it is.
Questions? Seeing none?
Please, right? One question. LED street, if I may, LED street light lease. We lease street lights?
I don't know a lot about the lease, I just pay the invoice. They all lease streetlights.
I don't know if that's the least with the utility to have them on their poles.
I believe that's not.
So they're joint owned poles. We're not part of the joint. It's Grid, Verizon, also Verizon being the stakeholder. Excuse me, Grid being the stakeholder in Gloucester. So we took over the streetlights X number of years ago. Those are on Grid, now they're on us. So we have our infrastructure on their poles.
So we lease the lights.
Lease the space for lights.
And we pay for the electricity for the lights too?
Yep.
Is that in this budget?
Yep.
Sorry if I missed it.
It's under energy. 155,000. Page 92.
Okay. I was just curious about that. I don't like a question.
In the meantime, maintained through a contract service.
If there's no further discussion, I'll go ahead and read the motion. Budget and Finance move to recommend to council approve fiscal year 2026 appropriations of DPW Central Services as follows. Personal services, $201,905. Ordinary maintenance, $980,878. Capital outlay, $10,000 for a total of $1,192,831, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed, no revision. And we're gonna go ahead and look at the Water Enterprise Fund,
126, 125.
page 125.
127 is where we pick up on. Revenue.
You were asking enterprise revenue.
You want to?
Yeah. The start of that page is the revenue release, with the 10 of them up at the top,
It's 126.
which is 126. Yeah. the DPW fees this year, those are reflected in the revenue. And you'll also see the utility usage charges in Munis, that's the rate that people pay. The rate is slated to go up, but the revenue is slated to go down. That's because we've revised the formula that we use to calculate the rate revenue, because we realized it was a little bit off.
When you say you realize that, I think the DOR gave us some information that we were.
Kenny actually told me my first day when I got the CFO job. Congratulations, you need to look at the enterprise fund rates,
And
so.
I think that we're, what, $300,000 or so short of
Yes,
expectations.
we've had negative retained earnings in both of those funds, so what you're seeing here is the course correction, so that that doesn't happen going forward.
And that's based on the rate or the volume prediction?
What was the issue, or
Was it that the rate didn't correspond to our costs? Or is it we projected that there was gonna be a lot more usage?
it was a mixture of a lot of factors, so we just scrapped the whole old formula and now have a new one that's data informed. And I think it's gonna be a lot more accurate.
So we're lucky numbers?
Yeah.
Where is this the make again? If, yeah, we've learned this year that we are in a state program on water bans. I didn't know that. It's a telephones or water ban. Does that, it has to, I think, impact the expectation on usage if we're asking people not use water. Then it impacts the budget, but maybe people don't follow the rules.
Well, you also have to remember, states basing it off of various regions to look at, I would think to the net of the whole state. A very wet spring, a very cold spring. And no one's watering, no one's growing grass, right? Now grass isn't growing, grass, it's already growing, it's growing, but seeded grass isn't taking yet. It's just been too cold. So I don't think it's gonna be a decrease in revenue based off of water ban, which we lifted on June 2nd. But
I thought it was lifted yesterday.
it's official June 2nd.
Oh,
So,
did you know that?
it hasn't been fully released. That was the discussion they had. Yeah, they understand what how for our region.
I just know they have posted that the water ban is lifted.
It's officially gonna come out in a week and a half. But
Okay.
nevertheless, we're still, our water withdrawal permits are managed by the state. And they can tell us when and when not to.
Is that new?
No.
Okay.
And the consumption formula we have for this new rate looks very far back, so we'll factor in previous droughts, abatements that the department might put in the bills. It's a little bit more comprehensive than what we had.
Okay.
It's a lot better than I started. And we were 30% overestimating my first budget cycle in 2008.
It loves guesswork. Come back.
Yeah, it was a purpose, want to keep the rates low, so you do that, so that's always been a big driver, utilities are undervalued. Because people don't like to pay high utility bills, but they're grossly undervalued.
And we feel like this budget doesn't undervalue it.
I just think the perception is that they're undervalued, is that, we pay $150 a month to carry this in our pocket. Yeah, we pay that a quarter, we think we're paying, we're stealing. So,
Kenny, you're not concerned about the projections. We talked recently about the DOR's decision to, or the announcement that we were $3,000. You feel like this is accurate?
Yes. Talked to Connor, I've talked to Mike, and it's not just, it's a continuing discussion. Because DOR is looking at, so we want to make sure that we finish fiscal year 25 with a positive balance and going forward.
Is this the point that we're basically deciding the rate as well? I mean, we take a vote on it, but this is essentially what informs it.
Yep.
And is it the expectation that the rate's going up? And we know what
Water is,
It's on
It's in the
page
motion.
125.
water for 5%, sewer for 3%.
Sorry, thank you. Are we setting the rate today?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions, Councilor
I
Benson?
mean, just because I'm just clear, I want to just clarify something that Counselor Worthley just said. Specifically, you said water bans. The state can enact water bans, correct?
yes.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to I just wanted to clarify that.
What
so.
did you clarify? I said the same exact thing.
What I wanted, because you said, just so I understood, you said the state couldn't, you didn't know that the state couldn't.
I wasn't aware that the city.
Cause I knew that the state, I just wanted to
I'm glad you
understand
knew
that,
it.
yeah.
The public seems to not know until about recently that even if we have lots of rain, that if the state declares a drought at different levels, then we have to follow that as well.
Mhm.
So you often say for the folks at home, you ask rhetorical questions. I threw that out there. Glad that you were corrected me again.
Yeah.
And we now know that we don't have control over whether there's a water ban.
Yeah. We just,
I'm glad
yeah,
you knew
we,
that to
yeah,
follow
we
that.
just don't have control, and I'm glad we're having this actually, because I think the public now can understand it more fully that we don't have control of those
Yeah.
bans. So,
Thank you, sir.
yep,
351 communities that don't all have their own water sources, and so they throw a big net over it. Whether you're drawing off of, you know, the Ipswich River Water Basin, Merrimack, Auburn, wherever it may be, Blackstone. You have to take into account, you know, the regional nature of water, and they can't segregate one community that has their own source water, and we don't take water from anyone. Rockwood doesn't take water from anyone. So you need to be, they're cautious on how they do that,
Essex doesn't take water from us at all, or, no,
only in emergency.
okay,
They have well fields.
Yeah, what?
Well,
Right.
Are we good?
Mhm.
So the department. This is the Water Enterprise Appropriation, Department 450 Water. And Budget and Finance moves to recommend that the City Council approve the total fiscal year 2026 Water Enterprise Appropriations as follows: personal services, $2,297,770. Ordinary maintenance, $2,692,527. Capital outlay, $300,000. Debt service, $3,238,489 for a departmental total of $8,529,786, and that's so moved.
Second.
We haven't really discussed this yet, discussed revenues. So we can vote on it.
the mirror image revenue, I mean, again,
Yeah.
you just wanna run through it, I mean,
But we can cover it on Silvergate.
The budget needs to balance.
right?
Yeah.
It's.
So the motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed, no visits. Now we move to water enterprise revenues. And the number is the same.
Revenue and expenditures is.
So I would move to recommend the City Council approve fiscal year 2026 water enterprise revenue as follows. Total revenue is $8,529,786, and I so move.
Second.
Made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That is 3 in favor, 0 opposed, no revisit. Now we move to the subject to the water rate. Explain how we pass that into this.
So we use, I can pull up the formula if you want to see it. It's big now, but we use the consumption, the collections rate. We look at the contracts that we have with the other communities, which for water. We look at abatements that the department grants, figure out what the rate is going to be.
Counselor,
Councilor Gilman.
if you have that available, I think that that's helpful for us to
It's
kind of look
dense.
at the total picture.
I just want, before we do that though, you do sometimes comment on our timing. I just want to see how we're doing on.
If you want, or you want just email to you.
I can pull it up while you talk.
Councilor Gross.
I'd like to point out that just the 3 previous budgets that we voted on as council, it's been a 10% increase each year. And this year it's half that,
Yes,
and we're balancing the books.
yes. This is definitely a course correction year.
So this is far better than previous years here. Want people to understand that the increase is a lot less than it has been.
No, I wasn't saying any, I was just, sorry, we're having being a little goofy with the candy here. I understand that, but again, the ratepayers are paying a lot, so, and we just need to be respectful of that.
Just give it that.
Right.
I think the question right now is, do we want to go through this formula? As a committee,
It's very boring, but I will if you'd like.
I have no, I would like this,
This is B and L, so if you all don't want it, that's fine.
I would like
Just-
to receive a copy of it, and we
Definitely.
can study
Yep.
that, and I'm very happy with
That's
that.
fine.
And I appreciate the detail that you've gone into that calculation.
Maybe Chairman, if we can also, as a committee of a whole, receive that as well, I know if we can. Everyone can receive that, that would be great.
Yeah.
Cool.
So there's a water rate proposed here, shall I read the motion? I moved budget finance will recommend city council approve fiscal year 2026 water rate of $11.99 per thousand gallons for 12-month billing period effective July 1st, rest of go active to April 1st, 2025. This is a 57 cent or 5% increase over the fiscal year 2025 water rate of $11.42 per thousand gallons. I so move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any other discussion? Councilor Gross, you made the observation before that this is significantly less. It most balances the water enterprise fund, and it also is a half of what the increase was historically last year. That's the previous year. Yeah. Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed. In favor, 2 opposed, no revisit. Moving on to the water enterprise, the sewer enterprise fund. Department 440 sewer, which begins on page 131 of the budget book.
So like before, it's a mirror image of water. This one is only a 2% proposed increase on the rate using a new formula. Another notable item here is we used to subsidize this with general fund, either stabilization or free cash. We discontinued that for this year. It's now fully self-supporting.
I think last year we put 760,000 on it from stabilization
Mhm.
into. this to reduce the rate.
100 to the enterprise and then the 600 and something to the regular general fund.
And that main goal was to keep the rate low, is that what it was?
Yeah, to get the balance, the budget balance without a large increase.
So, for me,
Councilor Worthley.
question I have is, there's a supplemental part to this, starting on page 146 of these. Where revenue and expenditure projections, which I appreciate very much, looking at the next 5 years. But not criticizing, but I just want to make sure we're accurate here. It's on page 146, the second paragraph at the end. This does not reflect $206 million loan for what we would call transformational improvement
Right.
to the
Yeah, I think because we need to decide on the debt shift. We need to firm up with the Mass Clean Water Trust what the terms of all the loans will be. And they're looking at 2 years of interim financing before they permanently sell the bonds. So at this point, there's so much up in the air there. It's very hard to put it to a projection.
Right, but it's not reflected in the sewer, it's not reflected in the tax rate projections.
We don't know where to put it.
It doesn't exist anywhere, we know it exists, it's coming.
Right.
The cost doesn't exist either.
Yeah,
It's in the cloud, right.
but it's hard to.
In this budget, it doesn't exist.
No, but I'm saying this is, it correlates because we have a 5-year projection that doesn't include the most expensive item.
Right.
Okay.
If it's shifted outside of the levy limit, the levy would increase by the amount of the debt. So that would be, in that case, nothing would change. If it's gonna remain completely on the ratepayer, it would significantly change the sewer budget. So I think that's the pending item that needs to be decided.
And A, do we know when that would be reflected in the sewer rates or in the budget? And B, do we have any early projections yet on what that would be if it were on sewer rate versus on the tax rate?
When we did an early projection, we thought it would double the sewer rate. But the Mass Clean Water Trust changes their terms every year, so it's subject to change every year. So it's very hard to
But it's not
pinpoint
gonna
where
cut in
it's
half,
going.
it's gonna be more, one way or another.
So they'll loan it to us in $50 million chunks. It's a $200 million project. So it's gonna take 4 years. And they're planning 2 years of interim financing for each chunk that they give us. So we're talking the first bond coming online 2028, 2029, and then 50 million more each year going forward.
Let's check with Kenny that chunk is a legal term, natural term.
It's a debt term.
So we're
Chunk of the debt.
A chunk
spending
or
the
a
money.
trunk?
Sure, the phase
We're,
of the
we're
same.
spending money, we're borrowing money, we're spending money, but we're not paying it back starting until 2 years, is that right? Okay. So ratepayers, either on the rate or taxpayers won't see that until 2028?
That's probably the earliest they'll see is 2028.
Is there anything we should be doing now to make those jumps not be as substantial? We're a little higher now, then does that mean you have retained earnings that we can use to pay some of that? I'm just trying to think. of a
There
way
is
to-
no retainer.
Yeah, so I think
Enterprise
what we're
function.
seeing now is
There
we're
is-
getting the budget balance with the hopes of small retained earnings. And over the next couple of years, as this debt comes online, we're building more retained earnings. If not for the secondary water treatment plant, the routine maintenance that has to happen at this, in the sewer enterprise anyways. So at least we wouldn't be borrowing for normal course of business upgrades.
Usually there's no retained earnings, but it would allow for retained earnings if we had the money. The enterprise could carry forward retained earnings if they wanted.
Yeah, so in the future, you know, the plan is to have retainer earning, but there's nothing to do now, like as far as planning now, because there is no retainer earning.
You can't do an anticipatory
Yeah.
increase for future
The number is negative right now.
obligations.
So hang on, here are two things. We could, if the rate were high enough, if there was retained earnings, hold that until the bigger expenses are coming.
Yeah.
They have to balance. Can't be charging more than you're spending, project to hold earnings for the future.
Yeah,
we
and debt
know-
service is it's a reoccurring expense. So, I mean, you really wouldn't be using retained earnings. I mean, maybe for the capital piece of it, but as far as reoccurring costs, you wouldn't really be using retained earnings. It's just healthy to have.
So you're using the wrong word.
Positive.
What I'm trying to get to is in 2028, there's gonna be a big jump, whether it be on the ratepayers or on taxpayers. Is there something we do now? Jump by having a smaller, not a small, a higher increase now to make it a less of a jump in 2 or 3 years.
Councilor Gross,
Just to clarify. In order to build in the retained earnings, we would have to pad the revenue and also the expense, because we have to have a balanced budget. We can't build in just to build a surplus.
And so
So-
maybe retained earnings is the wrong word. Is there something we can do now to say, okay, the rate's gonna be, you guessed double if it were on the ratepayer? Is there something we could do now in terms of a rate increase that's slightly higher, so that it's not double?
I think that the best thing we could do now is get the house in order as it stands.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of changes in this enterprise, and I think this year we need to solidify those and get it back on track.
Yeah.
You
Right on-
would,
right
you
on
would
the right.
still have to show the expense side on that. You can't just have the revenue side, go higher than the expense side. They have to match. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Even though we know there's gonna be.
Yes, yes, you
but
cannot,
it's not a defined expense.
you can't budget in a slush fund.
Wait, hang on. That's not true. We did already authorize $206 million. So we know that authorization has been done. We know we're borrowing $50 million chunks. We know that there's gonna be data that's paid
If I
back.
may, that does not have any bearing on what the DOR will say about this budget if we try to add in a higher revenue by a higher rate, unless we offset it by services provided in this budget.
And if we find it, now we're spending the money that.
They have to be both,
retaining,
right,
trying to retain. So-
Right, you don't, yeah, you only retain it because you have either you've been lucky.
The expense didn't show up. as
Right,
much
yes,
as
you,
it
you had an employee that didn't, retirement or something that wasn't fulfilled. That's the only way you get those is.
What I'm trying to do, and I don't think this is the way to do it, is make that jump not as high a jump. And I don't see there's a way
It
to.
doesn't seem like that's what.
I think it's like 2 steps forward. I think we need to Connor's point, I think we need to get the house in order first. I think that's like step one. And then maybe the following year, maybe we can entertain that depending on how we end the year. But I think to Connor's point, I think we need to get back to step one. I think we need to get the house in order first.
I thought the house was in
Before.
order.
No, it hasn't been in order for a while. So I think,
We get these awards from the state that say we're doing.
no, that's reporting, But as far as as Connor meant, we've had negative retained earnings, it's like free cash. You could have positive or negative. We've done a really great job having positive free cash, and we've had positive free cash for 15 years. We had negative free cash when I got here. So we've had positive free cash. So now we have negative retained earnings, so we just need to get back to,
I understand.
step one, we need to get the house in order. And I think
Just
we
for
have,
the
we
record, my
have a
goal is to
path.
make the jump not as hard because we spread it over a couple of years, but
So I think
it's gonna be hard no matter. what.
Connor and working with Mike and myself, we've created a path to get
the house in order. So I think that's step one. So I think taking 2 steps, I think that's too much of a large jump. That's
Councilor
my
Benson.
opinion.
Yeah, I think that this will be a long-term discussion and hopefully we can find ways that when we're repaying the cost of the secondary water treatment plant, that we're not putting the cost on the ratepayer. And I know there's creative ways in thinking about it, and maybe we can also be continuing to try to see if we can find funding from the federal government, from the state, reaching out to our congressional delegation. Obviously, now they have limited power. But in the next cycle, they're gonna be having more power with taking back control in the House and then further on. And hopefully maybe there can be ways to find money from the state and also the federal government, because we do need to find a way to not put this so much on the ratepayer. And I know this is not something the administration wants to do either. And I know the mayor has said this publicly as well. So thank you.
This is a good discussion, but I'd like to move on with the motion before us, which would be to move to recommend the city council approve the fiscal year 2026 sewer enterprise appropriations as follows: personal services, $2,363,806,806. Ordinary maintenance, $4,547,585. And capital outlay, $345,000 for a departmental total. And sewer, there's an additional line item of debt service of $3,381,736 for a departmental total of $10,638,127, and I so moved.
Second. One question. Question. What does OFU stand for?
Other financing uses, so that's gonna transfer out. Like going to another fund. It could go to the general fund for indirect costs. We've done that in the past.
I assume I wrote something I didn't understand, so. thank you.
Yeah. The line is just, there's not enough characters to have it.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed, no revisit. On the flip side, the sewer enterprise revenue. Budget and Finance moves to recommend the city council approve the fiscal year 2026 sewer enterprise revenues as follows: total revenues, $10,638,127. And I so moved.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, the Senate and the House ran this efficiently. And so this, we back ourselves into a sewer rate, and the committee, Budget and Finance Committee recommends that the city council approve the fiscal year 2026 sewer rate of $19.89 per 1,000 gallons for a 12-month billing period effective July 1st, 2025, or retroactive to April 1st, 2025. And this is a 39-cent or 2% increase over the fiscal year 2025 sewer rate of $19.50 per 1,000 gallons. And I so moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion here? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed. And now we're skating on to the rink. And I think we have to reschedule our afternoon a little bit, but
Really quick. The total rink expense is going to increase. The budget increases by 8.67%. And enterprise fund, the rink's running much better. The last few years, we have an amazing rink manager. And he's really bringing in, filling voids within the schedule. It's I think, running very well, better than we anticipated it running.
That wasn't the case a few years ago.
Right.
I mean,
COVID crushed the rink. So, he ran deficits, which is not appropriate for an enterprise fund, but I think we're at a point right now where we feel pretty confident that we can continue, and our debt service is almost paid, and we'll look at the next wave of improvement that can be done there.
nice.
12 years or so since we've dumped a lot of capital to
good
it.
job. I think, is it Todd Nazio that's managing that too?
Yes, it is.
Good job to him as well.
Professional rink manager.
Okay. Mr. Gross, question?
No, it was a far cry from stage on by.
Yeah, it's nice to have a positive light on the Dorothy Talbot rink. She deserves it.
I have a ride on the Zamboni.
Check the insurance bill.
An auction item and.
If you have it,
In a big way, but.
if
I've
you have
always,
your helmet on.
I've always wanted to do that my entire life.
I've been on one, it's fun.
Cool. Anyway, sorry to interrupt.
So Budget and Finance moves to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2026 Talbot Rink appropriations as follows. Personal services, $239,990, ordinary maintenance, $108,000, capital outlay, $10,000. Debt service and other financing uses, funding uses, $27,863 for a total appropriation for the Dorothy Talbot Rink Enterprise of $385,853, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's made, seconded, discussion. Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed, no revisit. And on the revenue side, the Budget and Finance Committee moves to recommend the City Council approve the total Talbot Rink fiscal year 2026 enterprise revenues as follows. $385,853. And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made, seconded, discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed, no revisit. And that concludes our morning review.
Maybe we can get Nathan Chen and some other Olympians to come visit our rink soon.
Gonna tough it by nice time for.
Yeah, Funky Smith.
Huh?
Yeah, Funky Smith, gold medal. And Julie played. Julie played.
What do we got going? What do we got going? You're just getting there pretty soon.
You don't want me.
And Dorothy Hamel.
Really? I don't like upstate.
Excuse yourself from class to go to practice regularly.
Dorothy, she.
Funny, now it's gonna be.
So we're gonna take a lunch
too
break.
late to
I
tell.
propose we
Because we have the rank. and
We can do it in 1 hour.
Oh, we need a vote.
a half hour.
All in favor?
I'd like to come back in an hour, so it would be 1:30.
Okay.
You wanna do a half hour lunch?
Are you gonna
I
call?
gotta walk the dog.
Second.
1:30 start for Elise and other.
I will,
I'll let
I'm
them
already,
know, yeah.
I'm
That's
already
right.
in contact with Elise.
Okay.
Good job, thank
So
you.
does that work for everyone?
Yeah.
We have a 1 hour lunch break.
That's
Apologize for running a little bit
now.
behind.
I can walk around. I need to
Distracted
be
by
out.
The house and do work.
Crash and.
Good work. She's like, I've got it here with what?
What?
Marty, I'm gonna cancel lunch today and we'll go to Charles.
Oh, that's-
But then I think I told her it will now be 10.
I think so, Catherine.
Did you say now?
She's like, it's ready to
Thank you.
Catch you close to-
Thank you for the updated paperwork, so. and the trip. So we're gonna reconvene our budget and finance 2026 budget review. This is day 2. This afternoon, we will be reviewing the Council on Aging, community development, including grants, conservation and tourism, the mayor's office, treasurer collector, including debt service, assessments, revenues, and then waterways, harbor master, and shellfish, ending up the day. So we're running about a half hour behind schedule, and I hope everybody had a good lunch. And welcome back. And Elise, you're on board. I'm glad to see you brought such able-bodied backup here.
Yeah.
Welcome to Fred Cowan.
Good to have support.
I see Fred at the gym regularly. He's very able-bodied. I understand when I get older, I like to work with Fred Cowan.
I have the greatest board and the greatest board chair, which he's very humble, so doesn't like when I say myself.
Thank you.
I'm very lucky.
Thank you.
So Elise, what can you tell us about the budget, except that you're doing a lot of good things with modest resources?
Yeah, so as you know, as I'm sure you know, we were asked to submit a level funded budget. It's my first go around with that. But I felt pretty lucky in that I had a line item that didn't hurt too badly to let go of. I had a line item in there that was for some promotional materials. And it wasn't a lot of money, so eliminating that was what enabled me to be able to submit level funded. And the good news about that too is that marketing line item, I have a grant that I'm gonna be going for. I just got it, ran it by my editor this morning, and he says it's a really strong grant application package, and that will, if we get that grant, my plan is to do a comprehensive rebranding of the whole senior center. I think I've mentioned before to the council that I've had it in my mind for some time now. I want to change the name to the Rose Baker Center for Aging Well. That's the name I have in mind, but if we get the grant, we will be engaging with a professional brand consultant. So we can make sure that the name is really the best name, not just the name I like the most, but I do like Rose Baker Center for Aging Well. And that, if we get that grant, we'll be able to do all kinds of marketing, that will be kind of wrapped up in that grant. So it didn't hurt too badly for me to have to nix the line item that I nixed. And everything else in there is exactly what I need for us to keep doing the work that we're doing, which seems to be landing pretty well. Everybody's having a good time down there. We're helping people with some very real, very serious needs all the time. And also helping them with the ongoing, very serious need to socialize and keep learning things and keep moving. Yeah, and it's all going well. So, let's see, I'm trying to think what else. I think that's it. The budget basically is the same budget as last year, except for the elimination of that line item for marketing, which is called purchase of services.
Councilor Worthley.
Thank you. Firstly, you, your board, and your staff do a remarkable job with very little money, making a very positive impact in the community. Thank you. I did wonder, the outreach coordinator, 0.14 full-time equivalent, is that person funded through another department wearing multiple hats? And can you just roughly tell me where that falls in the budget, or you don't have, if you don't know, that's okay.
Yeah.
But so you're sharing staff with different people.
So the outreach coordinator, that 0.14, I think is just based on the fact that that's the percentage of the salary that comes out of the general fund. That position is also funded by a Title III-B grant that we get from senior care that filters down through senior care, but those are federal Title III-B funds. And then the biggest grant that we get that funds a lot of what we do is the state's formula grant. And that funds a pretty good percentage of the outreach coordinator, in addition to a portion of the senior clerk and our activities and volunteer coordinator in her entirety. And as you might remember, we got a little more than we had expected with that formula grant. And between that increase and the prior increase a couple years ago, we were able to kind of finally get together enough money to have a part-time admin person, which couldn't have been timed more perfectly because we lost a person that we didn't have to pay for, that was at the senior center through another program. And we lost her through no fault of our own. And it was great to be able to work with Connor and make sure that we really had the money, work with Connor and Kenny. And of course, the mayor's office approved it. And we now have Michelle Aiello, who's working out great. She's just so lovely. She really loves working with the seniors and they really like her and she loves even just being there. She's only been there a couple weeks, but she absolutely loves that she's feels like she's really making a difference in
That's
people's
awesome.
lives. So
Thank you. One comment, one more question. I love that you're considering rebranding. I always tell the story, my grandfather, Gene Mondello, was 84. I couldn't get him to go to the senior center because old people go to the senior center at 84. You thought, that's for older people.
right.
And he probably would have lived a more enjoyable life if he didn't have that stigma. And so Center for Aging Well or whatever that can get people thinking about being healthy and a positive thing can make a difference versus aging and elder services and those kind of words that make people feel old. And then the last part, and we had this discussion earlier today from the health department. I have some scars from fighting hard and I think effectively over years to keep the seniors in the GO bus. Sometimes we have those scars, but they're badges of honor somewhere because we were able to save it a couple times. It's not being funded from the health department budget, specifically Rosalie Nicastro's position, we learned this morning is being cut.
The grants.
The grants,
Yeah.
right, so her position is. Not gonna exist after July 1st as
Right.
scheduled. And that program has such a positive impact for people who use it. And we've talked a lot about mental health and loneliness and not having some purpose and some place to go can really negatively impact people's longevity and their quality of life. And so we learned today we thought it was 18,000 and Connor said it might be 26,000, sorry, Kenny said it might be $26,000 a week.
If the number goes up, it's Kenny.
Give me more time, it'll go. a bit
Yeah, I'm
more.
sure,
I thought it was $27,500.
Yeah.
But the step increase, yes.
Right? So, and then it was decided or assumed meaning that it wasn't no longer in the health department budget, that's something we should take up here. And so, it's not in your budget, is that correct?
That is not in that budget, but I'm glad you brought that up because speaking of that formula grant. An additional, I wish they'd get the timing better so that we could know what we're getting when I'm having this meeting with all of you, but. I did hear on the news, and MCOA sent out emails to let us know that this is what's going on. Is that the House and the Senate, the State House and Senate both passed another $1 per senior increase to that. I haven't seen that it's been signed by Governor Healy yet, but I can't imagine that she would cancel out that line item, I don't think.
I can't imagine.
So, so I think we're getting another $1 per senior, which, for FY 26. And that would be another $10,700. So that's not gonna be the entire amount for Rosalie. And I met with Rosalie this morning and we discussed it. We discussed a plan for keeping her able to be our on the bus person with the Seniors on the Go program. And she's so good at it. She's
She
so
really
good.
is.
It's herding cats with great love and affection is what Rosalie does on the Seniors on the Go bus. But she thinks of all those great destinations too, that are a great combination of both practical things like going to Walmart, you need to buy a dish drainer or a trash can. What are you gonna do? You go to Walmart. So they get to go out to lunch. And then they do fun nostalgic kind of things too, like go to Pub and Pantry. They love that. And they're going to Salem Willows next month, which they absolutely have been clamoring for. They love, now I'm gonna crave chop suey sandwich for the rest of the day, but they do so many good things and Rosalie does a great job of it. She's an important part of that program. So we do. When I talked to Rosalie, the figure she threw out to me, she thought that she gets 16 a year. And she said to talk to Dominique. So I will, I need to still sit with Dominique and tell her that, hey, I think I might have 10.7 of it. Her maybe looking at her sources and what she might be able to do and trying to come up with the other 6 is gonna look, I think, a lot different to her than trying to make up that whole amount that had previously been grant funded.
And again, Dominic did say that there's some provision to extend the grant for 3 months. If you guys recall that conversation, I don't know how
But
that.
it was restricted to.
Yeah, but not for the
administrative.
It's not for an event, it was for the wrong purpose, I believed. So she was being optimistic that that was a possibility, but I didn't think that she thought that it was appropriate for how this is marked as an ongoing program rather than something, a new initiative.
Right, but I wonder if there's a way to capitalize on, if there is that 3-month window, okay, that cuts into part of the year, you've got some money.
Yeah,
Potentially.
so exactly. So if Rosalie thought that she had identified two, and I think she had spoken with Grace, who's awesome, Grace McCann, who's so good, and Grace had said something about seeing that there was money in there to continue to pay Rosalie just for, I think, July and August. And I think by then, I'm gonna know whether or not that formula grant money is coming to me. And I think even if Rosalie had been paid previously was 16 and we can't come up with that, we could still come up with something that would keep her on that bus. The thing that she and I discussed this morning, because she says a lot of her hours are the background hours, we're calling the places and saying, hey, we're gonna show up with, 16 seniors, can you be okay with that? And thinking of the places to go and talking to the seniors about what they like, so it's kind of the background stuff. But I talked to her about the prospect of sharing some of that background stuff with Michelle, our new staff member, because she's just a very competent person, and her main responsibility is arranging the non-emergency medical rides. And that kind of goes up and down, and she's still got some room on her plate, I think, to be able to help Rosalie so that we could get Rosalie's hours down to a point that maybe my 10 that I am pretty sure is coming to me could, and I'll know more by the time August rolls around and would really be staring down losing Rosalie. I think I'll really know by then. So then it'll be a matter of getting something from the state that's concrete enough about that additional money coming in that that Kenny and Connor would feel comfortable, shifting Rosalie over to a council on aging staff person. And that might be weird too. One of the things too that's kind of weird, we'd have to talk about that. Rosalie being a Board of Health person that was on loan to the Council on Aging is different than her being on staff for the Council on Aging, because she's on the board of the Council on Aging. So we'd have to look into that.
That could be a conflict.
Yeah, but I don't want to lose her in either capacity.
Right.
So I don't know, we'll have to figure out what we can do about it, but for right now, we think I think I have a strong shot at a path forward.
encouraging.
And Rosalie seemed very comfortable and kind of happy with that too. She reiterated, after we got done meeting this morning, she walked out smiling and with her usual kind of giggle and saying, I love just talking about how much she loves what she does. She loves it there, and even if she's not getting paid, she's gonna spend a lot of time down there anyway, because she already volunteers so many hours beyond what the health department pays her, so.
Last
yeah.
question, so a couple years ago when this was Jeopardy, there was a letter or some announcement that said to seniors that it was gonna be stopped as of July 1st. And then it was able to save it at the end of June, but there was a little anxiety about the next months, there will be no more rides. This was maybe 3 years ago now. And
okay.
and so I'd like to avoid that. If we
Yeah.
can. Because someone who's looking forward to their July event and then you say, maybe we don't sure it's gonna happen. That creates other anxiety.
Yeah, so that Seniors on the Go program previously had been 100% health department. It was funded by a grant that the health department got, that was the Mass in Motion grant. And I think that's the period you're talking about, is when that ended and everybody went, oh no, it's gonna go away. That was when I sat down and met with the mayor's office and made that ask for an increase in the Council on Aging budget so that we could continue that program. It morphed, and it didn't morph out of the blue. It morphed because we looked at data. And we saw that the way it had been run, when it was run as a health department program, it was only bringing people to get groceries, which they can do on regular catered buses and using Dial-A-Ride. So, and we looked at that data and saw that it was serving the same users a lot. So it was serving a handful of people really well who didn't want to take other means to get to the grocery store, and there are other means. So we formed a working group of the Council on Aging Board, me, Rosalie, Felicia Webb, and Barry DeKay. Did a deep dive. We called a bunch of other councils on aging. We did a deep dive into what transportation programs look like. What are other COAs doing for people? And that was when we came up, after taking that comprehensive look, we came up with the idea of keeping the Seniors on the Go program, but changing it so that focus has to meet out of town needs that can't be met by CADA, can't be met by the MBTA commuter rail line. You can't get there from there. You know what I mean? And that those kind of last mile things for seniors are particularly important. And that's when we switched it over to the way it is now with the Monday Fun Day bus trips that go out of town. As much as we love, nobody loves Gloucester more than me, I'm telling you all, I would put down my love for this community against anybody's, but man, you gotta get over the bridge sometime. You have to get over the bridge sometime. So it's just been working really well. And I do think that with that increase in the formula grant that already passed the legislature, that we're gonna be able to keep Rosalie on that bus.
Brad, did you have something to add to that?
No.
Sure.
Only that the seniors pay for their own lunch. You should know that. That's part of it. No, there's a fairness about it. It's all the more reason for them to go. It's really great. They have a good time.
Yeah. They really do. They rave about it.
Does this committee want to do anything with it, or maybe agree upon adjustment or not?
Well, as I said, well, it might be a revisit issue, because as I had said, the mayor is aware that it's ending and is committed to, it. We just have to identify a funding source.
So,
Yeah.
we wouldn't make a motion to go higher until we identify that source and with the consent,
So it kind of,
right?
No, I don't.
So we can't go higher without the mayor's consent.
So we can put on the revisit schedule, revisit now, and then we can discuss it later.
That was our expressed intent when we talked about it on the Board of Health agenda. Was to have a revisit, just to come back and
Yeah.
take a fresh look next week, with input from the mayor's office and.
Yeah, the mayor, the mayor wants Rosalie on that bus too. I know he's,
Mhm.
yeah, he's
Yeah.
been,
Certainly does.
yeah, he's been great about whatever I've asked for. At the time, I'm trying to remember what discussion we had when we met about the budget, right? He is aware of it. It's just that, right, we have to do this for now, so. But it does look like it's all gonna work out okay, so.
That's good news.
Yeah,
Very good news.
very.
If we're gonna have a revisit, there's nothing about this that said we're gonna go down. We're not looking at. I don't think
Okay.
anybody has to
Right.
worry about us not being supportive of what we're
I
doing.
can add, I'd hate to lose her as a board member.
I know.
Make a choice.
I do?
Well, not right now. We just gotta figure out if it's paid for.
At some point.
From
Okay.
elder services or. if it's
She
paid
shouldn't
for-
be there now.
Pardon?
She shouldn't be doing both now.
Could she switch to ex officio maybe? We'll have to figure that out. She could always
She could
come
be-
to our
she could be
meetings and just not
non-voting
vote
ex officio.
True, as a right. member of the public.
Right.
And I'm sure she would.
Yeah, when it's changed.
Okay.
So we'll
But she's not productive there.
It would have to
I
be,
guess that's what
it
I'm
would be an
saying.
ordinance change.
Counselor Benson.
Thank you, and thank you for all the work you're doing for our older adult population and figuring out what you're saying too. Is senior the right terminology, or should we be looking at an older adult population? And I know some other communities have switched the name to older adults, so I appreciate all the work that you're doing on there.
Thank you.
My question, since this is our opportunity, is are we seeing more folks coming in for questions and needs? Obviously, we're seeing a lot of dramatic changes happening at the federal level, talks of cutting with Medicare being cut, Social Security being cut. These are real issues, and these are gonna affect a lot of the people, especially the people that I represent. I represent mostly all of the older adult housing. And so I have a real concern. And it's not something it's not at the local level, but it's going to affect a lot of our people. So I'm just curious, are we gonna, what kind of services would be, looking at this budget, what kind of services are funded here to provide needs for people that may be needing help with food, questions about Medicare, all of these things. So I'm just curious if you have any, if you could speak on that a little bit.
Absolutely, thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you. I'm very concerned as well. It's like kind of looking at a train barreling towards you and
Yes.
we know that, I've had very serious meetings with the Open Door about some of the impacts already that they're seeing. They're still able to serve us, that's just the level that they have, thank goodness.
Thank
They still
God.
come over and do, right, they still, come over and do the monthly, mobile market grocery distribution, which is just going up and up and up. I mean, they're serving so many people.
Yeah.
I anticipate that if things are impacting SNAP benefits, that partnership with the Open Door is how we would, take steps to resolve that, would be to strengthen that partnership and see how we could put our resources together to make
2 and 2 equal 5 to get everybody to help with SNAP benefits. I haven't seen the details, but if they're gonna, sometimes the way they take away benefits is by just putting up so many paperwork hurdles. that
As
it
of
becomes
today, they're looking at
impossible to-
trillions of dollars of
Yeah,
cuts.
yeah.
I mean, this is like, I mean, we already have our senior population, the poverty rate
Yeah.
is pretty high for a community of only 30,000 people.
Yeah.
Where, and how many, one in like, I think the last number was 1 in 5 of our seniors are going to the open door, may even be more.
Right.
So this is
I
real
know.
things, and it's
I
gonna really affect, and I just wanna make sure that your
So-
budget is
so
supporting
where-
these needs
Yeah, the
too.
places where you see that, Counselor Benson, are a lot in the outreach coordinator.
Okay.
So that outreach coordinator role is a social worker role, and that's the person who finds people resources.
Okay.
That's the person, I was just talking to Tiffany, our new outreach coordinator yesterday, and she was trying to direct somebody on the best way to get in touch with Social Security, which I hear that that's already being impacted with wait times
Yes,
to call. We still have a number that they don't make really public, that when called to the Salem office,
okay,
that we have much better luck with. It's still not like immediate, you just get someone, but it's way better than the national number.
Yep.
So I kind of had, directed her to try utilizing that number and then to report back to me to let me know, like, what was the wait time? Is that still a good solution? Is that still a good thing that we have this phone number that we can use? We do still have Shine Counseling. We just got an additional Shine counselor, Roger Millie, who had been at the hospital for years. She's really good.
okay,
She can do Shine, and Shine is primarily Medicare, helping people
Okay.
with Medicare, with choosing the right Medicare package. Some Shine counselors are also certified applications counselors, and they can help people with Mass Health.
okay,
And the one Shine counselor that we have who has the most experience with that is Safathia, is former Mayor, Safathia Romero Taken, who is great at both. She does Shine and does counseling for Mass Health. We only get her one afternoon a week. I have a feeling when people start to get thrown off of Medicaid, however they do that, however that rolls out, because it's gonna roll out through the state, and I'm
Yeah.
kind of trusting our state to soften that blow
Blow,
to some
yes.
degree and use whatever levers that they can. But we all know that sometimes the levers aren't there, so, yeah, the fact that we have Rose there now is also handy. She's not an official certified applications counselor like Sabathia is, but she does know a lot about Mass
Okay.
Health because she's been doing financial counseling around healthcare for a long time.
sure,
Another thing that concerns me greatly, that is not anything that has anything to do with the city budget, and it's not in here, except that I have a loud mouth and like to ask people to share my advocacy for certain things. I would advocate strongly that the Addison Gilbert Hospital, that Beth Israel Leahy needs to do right by the community and have a financial services office up there again, because they don't. It used to be where Safathia worked, and Natalia, my activities and volunteer coordinator, worked up there for years, and she knows a good deal about insurance because of it too. But the hospital has just scaled it back and scaled it back and scaled it back, and now it's completely gone. And they were saying, well, just tell people to go to the Beverly Financial Aid Office, and I don't even know if Beverly has a financial aid office anymore. So the hospital system seems to have completely abdicated its responsibility to provide some kind of financial counseling to people who are without insurance or might be losing insurance. They're just not doing it anymore. So, and that's been on my list to speak to the mayor about too, because that I will. Next time, in fact, I'm meeting with Catherine on Friday morning, and I hope to discuss that a little bit more. Is just what, I don't know if there's anything that mayor's office can do to ask the hospital to do a little better, because they're gonna need to share a little of the burden of what might be coming our way.
sure.
Yeah.
And I'll have a follow-up, and then just to note on this too, is that we as counselors will also be working in any capacity that we can to continue to advocate for having some sort of financial services. I know this is Marjorie's ward, and I know she has
She
spoken
used to
to
work
some of,
for Leahy.
she's been speaking to some of this stuff.
Thank you.
We've
Well,
talked
good.
off
I'm glad to have your
offline here.
voice too, and, yeah.
So, but with that being said, I just wanna meet with the outreach coordinator and having one. My concern too is that they could be burdened so much more, and like, could there ever be a need a year down the road to have, say, we have a full-time, but maybe a part-time as well? Because the needs are gonna become so much more, especially in the next year, and we could even be down the road further cuts in the
Yeah.
next congressional budget. This is really dangerous times for our seniors.
Yeah.
And I just wanna say that, and I don't wanna go completely off but I'm really concerned. And I'm really glad that you're thinking about this and really doing a fantastic job. And I just thinking down the road that maybe could the outreach coordinator be burdened so much that we may need down the road some sort of part-time and thinking about this in the next fiscal year?
I think that my first kind of line of defense, should
Mhm.
Tiffany become too overburdened, and it certainly can happen. I mean, even without all of the stuff that's going on at the federal level right now, there were times when Julie, when it was my prior outreach coordinator, when she was just, stuff just falling off your plate, because you just can't get to everything. I think that's where I feel very, I feel okay about the fact that my social work is my background.
Yeah.
I'm a social worker too. I'm just a social worker who's taken a leadership, positions and gone kind of that organizational leadership track. But I know how to get back there in the trenches at any minute and find people resources. It's what we social workers do. So I think that's where I'm glad that we've got kind of depth to the bench, if you will, in the social work kind of subject area. So that we could go to that. If Tiffany becomes too crazy, then I kind of can jump in and take some of that slack, but then it takes me away from that kind of leadership stuff, which means that then, the next time we sit and talk next budget time, if the stuff that would be expected of the director role is kind of starting to slip a little bit because I'm doing more and more hands-on social work, then we might have to, of course, I would talk to the mayor's office about that and say, hey, we're in a bad way here, something needs to happen. So, but yeah, I'm hoping that we can get through this next, city fiscal year, with the resources that we have. Because like we just discussed, if we get that additional money from the state, I'd like to use that to keep Rosalie.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so one thing that could help too is if the hospital and other organizations can start offering some of those services. Our outreach coordinator traditionally has been a Shine counselor, a certified Shine counselor, and Tiffany is on schedule to receive that training in June and to become a certified Shine counselor. But every hour that she has to sit with people to provide a Shine counseling session is an hour that she's not helping people with some other kind of need. So again, if other organizations, particularly the hospital, would start doing something that they traditionally did in this community for a really long time. So if they could start to take up some of that slack a little bit, then that would give Tiffany some hours to give back to some of the more generalized things related to aging and where cuts are being made and we could get some of the shine to some other folks.
No, again, thank you for everything, and that's all I have, but I really, I'm very concerned about what's happening, and I'm glad
Scary
that
times.
you are on top of it, so thank you.
Thank you.
So for the purposes of this budget today, we're gonna go ahead and put a revisit. We won't vote on the budget for council on aging, but we'll put a revisit on it. Yeah. Very good.
And that's specifically to see if there's some work through to get the seniors in the co program funded. So that's the focus.
Yeah, and the program too, just to be clear, the program funding has two things. It's Rosalie who kind of goes on the bus and takes care of a lot of the prep work. And it's paying Kata for the bus. And that is funded. That's in this budget. That is what I went to Mayor Berger and asked for when we were afraid it was gonna go away.
Right.
And I said, hey, give us a chance. The board did this deep dive. Give us a chance to try this new thing and see if we can get the data to show that we would have more unique users. And he did take a chance on it. And the data did show that the new way with the out of town trips has more unique users. So we're serving more people through the program as it exists now. So it is sort of in here. It's just Rosalie isn't, and she's an important part of it.
Absolutely. Yeah. At the time, it was Jill Kay who said that the hope was to not use Kata and to use your own van. And then you had trouble finding a driver.
That
Are we
man,
revisiting this? We've said it to me for revisit, yes.
yeah, the van wasn't big enough.
Right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, the van wasn't
2 minutes.
big and
Well, thank you.
we never had a driver.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're gonna move along, but we won't be making a vote tonight.
Okay.
Might put on a revisit schedule,
Okay,
which at this point includes the Human Resources Department as well as your
Okay, and yeah, let me see what I can find out about if there's been any further movement on the state budget. I listen to the news pretty regularly, and I haven't heard that she signed it, that he signed it. Why I'm looking at you, Catherine, but I think, perceived that you'd know too.
He hasn't signed any,
Yeah.
budget. He won't be signing a budget till October.
That's right.
I know, and that's what,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna find out. We'll talk.
So the next department is.
Okay.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
I'm sorry that.
Oh, it's how I was working.
Community development,
Yeah.
which includes. Community development department, including grants, conservation and tourism. Alvin.
All right, thank you, Counselor. So for this budget, I think the highlights are filling some vacant positions that will really help us achieve some of the key strategic priorities that we've outlined. Being able to set up a system for tracking implementation and stewarding implementation of the comprehensive plan. Looking at business support and economic development. We really want to be able to bring on an economic development coordinator to lead that effort, as well as several of the recommendations pertaining to economic development that are outlined in the comprehensive plan. We'd also like to be able to bring on a grant administrator, which would help us expand access to grant funding and to provide better coordination in our department and between departments when it pertains to grants. So I think those are the two big highlights of the budget, is to be able to bring on those positions to help us reach our strategigic priorities. And to achieve the level funded budget, we had to look at some cuts. Fortunately, we didn't have to look at any staff positions, and we were able to cut some from our purchase of services line item that may affect the department's ability to carry out certain activities that would require the expertise of a consultant. We think that with the remaining funds and purchase of services, we can still be pretty effective there. Any questions?
Councilor Worthing.
Thank you for your brief presentation. And what you do, the grants manager position isn't funded right now.
It was funded in the last round, a portion of it was in the general fund.
50%.
Yes, and then the remaining is from a development block grant program. And the reason we could not hire that position this last fiscal year is because CDBG has an admin cap of 20% of your entitlement funding. And we needed to use that admin area to work with a consultant to complete our CDBG 5-year plan. So we were at basically a HUD regulated admin cap, and that's why we weren't able to hire that position this past year.
Is that we don't even get into performance, but is that Peter, the last name?
No, Peter Williamson is our housing grants manager.
Okay, that's separate.
So the grant administrator is basically the person who provides management support to the grant staff. Does reporting for HUD. Works on coordination between HUD and the city. So I've filled that role in the absence of that position this last year.
So we don't have someone in that position now, and the hope is to hire someone?
Yes.
Okay, good luck. The same thing is for economic development coordinator.
Yes.
There was a message, the mayor said something that wasn't gonna be funded in this budget, this looks like it is being funded. And we have the timeframe when we're hoping to hire someone, or are we in that process, or?
Yeah, it's funded with a start date in September, so I think we may be able to post for the position later this summer and then bring the staff member aboard in September.
So 71,000 for full-time equivalent, is that for 3/4 of the year?
Yes.
Okay, so the expectation is if we are able to hire someone in September, then the next year's budget would have.
Full funding, full funding.
Says 10. What's the asterisk? John Environment says.
Right, okay, so I just. In other words, it'll be higher next year if we hire someone in September.
And it's just a little more background on that. We had an economic development director at some point, it was at the director level.
To try and make this work for our budget, we retooled the position to be at more of a project manager level. So that's why you're looking at an economic development coordinator. It's very much in line with what we have for a staff planner, for a grants project manager, for a sustainability coordinator. So it's really consistent with those positions, but the specialty will be in economic development.
That's the kind of position that typically pays for itself if they're bringing business here, and it doesn't pay for itself in terms of a cash flow into your department, but in terms of the community, our overall taxation and income, it usually pays for itself, so. Lucky too.
Oh, no, I'm good. I was just,
Stretching.
I was just pulling a Boris Johnson with a little scratch there. But no, I'm good. So no, so we had, so right now we do not have an economic, but since I was called on, we don't have an economic, development director currently, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Coordinator.
Coordinator, I'll use the coordinator. The grants administrator, I'm looking here actually since, do we have a grants, is this grants, what kind of grants are they working, this administrator working on?
So this person would be the direct supervisor and support to all the grant staff that focus on community development block grants. which
Okay.
is HUD federal funding.
Yeah.
As well as CPC and Affordable Housing Trust and other grants. And I think the long-term vision is to have a grants director who would really oversee all grants, but right now
Across
it's
city.
mainly community development block grants.
Okay, and most of those are federal grants that they're overseeing?
CDBG is all federal, yes.
And are we seeing a dramatic decrease from those grants?
We received our FY 26 allocation this year, was not too different from what we've received in the past. Of course, we are concerned about federal funding overall and how it will look down the road.
Okay, thank you.
My question.
Councilor Gross, no. Councilor Woodley.
How many grants writers are in your department, current people doing the job? I know you're doing the work in the interim, but we have people who are doing that job right now.
Yeah, we do. We have 4 staff that work with community development block grants and cross planning, conservation, sustainability. I would say every staff member on our team is working on grants in some way. It's not like you go and you sit down and you write a grant. The way you get grants is really to do plans and studies and research that eventually lead towards, certain requirements and getting you in the door. And then when it's time to actually apply for grants, we all come together and do that.
But do we have one person or a group of people who are overseeing all departments to try to get grants? Like, I think you said you're doing part of that work for other departments, or is it just for your department?
Sometimes the grants that we're involved with definitely require coordination with other departments like Public Works or, other departments, but there's not a grants department that oversees all the city's grants at this time.
We heard Mike Hale make a comment today. He said he thinks he's applied for more grants in the grants department, but what I'm trying to say is like, do we have a grants department of people who say, our job today is to find grants?
Everybody looks for their own grants, right? Like
Yeah.
Chief Conlon said that they've applied for grants. Chief Smith said they applied for grants. CPW, every department's looking for extra money to supplement their.
But I just want to make sure, because I just feel like I don't understand it. We don't have a department whose job it is only to find grants.
It's decentralized, but I believe Alex's grants team would provide resources to various departments as needed.
So
So
there's
if someone that's unfamiliar, he would, his department would jump in and help.
There's a grants division within community development, but they are focused on community development block grants and the community preservation committee and the Affordable Housing Trust.
So they wouldn't be finding a police grant or a fire department grant, okay? Do other cities have a grants person that does that for all departments, or is it still centralized where department heads are basically responsible for finding grants? Is that?
I think it's an important distinction between the administration of a grant and the writing of a grant too. It's probably more common to have a central administration that would manage the pre and post award elements. But the actual grant writing is so specific, it would be hard to have a grant writer that could jump into any department and write a grant.
We do use our purchase of services line item sometimes to work with grant writers that specialize in certain types of grants as well.
There's a forum, I think it's happening today. At the city.
Yeah, at the city hall, yes. It's about federal
Head
grants.
there after this.
I would like to be there too, but it's gonna be there. Okay, you've answered my questions.
Councilor Gillen.
I'm good, thank you.
Council Grace?
On grants, I know that the department has helped us a lot, our master department, on grants. So they do plan assistance when need be, but it's, you know, all the grants that we see that come before us. You see how they're by the individual departments, because they, you know, we see them almost every week, we see, or every 2 weeks, we see a couple come through that are administered also by, and the other people who are signing on the dotted line to be responsible for the grant too, so the decentralized couldn't be responsible for it, I don't think.
And I was a grant administrator in a past life. Our structure is similar to what I experienced as a grant administrator.
What I wonder though is, are there cities and towns that are competing or better at competing with us because they have a grants writer who does sort of look for grants, whether it be department specific or just always on the lookout for that, where another city might get an advantage because they have someone who's doing that work, and are we missing something? I don't know, I couldn't possibly find out, but we don't have someone looking for grants aside from department heads, then we wouldn't know if we're missing out on something. It's hard to compare that, but it is a competitive world. And
It's more about knowing good writers you could lean on when you need them.
Right.
Yeah, whether they be consultants or staff.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, in my last job, I worked with lots of different cities and towns all over Greater Boston, maybe 20 or more.
MAPC, right?
Yes, and I would say Gloucester has more capacity than most communities because of the CDBG program.
More
And because
capacity.
of things like the CPC and Affordable Housing Trust
More capacity
for grant writing and grant administration.
I just think the capacity means we are doing more or we could do more.
And in some cases, because of the size of Gloucester, and the depth of our resources, we're collaborating with our sister 4 communities on Cape Ann to actually capture and administrate grants that benefit a larger population than Gloucester.
Yeah.
There are a number of instances of that being the case.
Very true.
I'm good.
No other questions? I'll go ahead and read the motion for community development. Budget and Finance would move to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2026 appropriations for community development as follows. Personal services, $678,065. Ordinary maintenance, $57,500 for a departmental total for community development of $745,565, and I so move.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and no revisit.
Let's skip Conservation Commission.
We're gonna do that right now.
Oh, sorry.
Alex, you can help us with that?
Yes, I can. So there's not really substantial changes to that budget. We needed to make a very minor reduction in purchases services line item to achieve a level funded budget, but it's fairly similar to what we've had last year. Pretty straightforward. I think one of the things we'd like to do is just look at some of our land use regulations to make sure we're balancing growth with conservation efforts, but not too significant changes in that budget this year.
I'm just thrilled that we have been able to maintain staffing for the Conservation Department with an assistant conservation agent as well as the conservation agent. That was something that I had a conversation with Joe Cahill about maybe 8 years ago, and it was just, it's happened now. It allows, I believe, because we have such an active Conservation Commission, do not just permitting, but also some enforcement and not rely strictly on the state, but bring it in-house.
Yeah, we've had a relatively new assistant conservation agent aboard, Katie Nealon. She's
Yep.
done a great job.
Big help for Devin.
Big help, yeah.
That's great. I've met her on site. Another council question, Council Fennessy.
Thank you. Just to clarify, so we have our conservation agent and then we have an assistant agent. They're both full-time positions. Is this the assistant conservation agent, is this their salary? Is it 50,309? Okay, and that's their full salary. There's no, okay. Okay. Thank you.
I'm good. Good.
Good.
Yep. Three lines.
Department 171, Conservation Commission, Budget and Finance moves to recommend that the city council approve the fiscal year 2026 appropriations for Conservation Commission as follows. Personal services, $129,745. Ordinary maintenance, $16,100 for departmental total for Conservation Commission, $145,845, and I so move.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 3 in favor. 0 opposed, no revisit. And then we have tourism.
So this is a similar one where there's not much changes being made. We're continuing to fund Discover Gloucester. They've been a great partner to the city and.
What number are we?
101.
Thanks. All right.
So Discover Gloucester, they remain a great partner in promoting the city to regional visitors, and you know, this is a really important thing for Gloucester and our economy, that people are coming and frequenting our businesses. So we really see the value in Discover Gloucester's work, and we've been able to fund them at the same level that we did last year to really do the work that they have expertise.
Councilor question?
Yeah. Do we have a memorandum of understanding with them? I believe so.
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure we do.
I mean, that gives us their services.
It's a good question, because I feel like it's just evolved over time and it's hard to know what.
Other offices in this corner.
Right, David had it right.
Discover Gloucester.
There's no light on.
It's right there. It's Gloucester Tourism. Gloucester.
Discover Gloucester, I guess some good things to note is they have a new executive director, and they also have an additional position of a marketing director. So their capacity has increased a little bit, but the amount that the city's funding has remained the same.
Okay.
No changes. It might be interesting, just, I have some stats actually that show the effectiveness that Discover Gloucester's had, so. Over the last year, we had 237,000 visitors to the Discover Gloucester website. We've had 7,000 in-person visitors at the Welcome Center. And 35% stayed for the day, 21% stayed for 2 nights or more. So those are things that we like to see, is people coming and frequenting the businesses.
How do we get those?
Can you repeat that number? Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councilor.
So from June to September of last year, we had 7,000 people come to the visitor center.
Okay.
And 35% stayed in Gloucester for the day, and 21% stayed for 2 or more nights. We had 2,100 passengers from cruise ships that visited Gloucester. So lots of good stats here. The Discover Gloucester and the Chamber hold a season in review that I know Councilor Gilman attended last time, and it'd be great for councilors to check that out. I think they really show you know, how they're doing a good job bringing people to visit the city.
Scott?
Yes, Councilor Gilman.
Just to piggyback on that, one of our takeaways after that, which was also attended by Pam Toby, representing the mayor's office, was that it would be helpful to bring those organizations in front of the council, just to talk to us a little bit about some of their challenges and how we can assist them in many ways. So that was kind of a takeaway, and possibly after the budget season, when we have a little bit more time, you might want to ask them to check in with Council Gross.
I've been in contact with Michael next door.
Excuse me?
I've been in contact with Michael next door.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I know that they would love to do that.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And if I may, just a question too, is like, we're looking at these numbers. What are we seeing around not just the summer months, but the ideas around creating a year-round visiting, year-round tourism economy? How successful have we've seen with your stats, and this is the opportunity to ask this question. I'll probably get to ask more later at that presentation. But how successful are we seeing now with more visitors coming in the off season and the shoulder months?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly where the focus is how do we get more year-round visitors, really looking into activating the fall, you know, can we capture more of the folks who are coming to Salem? You know, how do we get people throughout the year? I don't know if I've got the best stats on that, so that might be something to ask Discover Gloucester if they're gonna come.
Oh, we will.
Present. But you know, things like Gloucester So Salty, things like the lobster tree trap lighting, events like that are really great, and I'd like to see you know, more of that type of thing.
No, sure. And I do think too, when you're talking about like Salem too, it's like obviously people coming to visit Salem in the October months too, is we have a train here that can take you to Salem. And the hotels here are probably significantly cheaper than Salem's hotels. So if there's a way to say that too would be, and then saying we're having these activities and maybe we do some look at ways to have fall activities as well, we can tap into that because some people may, instead of staying in Salem, directly in Salem, they can spend $200 less at a hotel here in Gloucester or short-term rental. So those are things to think about. I appreciate that.
It's important to note too that this budget doesn't reflect the grant money that our Rocky Neck Cultural Council and Downtown Cultural District receive annually through the state.
Yeah.
Which is important, because these are basically matching amounts or more.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chairman.
Councilor, questions?
May I just comment?
Please, Councilor Gilman.
It's not necessarily to do with the budget, so gavel me if you'd like. But I know a lot of the local business merchants are concerned with the lack of tourism that might occur not only from Canada, but from Europe right now. And I know they're under a lot of duress and they're talking together, which is great. I think they've been in touch with Dylan.
Yeah.
But you know, we need to be sensitive to how they're feeling right now with their businesses, so. Thank you for letting me say that.
Thank you, Councilor Gilman, because I've shared that. We've both been hearing that from our friends in the downtown, so thank you for that.
No further questions? We'll go to make a motion. Finance recommends the council approve the appropriations for the Tourism Commission as follows: personal services, $23,500. Ordinary maintenance, $128,000 for departmental total for Tourism Commission of $151,500, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor? Aye. Three in favor, 0 opposed, and no revisit. Thanks, Alex.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
Carry on at City Hall.
Wasn't so painful, right?
Uh,
Maybe a little bit.
I just wanted to float, do we want to revisit the mayor's office budget, knowing if we were to make a shift into HR and council on aging would come from the mayor's contingency line? Would you want to hold it for the revisit day and do all three?
Well, we're not doing the mayor yet, we're doing you.
There's next.
Mayor
on
was
the
supposed to be
list.
two.
Not on mine.
We have a new one.
There might be a difference between the.
How about the agenda?
Oh, okay.
Agenda stuff.
So yeah, if you want to revisit the mayor's office.
Yeah,
It's up to you, but
Yeah,
So you're saying if we were to find the money, it come from the mayor's office?
most likely have to come from the contingency line.
yeah.
Which currently has 125.
Yes.
Last year, the numbers were planned settlements,
Yeah.
right?
With 5 under contract right now.
5 out of,
I think it's maybe
9.
12 across the city. I don't know what the total.
Okay. So I guess what I'm asking is if that 125 is in there now, is that also in anticipation of contract settlements? So if we took from that,
It would have an impact on what we can bargain.
you can't just raise the number, just kidding. So, I guess the question is, do you want to revisit the mayor's budget before we review the mayor's budget?
Well,
I don't know.
We have to look at it first, then we can vote to revisit.
I guess so.
That's fair.
Well, we can make it time by not do it.
So we have The mayor's office.
It's 36,
Oh,
Page
you do,
36.
okay, we're looking over the numbers.
35 and 36.
The mayor's office budget is pretty straightforward. It's guided by practical changes in salary, which is what you see in the personnel section. And then the largest item in there, ordinary maintenance, you see the contingency line. The only other changes, we increased the in-state travel. Just assuming that there would be trainings that the mayor's office might want to go to, MMA trainings, things like that. And we increased as well. Primarily, so we have a little bit more money for the mayor's office to sponsor events like the fireworks as needs arise.
Boom.
Talking,
Councilor Benson.
thank you, and two things, I'll go back to the contingency quickly. You were talked about that this is also in place because of union negotiate, is that correct? So,
correct.
so touching this. Obviously, this is going to be a decision for the Budget and Finance Subcommittee, but I, as the committee of the whole, I have concerns about touching that if it could be problematic with union negotiations. So I just want to express that concern there, because it could lessen the ability to negotiate. And also understanding these in other jobs that I've had and knowing union negotiations, you want to be able to have a buffer in there, and you want to be able to negotiate in a way that will get you towards a settlement versus like some contracts can go on for 2 or 3 years, and that is not good. So I just want to express that concern. Now, talking about other use, where would be the fireworks expended, where would that be?
That
What
comes
line?
out of.
Other expenses.
Other expenses, okay.
Yep.
Is there a plan to give to the fireworks this year, or?
Plan was just to increase this line so as the need arises.
Okay,
it's there.
okay,
So
I won't ask that,
we're
I
not doing
just,
this
I will,
rate.
we wanna continue hopefully, and I know all of the counselors have been trying to help raise money for the fireworks for the third of July. So,
This year.
yeah, well, thank,
And
yes,
the fireworks expense typically is around $7,500.
That's historically what we've provided. Yep.
Well, how much, that's the cost of what the overall.
Oh, not
Oh,
the
that's
time, yeah.
I don't know what the actual,
Last year, I think it was what, $7,000, like the city contributed.
that we contributed,
Yeah.
but what the
overall
cost of the
cost
show
was
is.
50,000.
50, it's gotta, yeah, it's 50.
I'm not sure.
So sorry, he had the floor. I didn't mean to.
No, I'm done.
Okay, I'd heard that there was a contribution come from the city, but is that in the year-to-date totals of FY?
Not at the time of printing. And we used it from contingency this year because we had a little bit left over from the prior
Okay,
contract.
for contingencies.
Yeah.
Right. So do we? I'm glad people are still fundraising. I don't want to say it's all taken care of,
Right,
because that's the problem is.
That's why they held off on.
Yeah. So the city is contributing again another 7,500 to the fireworks.
Which, I would just want to make sure we're the right year, this year or next?
Right now.
Right now,
Currently.
it's more than 7,500.
Do you know how much it is?
I think they were talking above 20, so.
Wow.
But it hasn't been, there's been no
I've
one
not
else,
heard the
yeah,
final
so,
number. I
yeah,
don't
no,
know.
people need to continue to
Yeah.
fundraise for the fireworks.
And then so next year. I lost my spot in here.
Next year, it's in other expenses next to the bottom.
11.5 is for things that might come up. Separately from contingency.
Right, primarily sponsorships is what that line's.
Visiting dignitaries,
Was that?
visiting dignitaries, that's
Right?
probably we have the Maritime Senior.
Yeah,
Year.
Mary seems, yeah.
You've had the ambassador to Norway here recently. Some very exciting folks are coming, and also the sister cities as well.
Tomato City.
Yeah, we have a sister city in Japan, yeah.
As someone, no, and I didn't know that, well, I won't get on a tangent, but
Yeah.
as someone who studies international relations, I thought that was really exciting.
Yes.
But could also, if I may, Chairman, of other expenses, could we also use some of this to, like, when we're talking about like having the city hall events that we were talking about in the HR budget, could that go to, okay.
Could be
So we can, obviously, that's gonna be a decision on the BNF side, but I just wanted to ask that question, so thank you.
Decision start now, administration.
Pardon me? Yes.
It's a recommendation out of the administration.
Yes, but
Right,
obviously you were
right.
gonna be making the votes. That's for what I'm saying.
Right.
Thank you.
So the question is, we have revisits scheduled for human resources and for. What did we just?
Elder services,
Council
Council
on
on
Aging.
And now the mayor.
And do we want to hold a revisit on the mayor simultaneously, or are we gonna pass
It
the
would
budget?
give
as
us some
presented?
latitude as to figure out how to address some of the issues raised.
So you want to come back with all three of
Yeah, I
those
think
at this
that,
point?
yeah.
Okay,
Just one comment, not on the budget, there's an editing, I think editing mistake. The prior page has grand total city council on the final bottom line, and the mayor's office also has grand total city council.
It's a typo.
Yeah, and I should think we didn't get $614,000 all of a sudden for the city council. And
So don't get
It's a
excited.
typo.
Yeah.
what's the first
You
one?
don't vote on the totals.
what's that?
You know, the committee doesn't vote on totals. It's just the
Line
first, it's the line item.
Right, but I just saw the city council miss.
Thank you.
There's probably a copy and paste from the prior page, I'm guessing. I don't want to get confused, all of a sudden increase the city council budget by $600,000.
Not this year.
So we're gonna put a revisit on the mayor's office budget.
Please.
Okay. So then we go back to Connor.
Yes. 44.
Treasurer collector, page 33 and 34 and 35, 45.
So if I could just start from the beginning, I was looking at our 2023 budget, which was the year I started. The department was $972,000 a year. The one we have before you today is $845,000. So since the time I came here, we're running the same operation, $127,000 cheaper than we did before I was here. I'm proud of
Are
that.
you volunteering?
Yeah, no,
You brought a fine pencil to
really,
He's working a lot of hours.
I think a lot of what it is the staff side. I really just want to use this opportunity. Our staff counts the pennies in the background. You know, it's not a high visibility job, but they've done a great job. We've had a very unique 4 years. And we've been very far behind, you know, you have to let hit the ground at a sprint. We've been very lucky to have the people. And this-
I think that John's spirit is ultimately.
Yes, yes. We often say, what would John say about that?
And on that subject, Con, I just want to say.
Very good. He would say very good.
On that subject, Con, I want to say, we all revere John and the work he did, but I also appreciate that and I want to encourage you to continue sort of finding your own path.
Thank you.
Not everybody's perfect. I'm sure John always did the best he could. But sometimes when you don't have that transition period, you have to sort of piece together what someone was planning or thinking or intending, and that's not easy. And you have done a remarkable job, you and your staff, to come in at a difficult time without a mentor training you like you would have had with, if there was a predictable transition there. So, but keep paving your own path, and the fact that you've got a very different style book that everyone seems to appreciate, I know I do. It's just one outward symbol of you saying, hey, I'm gonna own this and be my own treasurers.
Thanks.
Keep up the good work.
So for the budget, it's the salaries like the mayor's office, it's all contractual. Purchase of services, we reduced it a little bit, it's just as we fine tune some of the services that we've purchased in the office. Some of it we've brought in-house, some things we've been able to modernize a little bit. It's just made the operations flow a little smoother and quicker. Legal services is tax title fees that we pay for houses that we take into tax title. And then there's just supplies and travel. It's a pretty straightforward budget.
Councilor Benson.
So I have a couple of questions, but looking at the bottom here after stipends,
Mhm.
there's a parking clerk stipend of 6,000. Is this parking clerk, is this the one who like disputes like tickets or something like that?
So when
Okay.
you write an appeal, it will go to this person.
Of course, and this person is another position and just gets
Yeah.
extra.
Yeah, it's a position up above here, and they take on the duties of parking.
Of parking, okay.
Which I don't envy anyone that has to be.
No, I'm sure I'm sure you don't. And then the parking sticker sales clerk, is that are those part-time positions, those people
Those are
just come
some
in?
people selling the resident stickers.
Okay, yeah, so they just come in for that time.
Correct.
Okay, also, if this is an opportunity to ask you, and I'm gonna, is the Moody's, if I may, has downgraded the United States' borrowing. Is there a risk too, if this is an opportunity to ask you, is there a risk for Gloucester with borrowing? With the credit rating being downgraded by the United States, could this affect our ability to borrow?
It does, and we have our own credit
Okay.
rating that we sell on the market on our own.
Okay, that is good to know, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
I don't see a line item for security in the lockbox. You have something some special provision for guarding our Gloucester's Fort Knox. Right? You've got a lot of money in there, right?
We have some very good safes in that room.
Yeah, okay. And the passwords or the combinations didn't go away with
It's
time.
easy, it's on a Post-it right on the.
Yeah, of course.
Easy.
Even if you know the combo, it's hard to get in.
Councilors, questions? Councilor Grace, Councilor Benson.
Yes, looking at in-state travel, I see quite an increase. Is that just for like be able to go to conferences or?
No, so John obviously didn't go to treasurer collector school because John did it for a million years, so I still go and Nicolette's going.
Okay,
So it's double.
fantastic. That's
Yeah.
great. That's good.
So that's for both of us to go there.
Okay, great.
Excellent. Councilor questions? Seeing none. Budget and Finance moves to recommend that City Council approve the fiscal year 2026 appropriations for the treasurer collector as follows. Personal services, $605,602. Ordinary maintenance, $209,425. Debt service, $30,000. Departmental total, $845,027, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded, further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed. No revisit. 106, debt service.
Yes. You'll see, I'll just highlight on the first two pages, just kind of how we approach borrowing now. More information because it is there, kind of formalized here. The real budget starts on page 108. These are just all our different types, the type of project that we fund with that debt. They follow the debt schedule that our financial advisor provides to us.
The financial advisors services fees are in this budget or in yours?
No, so for the last couple of years, we've been able to pay for them using premium that we get during the bond sales, which is great. Because they are really expensive. It's like $150,000 for the service.
So it's not reflected as a line item, but it's.
Right, it comes right out of the borrowing premium that we receive, which is great.
That's, I'm reading every budget motion.
Yes, less any premium, right?
Worthly.
Thank you. So on some of these, especially the betterment related debts, we're getting income from residents that we're billing. It's not reflected here though, correct?
Right, so there'll be a matching revenue line in fund revenues based on these debt schedules.
That is part of this vote too? Or-
No, it would be in the general fund revenue.
Okay, so in theory, I don't need to go into the detail, like paving betterment debt, $205,000. That's what we're paying per year. And in theory, we're collecting 205.
Correct. Yep. So when we set up the betterments, so what I'll do is I'll do a borrowing, say I get it at 3.1% interest. Then we set up the betterments onto everyone's tax bills to Munis at 3.1% interest with the idea that we'll collect it and then it goes right to the debt payment.
Okay, and then when that debt's paid off, the betterments also end for the residents.
Right.
I think, does the city have a capacity to charge a percentage or percentage and a half, I think, for administering these? And do we?
You may have to correct me here, is it 50 or 500 we put on? I think it's 500. We put,
Yes.
if you choose to do the payment plan, there is a $500 fee that gets tagged onto it in the first year.
There's still a lien that you pay to Salem Registry for any of these, but So
Yes.
there is an option for people to pay a betterment
Mhm.
in full upfront.
Yep.
Or to finance it through the city.
And then our office would issue a release if you paid it full.
That's if people do, for example, a 10-year payment plan. And then in the situation where people defer it, they're over 65, they defer it to the future sale of their property. There's an interest rate on that too?
So they don't pay anything while it's deferred. I believe it's 8% they're accruing, but they're not paying it. After the transfer or death, it switches to 16%.
Forgive me for
Because-
not knowing this before
Yeah.
today. So we charge an 8% deferred annual tax or interest on
balance.
the balance. That's paid at the sale of the property.
It should be.
And if it's not, then there's a
Then
16%.
it jumps to spikes to 16%.
So it should be, so wouldn't it just be automatic that comes off the sale price that?
If they don't
Right,
sell those.
so when they request an MLC, we put a note on there that says, just so you know, municipal lien certificate. We put a note on there that says they've deferred taxes for X number of years, you should call our office for a payoff. And that would normally get worked into the closing. But there's instances, if it's a family sale, if it's a death, then they never change the. Yeah.
So family sale, it doesn't go through the same deed writing. it
They
doesn't-
might just transfer title, but not clear the debt.
And in that case, it would go to 16% or just wouldn't change until they sell the house.
It's a manual calculation. So eventually we would find out that this
Oh,
house has
God.
changed hands and
Oh,
then.
you don't know necessarily.
No, so we would have to do a little digging to find out.
Yeah, I think the registry, I think the assessor's office has a service where the registry of deeds they collect transfers of property in Gloucester and sends that to the assessor's office, but there's a lag time on that.
We're very lucky to have very few deferrals. I think we have 8 total.
Oh.
Yeah, we
Okay,
don't have
sorry.
as many deferrals as you
Mine?
think. Yeah.
I was gonna say, let's dig into this, but if there's 8
No,
out of every betterment,
no.
It'll be 7.
There's,
That's
yeah,
hard to imagine.
it'll be 7 soon.
it's hard to imagine there's only 8.
It's unappealing because of the interest.
Yeah,
You
the
know,
interest
people
makes
don't want to pass that on to their families.
Which is good.
Right.
It's the intent.
Yeah.
I don't know, what's that talking about? Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe they know the 8%.
Councilor Gilman.
Thank you. So, Connor, this is really helpful to have this all laid out. Thank you. So let me just ask you a question on Blueberry Lane.
Yes.
Okay, that was my last betterment as a ward counselor.
Yep.
So 63,000. And we have 5,000 left, but everyone that participated in that has 5 years to pay off their number. Cause that's
Are you
how we
looking at the
divide
chart?
it. Yeah,
Just
sorry.
not following. Okay.
So does that
I
mean?
read from the bottom.
So does that mean that we are really pretty much set with our debt, but you're gonna continue to get the stream of reimbursements from the 14 abutters from Blueberry that are gonna be coming in year after year?
No, so what that means is we authorized 68, we only borrowed 63. So there's a balance on the project of $5,000. And so if there was another out cost on that project, we could borrow, we have the authority to borrow another
Okay,
5,000,
so
but we would.
this isn't how much has been cut.
No,
been
this is
repaid, this is-
authorized but unissued debt.
Got
in this
it.
chart.
Okay, thank you.
And if you remember in the past, the administration might come back and say, okay, we need to, we don't no longer need these either funds or this debt. And then what they'll do is it'll just close, it'll be released. But if you remember in the past, I think we had some funds left over in Nashua. Remember the paving, I remember Counselor Gross, you had some questions about, we have some monies left over and now we're repurposing them. So this could happen also again in the future, where there could be some monies left over in the project that will just be repurposed, but only the amount that the actual expense is actually billed to the homeowners.
Is it borrowed, but not?
Authorized but not borrowed in the far right column.
Right. So on lien, if I may.
Is Councilor Gross.
On the liens. I know it was John's practice that when somebody did not opt to go to a payment plan, they paid up front. You
Yep.
still put a lien on the property.
Yep, we do not do that. To my knowledge, we did not do that this year. We didn't release them when we, no.
Because I know someone on my street was very upset about it.
Mhm.
And then had to pay,
Right,
and they have to have lots.
right. So they did pay twice.
Yeah,
And then you have to pay the recording fee.
Yeah.
yes, that's what I'm saying. It's
So yeah,
expensive.
this year when we did it, we made a deadline for the payoffs so that we didn't record. And we just posted them right to the capital fund or the betterment fund.
Connor,
They don't talk to me
May-
anymore.
may I
Yes,
ask another question? So with,
Mr. Gilman.
with Blueberry, we had pretty specific letters that we sent out to let people know exactly what to expect.
Mhm.
I'm wondering if that would be helpful to have that information that you just stated
Yeah.
in it, so people know exactly what they're getting into.
Yeah.
And that we create maybe a set of, a template for those, for new folks that are doing betterments that maybe haven't done it before.
Yeah.
And so if you were to look at Blueberry, we really worked hard to come up with really helpful documents for every process. And
Yeah.
it was a small group of it was a very easy betterment for us, but we had those as tools. So
Yeah.
maybe we'd want to look at those and set up something even on our private road repair website to be the standard documents without numbers, just to let people, like new ward counselors who might be doing it for the
Very
first
helpful.
time. You know,
Kathy Lane in legal department wrote a really nice letter that we sent out to people for this. So
Yeah.
it might be nice, should they see it earlier and it's incorporated earlier, so they're
Yeah.
not getting it at the very end.
We should ask Kathy to circulate a copy of that for our own information if we're
Yeah, it
involved.
was
in that.
nice, had it very clear,
Yeah.
like if you check this box, this is what you're gonna do, and if you check
Yeah.
this box, that's what's gonna happen.
anyway, if you want me to pull together some of those documents to send to just you guide me if there's any way I can help.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Worsley.
Thank you. So I understand this, when we have amount authorized, but not borrowed, we're not paying any interest. It's like an equity line you don't use.
No.
Right? But then when we have an amount borrowed and an amount remaining, so I'll pick one just for example, second page. Go right down, Beaman and Pumpful Modulars.
Yep.
$3.5 million was authorized. 300,000 was borrowed. So we're paying interest on the 3 million.
The 3 million, yep.
And the 500,000 remaining means if we had to get more modulars, we could go through this loan authorization to borrow more $500,000.
If that's the original criteria, the loan order.
And if we knew we didn't need them, is there, when we talk about our borrowing capacity, our levy, what our levy will authorize for borrowing capacity, is the stuff, the category of amount remaining count against us?
Because it's considered outstanding.
Yeah, you have to rescind that.
So this
remaining
could use a
amount.
cleanup. This goes back to 2012.
Right.
This could use a cleanup.
So next time you print this, could you put a total? At the
Oh,
bottom?
yeah.
Because as I was trying to go through, there's a big number in the amount remaining. And if you think we're gonna need it, we're not gonna touch it, right? But if there's some projects like East Veterans, MSBA supported East second top. 66 million was authorized. Mount Bar is 32 million. And this doesn't make sense. Why is there remaining 3 million?
So it's 32.2 borrowed, 31.2 from MSBA. So that third column in is other funding sources. So.
That is a debt or a income?
We had to borrow it all because it's reimbursed.
Right.
Yeah,
I just.
because then we can't open up purchase orders. We can't pay all the vendors. I can't.
So the 3.3
Release the
million remaining is if we had additional expenses, we could spend 3.3, but if it's not like we have $30 million.
No.
The difference because it's borrowed and reimbursed.
I want to say the last time we cleaned this up was over 10 years ago. I think it was like 2 CFOs ago. I
Yeah.
think Jeff Town was the last
It goes
person.
back to 2012.
Yeah, I think Jeff Town was the last time that we cleaned this up.
So this is good to see, but it would be timely for us to.
Yeah, I don't think John
Review.
ever attacked this.
You both fully staffed,
Yes.
you've fully staffed your office.
Yeah,
Would it look good with creditors and outside auditors if this were cleaned up?
So when you have an opportunity to do that, we would definitely, that budget and finance and the rest of the council, I'm sure would like to see the updated version.
If I want to see solar panels on East Vet School, is this the place to put a request in, or is there another place to do it, or is it school, or is it building committee, is
I
it?
think that'd be Mike Hale, facilities director.
Facility, buildings under Mike, yeah.
So he has 3.3 million he could work with to do something like that.
That one has the building committee and everything, so I don't feel comfortable
It gets
answering that.
complicated.
Yeah. And the MSBA reimbursement makes it very complicated.
It wouldn't be reimbursable.
No,
In the library line item on the same page, halfway down, reflects the total obligation, but it doesn't reflect any offsetting revenue.
Correct. So I've been borrowing short-term notes on the library in the hope that the donations will come through. It'll pay off what we've short-term borrowed, and then it will just be zeros across the board. Sure. That's the case.
And things like that, and the police station, I'm assuming that there's still work to be done.
Yeah, we're still
Yeah.
seeing odds and ends come
Yeah.
through, so there will be another police borrowing in a couple weeks.
There's some roof.
There will be because
Work.
we need more than $4 million.
We need more, we need to continue using from the 4.1 remaining authorized.
Okay, oh,
Yeah.
so you're gonna go out to borrow, but no actions from the council?
No.
Right, okay.
So this is not expenditures. This is just what we've borrowed.
Yep, no, I got it.
There could be short-term financing in between as well. Which is not part of it. So this is only when there's a GOB, a general obligation bond, when we've gone long-term on a project.
But keep an eye on this, if I may. First page, Harbor Masters facility, 2.5 million authorized. 1.3 borrowed, 900 funding from the sources. Okay,
I believe that was the big grant, right?
Oh, it was multiple.
Well, I'm just thinking I think that was the biggest one.
Well, the big grant was the floats, really, most of the floats. This was Secret Economic Council was
Oh,
a
yeah,
big
yeah, yeah.
portion of this.
And a lot of times, you might look at this balance and go, hey, we could do something else with the loan orders are pretty specific, and then you actually can't.
I'm not trying to be too creative.
I just
And we don't
wanted to
authority-
caution everyone of that.
Based on,
Then you have to pay it back.
Right.
based
We don't
on,
have authority to do that.
based on the timeframe,
It's not free money.
based on the timeframe that
Came in under budget.
see this covering, I'm surprised that there aren't more betterment projects listed, in terms of amounts authorized, borrowed, and outstanding, for example, of my Southern Road betterment project, doesn't appear here. Let's see.
So
Grapevine
some,
Road.
yeah, some projects we might have satisfied with premium. So we get, just like I pay the financing costs, I would use premium to pay the debt off. So it doesn't show as outstanding,
But we're still charging the homeowners for
We used
their
our
portion of what doesn't reflect here.
right? And the loan order is written that way. That should we get premium, you can pay them principal, and we're still gonna bill you for it.
So may,
Complicated.
may I ask a question on that? Because
Councilor Gilman.
that's brings up a good point. So that's revenue that is coming in right now that we've kind of just left, right? So in other words, we've got for all those extra payments are gonna happen sometimes for up to 5 years if it's
10 years.
or even 10 years, that's money that's gonna be coming in that we've taken care of,
Yep.
but it's money that's coming in as an
Over that
addition to
time.
property taxes, right? So how do we keep track of that as inventory money that's coming in, which really should be applied to our revenues on an
It gets
annual
applied,
basis?
so there's a revenue line on the general fund revenue where we reimburse ourselves, so it comes in via that, so we'll assess the betterment. They pay the betterment on the tax bill, and then it
Yeah.
goes into a special holding account. And then I will put in the budget a line to reimburse us out of all of those betterment accounts. So Kenny and I, at the end of the year, will settle up on that.
Just
Okay, so,
transfer in.
so we discuss that when we discuss the revenues.
Yep.
It's all there.
Yeah, right.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
That's good. That's helpful. Thank you.
If I may, looking at the debt service and then also the authorized unissued debt, what is the total amount of debt that the city has then?
So if you go maybe 4 pages, hang on. 114, that's the city's debt statement, so it breaks down how much we can borrow, what we've borrowed, what's outstanding, and it breaks down all the different categories.
So the outstanding amount of debt is it the gross debt? or
It
is it
is, so we've got gross
remaining
debt, I'm looking
borrow?
for the issue.
Okay.
So we can borrow up to 76 million more as of the last time we snapshotted this. but That
Okay.
has changed because this was from last July.
And this was before, was this
140
before?
Thank you,
Okay.
145,798,000.
That we have in debt. Now, is this before the 76,163,284? Is that before we took out the loan for the
Water
secondary,
treatment plant.
was that before or after?
We haven't taken out that loan. yet.
Oh, we haven't taken it yet.
Authorized it, but not borrowed.
So this is not reflecting that, okay,
It does reflect it, but
It
it
does.
reflects it as unborrowed.
as unborrowed, okay, so will this change once it's borrowed?
It'll
Alright.
just move to a different line.
Okay,
Is that what we see? Further up, we see a 335 million.
And that would be line G, new debt subject to the debt limit including this issue. That's where you'll see the secondary.
and will that, my question then, will that change the lower the capacity of how much more we can borrow?
It won't. So
Okay,
the only thing that'll lower it this is paying down the principal or
Okay.
closing the project.
okay,
And this is everything. This is anywhere between schools, the police station. It's like water and sewer. It's all activities, you know, or
Sorry, right
even
here.
rink.
Was it library?
Yep.
Yep.
This is everything.
I feel like we could have a whole class just on this, probably end it.
We have a very complicated debt schedule.
Yeah,
compared
we're
to
like the
other
master
people.
Robbins of
We're
debt.
gonna give you some time to straighten it out. and simplify. So we do need to vote, but as it's moving through on the debt service as presented to us.
That is.
So that's Department 700 debt service, and Budget and Finance Committee would recommend the city council to approve the fiscal year 2026 appropriation for debt service as follows. And it lists as ordinary maintenance, $15,093,491, and that's a move. And you've heard discussion on that. That's on page 108. Motion made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Debt service. Okay. 115 for other state and county assessments.
So this number just comes right from the state's cherry sheet website.
so could these numbers actually be different if,
They
depending
do
on how the
usually-
budgets are, how they're voting on those budgets?
They usually, that's
Yep.
the best estimate we have now, but they usually go up.
They go up, yeah, cause I think the last time there was some increases from what I was seeing from the state budget proposals from the house side. I think it,
But these are bad numbers.
Okay.
It depends how you view.
No, but aren't they
I
negatives?
don't agree with all of them, but
No, but aren't they negatives?
No, this isn't
No.
the revenue, this is the state
assessment.
assessment.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are not.
Right, this is
money in,
money we
this
have to
is
pay
money
out. Mhm.
no, this is when they say they giveth, you know, then they take it. This is the take it.
Right, yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I meant. These are bad.
Oh,
Not that they're incorrect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the school choice, the sending tuition, the 1.9 or the 2 million. That's usually, it's revised later and it's usually the 2.1 as you see in 2025. So 2025 adopted budget was 1.8, but the real number was 2.1. So I expect that there'll be something similar to that in 26. It happens every year.
Questions? Budget and Finance would move to recommend that the city council approve the fiscal year 2026 appropriations for other state and county assessments as follows. Ordinary maintenance, $2,525,381, total the same, and I so move.
Second.
All in favor?
What?
Yes.
One question. Essex Tech is not here, it's in the school budget.
No, it's on page one
Has its own
21,
department.
I'm sorry.
regional school assessment.
Okay,
Sorry for interrupting.
that's right, thank you.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. 3 in favor, 0 opposed, no repeated. General fund revenue. Is that back to the beginning?
Is it on the?
Yeah, it's not on the
General
agenda.
fund revenue,
Yeah.
on the agenda.
general fund revenue.
Oh, no, it's,
Yeah, it's on, that revenue's on there.
it's on.
Oh, I
Just
meant
doesn't
I
say-
didn't know if we were gonna do regional school stuff and then other financing uses.
It's not, makes sense to do so while we're here.
Under other states and county assessments. Just take it under that.
No, it's on the agenda. So cherry sheet assessments and then the next is regional vote. It's on the agenda.
Okay.
That's 121.
Council.
Yes,
Just want to make sure people are aware that I do sit on the tech board, as Gloucester has pointed that there's no financial gain that I have either way.
we're glad that they have your voice.
My 6th year. It's a great school.
Again, that's the number that's given to us.
Yes. So we're on page 121, regional school assessments.
You want to vote against your budget?
No, I voted for it this year after talking to Mayor Verga. Last year I voted against it. Last year it was 7.85%. This year it was down to 4.5%, which is actually much less than that because they're still paying a $430,000 pension to the Aggie students that they had to take over because the state decided that the individual districts needed to cover that rather than the state, as placeholder. So felt that it was much closer to, well, this year the schools are 5.45%.
5.2. Yep.
Yeah,
Very close.
and it was felt that that was the proper vote to take. So it was unanimously approved this year at the tech, even Danvers.
You say even Danvers, did that mean less likely? to
Well,
vote because of Danvers?
Danvers was overwhelmed by the amount of students that were attending. And that the numbers were like, Gloucester has 108, I think Danvers they were up to like 350. You know, and if you can imagine that and how much money that takes out of their budget, it was really a problem, but they're
It was
starting.
rated by some of the students that could go there based on
No.
school population.
There's no quotas per the districts that supported 17 districts in the past, so it's a matter of how much at that time we had to pay based on our population back then, and then now it's just there as a constant that continues to be paid, right, Connor? I mean, I
That's correct.
I think I've got that. But, you know, the good news about the tech is that they're really, really on top of their budget. And they're very sensitive to how the districts feel about fairness. And I think our superintendent, Heidi Lucille, is great about you know, really communicating to all the mayors, the town managers, and keeping everybody in the loop. And they've become very, very very well managed in terms of numbers, so.
I can speak in this for a minute.
Please.
First, I think the education that Gloucester students are getting from Essex Tech is second to none. The amount of money we're spending per student is higher there than in Gloucester schools. That's what you told me last year.
This year it's 17,471 per student.
It's higher.
In Gloucester.
It's higher in Gloucester. What is Gloucester?
I'm sorry.
I don't think it's that.
So this is on, are you sure?
All the participating.
Yeah.
So it's just quality education. I do want,
Go ahead.
I just want to ask a general question without getting into any battle, because I think that the local school is doing an awesome job. Mayor said we went on a tour a couple years ago. I think you might have organized it, and I drove with the mayor. And he did raise the question, I'm not going to words his mouth, he raised the question about whether that money is better spent in Gloucester or in Polk. Obviously, if it's here, we're not making any changes. But taxpayers are putting $2 million towards a small percentage of Gloucester students for excellent education. And I wonder, I feel accepted because I don't know, there's a lot of emotions that get around this, I just want to talk about numbers. Is there a conversation about the impact this has had on our vocational school students? They've been a decline in Gloucester students using Gloucester Vocational School because they're going here. And can we provide anything close to that for less than $2 million? It's not going to change this year, but I'd like to throw the question out. And if I don't think the question is wrong. I just like to have a conversation about it at some point. Could be here, could be after the school committee decision.
If I may,
the amount of offer, there's no way we could ever come close to the amount of offerings that are offered to our kids.
I know that.
24 programs.
So.
24 programs at the time.
We
Yeah.
could never, ever come near replicating what it is, and I don't know if we have a choice about whether we're in there or not.
Well, that's the question, do we have a choice?
I don't think so.
Anybody know how that decision is made?
We'd be walking away from the $2 million that we put down to finance the school. Which would be.
Well, I'm not saying we should do it. I just wanna
And we'd be
understand it.
leaving 108 students without a program that they,
Yeah, but that has his hand up. Oh. Sorry, let me go put him on.
did you tell? Okay.
He must know. Hamburger's on.
Here we're good.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Yes, so Jeff's right. We talked about that when we toured the vote, I think 2 years ago. But the city council, when the decision was made to rebuild the vote and combine with Essex Aggie, the city council had public hearings and took a vote to join or rejoin the new school. And I was on the city council, I think it was around 2011-ish. Because I had a father-in-law and a brother who were vocational teachers, I had recused myself from the conversation. But the point is, when the city council took the vote, we committed to paying our share of the mortgage on the new building and being one of the 17 members. I think to leave, I think we could probably do that with another vote of the council, but I don't think that we get to walk away from our share of the mortgage. I don't know that for sure, but it's not as simple as let's just change our mind and put the 2 million somewhere else. So hopefully that sheds a little light on the situation.
Just high and dry.
Thank you.
And split the what?
Put the money somewhere else.
Okay, yeah. I
Thank
just
you.
want to be clear, I'm not advocating for, it. I just want to have a conversation to understand what our obligations are and what we get for this and what our students get for it, so.
So I put in everybody's mailbox about 2 months ago, the full updated budget for this year. And I would suggest that you take a look at that and all the programs. It's unique to Gloucester in that document.
No, I've read that.
And-
I'm not asking about
Okay.
what we're getting for this. I'm saying, what is our obligation from a municipality standpoint? And what are we not providing for Gloucester students who don't, I guess they're still Gloucester students, but for Gloucester students who aren't in this, are we shortchanging them to participate in this? And if that conversation isn't worth having, then we won't have it, but I don't know that we've had that conversation in a number of years. As the mayor said, it was 2011, the council had a hearing on it. And we've just been approving dollar amounts, and I appreciate the work that you do and the committee does to advocate for, and I think your superintendent here has been really good about keeping the cost low. I just see a 15.8% increase. And so that might be contractual and like everything else, but at some point, if we were to continue those increases, I think we should have a conversation to say, how are the other 2,800 or 3,000 students impacted by this in Gloucester School District? And that can be a conversation for another day.
Councilor Benson.
If I may ask a question, and Mayor, are you still on the call?
Yes.
Okay, my question, so you said that we are required to pay for the build, our portion of like the new building, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then if we were to say we're not going to do this, wouldn't we be? We obviously have, and we have to do what to pay the building, but also if with this 2 million, couldn't we be selling the students short if we're not actually funding this, correct? The students that actually go to the tech and go to Essex Aggie? Is that correct?
Let me just be clear. So I don't know for sure, but I doubt we can walk away from our commitment to the building. So if a vote of the council allows us to not participate as a member district, as a member district, I don't think they're gonna let us walk away from our commitment to the building.
That makes sense.
You know, and I was, when we were on the council, obviously I had to literally leave the room because I couldn't be part of the conversation. But I had strong feelings that, you know, we should be boosting our vocational school instead of investing in one that's got all the bells and whistles. But we do have, Bell can give the exact number, but roughly 100 kids from Gloucester go there every year. and I forget the number of programs was just mentioned, but we offer 4 and this fall 5 programs here versus the well over a dozen they have. So, you know, we, the city of Gloucester, have souped up our vocational school. Like I said, we're at a new program, medical assistant this fall. A couple of years ago, we added a director, which we have never really had, this going back to the time I was in high school. So we are putting our money where our mouth is locally, and there are options for our kids. And if those 100 kids wanted to be in the 4 and soon to be 5 programs in Gloucester, there wouldn't be enough room for them. So
Yeah.
we are best served by keeping ours, Gloucester's vocational school growing and strong and remaining a member of Essex Tech.
That makes sense, because again, I feel like if we were to not invest in that, we would be not investing in these 100 odd students. But the question maybe just for Val, since you're on this, Val, too, is that the tech and the Aggie offer, you said 20-something programs?
24.
24 programs.
That's not in addition to the agricultural programs as well.
programs,
So
yeah.
what they do is the 17 districts can only take advantage of the 24 programs. Like they've got dental, they've got IT, you know, veterinary services. And they've got electrical, carpentry, duplicates to what we have. But what occurs is that if you're a non-district, not a 17, and you want to go to the tech, the only programs your students can get into from a choice standpoint are the agricultural programs. And those are the farming programs, the animals and the stuff that Topsfield Fair is all about.
Yep.
So what it does is it earmarks a school for our students because we made the initial investment. And another thing just to add is that when our students that are applying as freshmen, when they get, if they're on the waiting list, the waiting list letter that goes back to the students in Gloucester reminds them of the vocational programs that are offered at Gloucester High. And that's because Mayor Verga and Chairperson Clancy thought that and Ben Lummis thought that would be helpful. So I'm on the admissions committee there, and I was able to convince the administration, which they agreed to. So that's just to know that if our students are not getting in, they're reminded of the programs at Gloucester High.
And if I may also, it is thank you, Mayor, for saying that you've added these programs, and this is incredibly important too for our young people who are not wanting to go to the 4-year college. But these are opportunities for young people to be able to get out of high school and make a decent living. So thank you for your work on that, Mayor.
And I also want to add, we couldn't possibly provide all these programs in Gloucester.
Yeah.
No question, we couldn't, you know.
So the schools themselves spend $1,454 per student. 16,000. That's just the school. The city, which is the debt service and the DPW, the electricity, everything that we fund through vote is 21,463. So actually, when it comes down to, you look at bottom line, the per student at the Volk is cheaper. So we're actually not taking anything away from the other few thousand kids that are in our district.
Okay.
As far as financial resources go.
But I would say 5 or 6 years ago, when the school wasn't well managed, that was not the case.
That was not the case.
And you know, thanks to Melissa Trexler and some of the work that they did to get on top of their issues, and Heidi Riccio as a new superintendent, they've made really remarkable positive changes to return on investment in their fiduciary responsibilities to all of us.
I may have been working off of old information, because the conversation you and I had about how much they spend per student at Essex Tech, even higher, but it's clearly not the case.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion. That was a good discussion, thank you. Budget and Finance would move to recommend the council approve for year 2026 appropriations for regional school investment for the North Shore Regional Vocational School as follows. Ordinary maintenance, $2,006,398, and total the same, and I so move.
Second.
It's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed, no revision. $146 brings us to.
What 146?
Revenue and expense.
Are we doing?
Revenues?
Pension or other planning to do?
We do that first?
Those quick ones.
Yeah. Pension,
Your pension first, that's on that same vote page.
Counselor,
120.
I have a P and D meeting and I need to get home to walk the dog. So can someone close the meeting, the committee to the whole? Okay, thank you.
Quick say opening, well, you're not here.
What?
Isn't
Yeah,
it
that's
enough?
what she's saying, to close it after.
I'm just-
One more time.
Yeah.
There's enough.
So pension, page 120 in
Thank you.
the book. Larry, you want us to do here?
I don't know if our ex officio member of the retirement board might want to chat about this. Do you want to?
Sure.
You know it better than me.
Yep, so,
Now, you're voting extra.
yes, I am. So this is the fiscal year 26 pension assessment, and it says, you'll see this also in water, sewer. I think, is it also, that's it just for now, right? Did we
It's
have
on
anything-
waterways, too.
Waterways,
Yep.
okay, so waterways, so it's spread in other departments. Sitting on the board, I mean, we, and I'm just one member, we're hopeful that by 2034 we'll be fully funded at that time.
Windfall after that, right?
Yeah, we'll have windfall and hopefully we'll be able to fund OPEB, that's the plan. But there's also the Housing Authority and then also CADA. So there's 3 members as part of the retirement system. So, yep. So this is the general fund portion that is before you. And it's about a 6%, increase annually. I mean, this is something that every couple of years that there's an actuarial done. So we just had one done, recently, and then also PERAC, they also review this and they approve. And this is based off July 1st, if you recall. I remember when I first came here, we were paying it, even monthly and then I think the payment that was switched over to September. So I, recommended making that payment on July 1st, and it was a savings of $100,000. So John, to his credit, for him, it was a no-brainer because it was adding $100,000 to the budget. So
Just finance charges of paying it monthly? Or just what you wouldn't have gained in the market over that period of time was X? because
it's just, I think for
all
me,
the
it's just like a prepayment.
Yes.
So, I mean, making that payment, even in September, there was some savings, but there's even a greater savings making that payment on July 1st. My understanding, the reason why it wasn't done was because there was debt service. There was a lot going out in July. So it just wasn't feasible on a cash flow basis. That was the answer that I got at the time. But John was able to his credit, was able to get it done. So we've been making the July 1st payment now for a while, I would say about a decade.
This is on a,
Sorry.
this is on a schedule.
Yeah, it's like a mortgage.
We have
We're on a
to 2034.
2034, but it's every 2 years. So if, hopefully, I know this is not wood, but, hopefully, because I recall when we had the financial crisis, I think at that time, we were targeted to be fully funded 2030, 2032. And then what happened with the financial crisis, we refinanced the mortgage. So we could have gone all the way to 2040, and we actually did go to 2037. And then every 2 years, I mean, I'm on the board. I keep pushing to try to see if we can. So we were able to go from 2037 to 2034. I even tried 2033 and so on.
We should push it so that we can.
Pay it off sooner.
Okay.
I just want to get this paid off as quickly as possible. So on the board, I've been pushing to try to see what do the numbers look like if we pay this off in 2033. 2034 is the best it's going to get, just because of the amount of years that's left to be fully funded. I just don't see it getting any better than that.
Yeah.
There was.
Councilor Benson?
So speaking of this year, when you said 2034, is there a risk, though, you just said the financial crisis, if we have another financial crisis, I mean, a recession could happen any day now. But could there be a risk of this going from 2034 to 2038 again? If we have another financial crisis similar to what we had in 08?
I hope not. What I would say though is, because this is required statutorily, we have to make these payments.
Yeah.
Which is different than OPEB. OPEB, there is no statutory requirement. But when the financial crisis happened, the state did, or PERAC provided relief to refinance the mortgage to 2040. So I would envision if there was another financial crisis, which I hope there isn't, the state or PERAC would also provide that relief to retirement systems or to cities and towns to be able to refinance that mortgage again. But I hope that's not the case, because I feel, I feel very good about 2034 at this, at this time. But no, if there was, I would envision there would be another refinance of the mortgage.
No, I appreciate that, because I do think there is a great potential for recession in the next couple of years, so, but if you're
Market's down
preparing.
900 right now.
Yep. I will go ahead and read the motion, which is for Budget and Finance to move to recommend that the city council approve, or I'll give you that. The fiscal year 2026 appropriations for pension regular contributory as follows. Personal services, 13,387,946, and I so move.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Further discussion or questions?
Thanks. I would just want to finish up on a line of questioning. When we say windfall, it's because we think it'll be fully funded in 2034, and then we don't need to fund it out of the city budget going forward.
Yeah, what I would say is, as with
In
the
a couple of
actuarial, there's a study that's done. And then what'll happen is, based off, because there's various assumptions. As far as like the
7.5%,
discount rate, and then how much as far as salaries, as far as increases, there's about a dozen assumptions. So based off those assumptions, there could be a contribution from the city, but it could be a lot less. For example, I think that last year it's like around 23 million. So it could go from 24 million to maybe $1 million the following year. But hopefully it will all be paid off, and then every 2 years, because I think there should be something steady, because I would hate to see 24 million then go to zero, then the year subsequent, the year following, then it would be 2 million. So I'm hoping that there'll be some kind of smoothing of that, payment after 2034.
So I wonder though, if we could at some point look at 2034 will be here before we know it, but a projection on what's expected. I mean, it's not even a projection. There is a certain dollar amount we have to put in to meet that goal. And you said it's 23.5 or 23 million in 6 years, 7 years. That means this number is gonna be a much larger number each year for the next.
Yeah, and it has been, yeah.
Right. And so we need to be ready for that.
Yeah, and it changes every 2 years. It's going to change. Just because it's refreshed, the numbers are refreshed, just like the OPEB report. Each time.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes to be in favor, 0 opposed. No revisit. So we're going back to revenue now. What about page are we on?
147.
No. Oh, what about other financing uses?
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Actually, no, let's do that.
So that's on page 123, other financing uses.
Yes. This one's just 2 transfers out. One $75,000 to, I believe it's a school athletics fund.
Yeah, it's an athletic revolving fund, if you recall.
I think it's split like transportation.
Right. No, it's all.
This goes to one.
It goes all to one. Each year around July, the school asks me, did you book it yet? Did you book? That's how I'm very familiar, very near and dear to that transfer.
This is a holdover from the transfer of responsibilities.
What's this transfer to special
Revenue.
revenue for property evaluation? What is that?
That's for Nancy's assessment that happens every 5
years.
Yep. So instead of having every 5 years, she's got a big spike in her budget, this evens it out.
Yes, she talked to us about that.
I didn't know this is where we find it. Here it is.
Any questions? So Budget and Finance moves to recommend the city council approve of fiscal year 2026 other financing uses as follows. Transfers to other funds, $105,000. Total the same, I so move.
Second.
Made, seconded, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed, no revisit. What else?
Yeah, that. Right. 147.
Yeah.
Page 147.
What the revenues are.
In the front,
I thought they were in the end.
That's just a summary. I think that's just
Okay.
23.
Thank you.
23, yeah.
Yes.
I was looking at that summary last night. Sort of help prepare for today. I was like, this doesn't actually help me prepare for today
Yeah.
because it's kind of summed up.
Yeah, it's rolled up. It's so big. Split it up.
So general fund revenue, page 23 in the budget book. Through
31.
through page 31.
A negative number is revenue.
Right. Munis calls it a credit, so they consider it revenue.
Because revenue is a credit.
General accounting.
And accounting.
It's just funny sometimes like, thanks, we're gonna spend 300,000 on this and no, we're gonna make 300,000.
So. Connor, what would you like to have us
Yes,
focus on?
I don't
here?
remember how we did this last year, to be honest. If we went line by line or if I just talked, I don't remember. So would you prefer me to go line by line or department by department? Kind of highlighting some of the changes?
I thought we went kind of like page by page and
Okay.
just highlight anything, any
All right.
large increases.
So I'll just start on page 23, general government miscellaneous revenue. There's 3 items in this, all intermunicipal agreements, one for veteran services with the 3 surrounding communities. One is the city sewer override agreement that we have with Essex for their share of the shifted debt. And then the other one's a ways and measures agreement.
It's all on page 1, right?
On page, oh, and I should also point out miscellaneous revenue, top line, 45,000. You'll see that that's a little bit of a decrease from our actuals in FY 2025. I found that we were posting our municipal lien certificates to that line and we shouldn't have been. So you'll see municipal lien certificates later in the document is increase. But that's why you're seeing a reduction there.
So I'm gonna ask this question probably multiple times, but I was gonna ask it here. We don't need to get too specific, but for example, in general government miscellaneous revenue. Year to date, whatever these copies of records and miscellaneous fees are, we've taken in 231,000. This was as of about a month ago, or a little longer before that was printed.
Yep.
Meaning that the number ultimately will be a little higher than that, right? And then we're proposing that'll be 880, the mayor's proposing that'll be 183,000. So there isn't a percent change relative to year-to-date actuals.
Revised, but.
Right, so it's level from the proposed last year. It's a significant decrease from what we got 2024, 285 to 183. And it's less than what we are experiencing so far this year.
Right, that's the municipal lien certificates. So you'll see them in my treasurer collector. We just found out they were posting them to miss, I don't know why they were being posted. Yeah, they put them in under misrev, they shouldn't have.
Oh, so you're saying that we won't see a higher number for year-to-date? Well, it already is higher so far.
Right, so what's been recorded is already gonna be recorded, but from here on forward, we're recording it as municipal liens, and there's a municipal lien line later in the budget.
Okay.
Just for
Thank
better
And the
accounting.
percentage is taken off the adjusted budget.
Yeah, I always, it's just, it would be helpful for me, at least with my brain work, to have a percentage, which I don't, compute my own, but that is relative to what we, either relative to FY 2024 actuals or 2025 year to date proportionally, because when we say a percentage of the budget, if the budget was off, it doesn't matter if we're considered, we stay the same, we're still off. Right, so this is different because you're putting a different line item, so I'm not gonna debate you anything, but just that's a general question that will go for other places too.
And all these revenue categories, it fluctuates. I was just looking at like in 19, it was $90,000. And then in fiscal year 21 is 229,000. So this is really kind of a catch-all account. So it's not really something that, it's really 100% reliable.
Things change, obviously.
It changes.
You can see the Gloucester Crossing post agreement has run off the books. expired, it's no longer coming in. That's difference from 2024 to now.
Right, and then at one point, we were crediting the opioid settlement of claims, but now there was a change that now has its own separate account. So it was there, it's just, yeah, now it's zero, so it was a temporary, for a couple of years that it was there, and then there was legislation that changed to put it into a special revenue account.
And Connor hasn't held any auctions recently. I know that's high on your list. John postponed a few.
Yeah, we did one in September. I got to do my first one. It's very exciting. I got to yell sold. Sold was great.
Did you have a gavel?
I didn't get a gal. I was standing in a dirt field. So the next section's mayor's fees. There's just one line item, it's the community impact fee, short-term rental. 5-year average on this, which is what DLS recommends we use, is 67,860.
Yeah, I lost track where you were, sorry.
Oh,
Page 24.
page 24, third line from the top. $85,000.
Community impact fees.
Yep.
Oh, and short-term rentals in the same. Got it.
So, budgeting 85,000, 5-year average is 67,860, but we know that the number was a little bit low in the beginning, so we're going above the 5-year average there.
The 5-year average is on what was budgeted or on what we were, on the actuals?
Actuals. So anytime I have this crazy sheet, and it's the budget, it's what we changed during the recap, and then what the actuals were for 7 years. We'll look at.
Usually 5-year average, not 5-year average, what we budget, it's 5-year average of
The
what
actuals.
Okay, and that's the percent change though, is relative to the actuals.
The revised budget.
It's just, it becomes like a different language.
Right.
Right? So. 144,000 in 2024.
Yep.
85,000 so far year to date. And 85,000 projected for next year.
Correct.
And then some of that's a 70% change. Oh, 70% change from the 50.
Yes, that was the last budget. And I might point out on this one too, we want it to become free cash, so we can put it to the Affordable Housing Trust. So that's why we're always a little bit more conservative on this one. That's the only way we get it into the Affordable Housing Trust.
It doesn't go automatically.
No, it has to be, that's part of all the votes.
It's general fund revenue. It's the city, or it's the administration, city council decision to transfer it over to that account. But it's general fund revenue.
Okay.
DR would step in and say, no, you can't do that.
I thought that we had a policy where we just.
Still have to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's general fund revenue.
We were given permission to collect it, but it's not a mandate collect.
I am concerned about wind turbine metering credit.
Yes. So that one, we're seeing a trend down in production. So we, in our office, record all the activity of the turbines. I looked at 11 years of turbines since it was put up. This time, so if you compare year to date last year, where we were last year versus year to date this year, we've generated 1 million less kilowatt hours. So there's no data.
They generated
The
less,
turbines did,
right.
yes.
Yeah, privately.
So that's why we decreased it, just because the production is not what it has been.
But if they were to,
Councilor Rose?
Do we have any discussions with who's managing this? Because we
Yes.
see one of them, both of them have been in service the last week, but
Right.
we've been seeing one out of service quite a bit. Is they having mechanical issues or they?
Yeah, when we last, so Greg Cadamatori is the one that talks to them directly. We were getting parts for it and they were waiting for it to arrive. Last time we had,
So now they fixed it.
so we're seeing a little bit of a recoup on those
And that,
funds.
those parts could be, well, we're not gonna get them anymore.
Right.
They're coming from China.
well. I just wonder if 220 is even reasonable to expect, given
Yeah.
recent history.
Right. So it's trending down, so that's why we put it in there down, just out of caution.
At one point, we were budgeting 400,000. I think that was the expectation that was set by the.
Right. When they first went in, they were generating, you can see, over the years, it's trended down. I don't know if that's age related.
Wear and tear, it should.
But the lifetime is projected, what, 20 years, 25?
Not sure, to be honest. But we would be getting there. It's
We are getting there.
2012, late 2012, I think they went.
Yeah, and I thought
Paul
there
McGarry
was,
project.
yeah, and there was thought it was like a 30-year contract, a 30-year agreement.
Yeah, with
Not three.
Yeah, that's contract.
Can we jump to personal property taxes about halfway down?
Sure.
Yeah,
The
this is
full
a-
levy, 109 million.
No, this is the part. If this helps, 010014511 personal property taxes is in bold.
Mhm.
2024 actual one
Oh, yeah.
point, basically 1.9. And then I don't remember how we had adopted a budget of 0. This is going somewhere else.
So we never adopt a budget in personal property, we put it all into real estate. So what we do is we take the total levy from the prior year, do a calculation, just put it all in real estate. When Kenny and Nancy do the recap, it gets fixed.
So this will stay at 0 until the recap.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the 109 is what it is there now, but then as Connor mentioned, it's going to be adjusted later. When we have the real numbers.
So this personal property tax is in that one.
Right,
Yeah,
it's just
if you
hard
like-
to split out an estimate.
Because if you look at the 25 adopted budget, it was 105 million. And then the revised budget is 103 in real estate and 2.2 in personal property. Those are the real numbers. And that's through the tax recap, which is approved by DOR.
Continue.
Sure.
I'm on the next page. I don't know if I dreamt this or what meeting was at. There was a discussion that I think it was O and A versus abatement. Council Benson had put forward on an abatement. I recall Nancy Pappas saying something, we might need to increase the overlay budgetary. Is that, oh, I'm sorry, it is increased, 400,000.
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
50,000
never mind.
is increased.
Yep. Sorry,
And that's for the,
That's for the Heroes Act, for
Heroes
the
Act.
veterans.
we
Yeah,
spoke
the
about
veterans.
that the other day.
Yeah,
okay.
And if you notice.
Earlier today.
earlier
it's not
today, yeah.
Credit, it's actually a debit, because
Right.
we're not collecting that.
Reduces.
So
our-
it's not a
reduced.
So it
revenue, so
reduces
it's
the
a-
revenue.
It's a
Yeah.
negative, it's a negative revenue.
I got it.
It's really helping our vets.
I worked in banking and these debits and credits are so confusing to me because it
Yeah.
is the complete opposite
Yes.
of the back.
Yeah.
What's the motor vehicle excise 2026? 4 million. Oh, I'm sorry, the zeros. I'm sorry, this is the one section where you're adding, you're going year to year up and down versus year to year
Right.
left to right.
Right.
Sorry.
Everything's a little upside down in this section.
So year to date 2025, we're at 2.8 million. And we think we're gonna get to 4 million for next year?
So we're actually, so if you look up the top, the total bold line, if you factor in 2025 plus all prior year collections, we're at 3.6.
Okay.
So I estimated at 4 next year. Our 5-year collections average in motor vehicles, 4.08
Well, 2.8 is for vehicles that are 2025.
for bills sent out 2025. So we get a lot of late payments
Collecting still on.
because we mark their plates, they come in, they pay everything they need.
I understand.
Oh, see, because you could have someone that hasn't paid for 3 or 4 years.
And then they go to renew their license and.
And then they need to
Wait.
pay, yeah, of course, yeah, no, I knew that, so,
Yeah.
yeah, so the 2026 is not a vehicle number, it's a, yeah.
So
Billing.
the year-to-date number really is 3.6, which will be higher before July is over, June's over, and 4 million is in keeping with that.
Correct, and we did, just for some background, Nicolette and I and everyone in the collector's office has been much more timely. We're already at the first warrant stage for 2025, which I think is 6 months earlier than we did it last year. So we've had strong
Congratulations.
collections this year. I don't think we're gonna have strong, and we can't expect to have that kind of collections every year.
Yeah, and it was 4.27 in 24.
I don't see it, believe it, but I don't see it.
In motor vehicle,
Motor vehicle in the bold.
2020, why was that so like literally not 2020 was nothing?
Because it's we're collecting it this year
Right.
from 2020.
Yeah,
It's old.
okay, so that's
Bill
what it means.
collections from
Yep.
2020 in 2020.
That's what I thought, okay,
Yeah.
now,
So
now,
more people are
okay.
paid.
This is people that,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, so
Because by
people
now
haven't
they'll
paid
mark
up to
their plates.
2020,
So
okay.
as Connor mentioned earlier, so somebody tried to renew their license, it's
Yeah.
marked. So they go, you need to pay your 2020 motor vehicle bill. So that's why we're collecting something from
Okay.
2020 in 2025.
Okay, yeah, so, oh, I see, yep, no, I get it, no, I totally understand.
And also too, the bills, they go out, the commitments, they go out in like March, April. Later in that year, so that's why a lot of those payments from the prior year, they come in July or August, just because it's so late in the fiscal year.
Okay.
You want to keep carrying on?
Sure. Next section, penalties and interest is just what we expect. Again, we've had some strong pushes for collections. we want to be cautious here that we're not, over budgeting, but we always use a 3-year average there. You will see in liens, the pot 417004, we only did 65,000 this year. It's because the tax title laws changed and the interest rate, once you're in tax titles, goes from 16 to 8% now. We kept it modest.
Yeah. And speaking to that, you say tax title laws changes, this because of the SJC decision?
About the equity.
The not SJC, the SCOTUS decision. Okay, yeah, I know that that's changing how cities and towns can actually take property.
So we're gonna likely wait much longer to take properties because it goes from 16 to 8% and there is a lot of administrative burden to do it.
Yeah. It's almost not worth doing it because of just the changes.
So we
from
have the automatic
SCOTUS
liens for
decision.
3 years, so we're not gonna rush to take anything.
Yep.
So we have the automatic.
I think it's interesting on the second bottom ordinance violations. We have collected 0, we expect to collect 0. Does that mean it's seen somewhere else?
It just means it's an active account in our chart of accounts and we've just never budgeted or posted anything there.
That doesn't mean that we're not enforcing ordinances.
No,
Okay. But the money that if we do receive any sort of ticketing, it's seen somewhere else.
just go somewhere else.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, and I just want to point out on 25, certification of lien 75,000. That's that very first number. I said I dropped this down, 75,000. The other side.
Makes sense.
Treasure collector miscellaneous revenue, 213,434 is the interest that's coming due in October on the library short-term note. So it's coming from the library corporation, doesn't go to the capital fund, it goes to the general fund to pay the interest.
And the library committed to us, I remember the quote exactly was, we're gonna pay back every penny, including interest. And I just want to, as much as we love the library, also just say, do they know that number
Yes,
is?
the treasurer of the library is really great to work with, so I just send them the schedule and we'll initiate the wire.
All right. Earnings on investments, we talk about for a second.
Yes.
We, year to date, 684, last year, almost $1 million, and projected only 350.
Yes.
Reason for that?
A
Drop?
couple things, so. 5-year average is 395, so several years back, we were reporting much less. And I'm trying to figure out what's the driver there. Obviously, interest rates changed, but we also got the ARPA award. So we had $23 million.
Earning interest.
This year, we have $9 million left, and I expect that money to all leave during 2025. So 3% of 9
Has to
million.
leave by end of
Right.
2025.
So 3% of 9 million is 300,000. So there's 300,000 there. And then as I read and talk to our financial advisors that come in, they said we should be expecting a percentage or two drop. So
And that 9 million is, I thought it was 10 million, but 9 million is allocated.
9 million is remaining in the treasury. So we've spent everything less 9.1 million.
From ARPA?
We also
Okay.
put 10 towards a sewer treatment plant.
Right.
Have we spent that already?
Not all of them. So it's all been encumbered and committed to the treasury like it was supposed to be, but we still have till the end of 26 to pay out.
To spend it, yeah.
Can we earn interest on that? While it's
Yeah.
encumbered?
Mhm.
Okay.
But I expect next year it's gonna go quick.
We're
We've
declining.
committed it to housing projects and it's gonna go.
It needs to go.
Yeah, I'm ready to be done.
When you say, can you just
I've moved on.
quickly say what housing projects have you committed that ARPA money to?
Ooh, I could, it's all ComDev stuff.
Just to quickly, you don't have to take too long and,
Yeah, hang
but
on,
just
let me
like
pull
maybe
it up.
a minute or two.
I'm our ARPA grant administrator.
You know, Kenny has a deadline, he's got to leave by short.
All right, we're gonna go quick.
Is it okay if I mean, I can listen remotely if need be.
I've seen.
I have, yeah.
So we keep topics on.
I have about a dozen kids waiting for me.
Are you doing outdoor Little League?
Yeah, literally.
Are you sure the weather's gonna keep up?
I've been
with
checking
this?
my phone. I haven't
Good
seen
till
anything.
tomorrow.
What's that?
We're good till tomorrow.
Yeah. 4 projects funded by the Affordable Housing Trust.
Okay.
And we've got 3 which would have normally been CDBG projects, which we're able to bolster with the ARPA funds. So it's of a total of 1.5 million for housing.
Thank you.
They're also slated to come to the presentation, the Affordable Housing Trust, but it's. Cool. Yep.
Okay.
That's too cuckoo. All of these.
Yeah, our
all of
agendas.
these.
So all the city clerk fees are pretty straightforward. Happy to talk about them. But they were all pretty stable year to year. Same with their licensing.
Transient vendor ordinance violations, there are still zeros there too. Does transient vendor money come in to a different place?
Let's see. Under city clerk fees,
What we have there,
Halfway through page 27, 32.
Around 6.
Oh, sorry.
again, it's just an active account, so it shows up on the report, but we don't post anything to it.
Okay.
we do have
Being
500.
transparent.
Yes,
$500.
that's something the zero that. I'm
Hawker and Pedal, is it what you're talking about? Hawker and Pedal?
No, I'm on the
I don't
next page. I
think
jumped
so.
ahead to
Yeah, I
27.
think I need to do that.
Halfway
Okay.
through city clerk
Next
fines and forfeits.
Want to get rid of all of them.
Oh, the active but not used.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions on 27?
Lodging license is 0.
Active account we don't
Okay.
use.
That makes sense.
There's a lot of accounts we don't use.
Burial permits, nothing. I'm just if I, and then
Yeah.
marriage permit, okay.
No, so like burial permits, like a lot of that would go into another account, that would go into the cemetery perpetual, like the trust, we have a trust fund.
Okay.
Cemetery perpetual care.
Okay.
Trust fund.
Thanks, Ken.
I'm at police fines, but stop me if you want me to go back.
Just licensing board fees was a larger dollar figure.
Sure. Licensing board, like the malt beverage and liquor license. So both based on a 5-year average.
So because right now we're at $77,535.
Yep.
So 77. So you're expecting it's gonna be more in line with the,
Yeah, we see some peaks and valleys with both of these, so to
Okay.
smooth it out, I did it based on an
Maybe
average.
last year with the 400s.
okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
Maybe there was a little bit more
so
activity.
5-year average on the malt's 43, 5-year average on liquor license 102.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
That was 28, if I may.
28. Okay,
So 2/3 way through, I can't, so it's fire, off, maybe other,
yep,
non-utility uses,
Yep.
Charges.
Okay,
that's ambulance. Ambulance billing.
too bad we couldn't call it ambulance billing.
Yeah, they
below
may
No,
be.
we have to call it ambulance charges.
Well, even that, but if it's just an ambulance versus fire, other non-utility, I just don't understand, it. So
The
that's,
line below,
what's that?
the line below says ambulance charges, same number.
Oh,
The org has a different name than the account.
Oh, sure.
okay, so that's revenue we get from insurance companies that are reimbursing the city for.
Third-party billing for ambulance fees.
Okay, and then it seems like every year there's a certain little write-off.
Mhm.
And it doesn't show here. That write-off. Wouldn't it show here as a revenue we didn't get?
You were writing off the receivable when we
Yeah.
do that, so that wouldn't be here.
It's a
Oh,
balance
this
sheet
is what
item.
receivable, this is what we expect to get in,
True revenue.
and there would be some write-off on a different number that we're billing at some.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Fire fees, pretty straightforward. Fire permits. Again, pretty straightforward. It's based on a 3-year average. 3-year average is 81.6. So I budgeted 82.5.
Should find what that.
And on 29,
29,
you're,
we've got 2 new fees on 29. So if you look under inspectional serve fees,
Yep.
like right at the beginning of the page.
Short-term rental.
Short-term rental, and then the second fee is the landlord registration that Dominique spoke about at a city council meeting. So both of those are just early estimates, hoping it comes in a little higher, but this is a conservative first estimate.
Sorry, drop lines, could you pass the candy around, please? I will mute, then else wants
So-
it.
if I may,
Yeah.
Chairman,
Thank you.
looking at building permit, so our year to date, was last year, the adopted budget was 950,000 for FY 25. Looking at lat 24, actuals $1,148,920. It's right, the proposal is $1,150,000. Is that you're expecting more
So what, this was the one when Rob Vicari was in here the other day presenting his budget, he's proposed new fees which were adopted by the council. A lot of them are fees he's enforcing for the first time.
Okay,
So what we've done is just been very aggressive budgeting based on what we know, understanding that he's gonna start enforcing new fees that are gonna likely drive up this revenue further. We just don't have the data to support an estimate.
okay.
Aggressive would mean conservative on the revenue projection.
1.15, if there were no fee changes, I would say 1.15 would be aggressive, but knowing that there are fee changes, this is fairly conservative, because we need that data to build it.
Makes sense. QR doesn't let you
Right,
do that for a whole
that's
year.
my fear is if someone say, can you justify this? I'd say, oh, you know, it's based on a feeling. So it's instead what we did was we budgeted really aggressively based on what we know.
But really, it's conservative,
We'll see.
right? It's,
We may have to make a change.
There's
I'll take care of it.
There's also reports out that cost of building is going to affect building permits.
Oh,
Yeah.
the amount of feet, you mean the amount of permits pulled?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll see less, I mean, you're definitely gonna see less as time
But the ones
goes on
that,
because
the
of.
ones that are permitted will be costing more and we'll get more fees.
right.
As a percent, we charge a percent, right?
On the charge based on the cost of the project.
Yeah.
But less like the, but as the council president said, you probably will see fewer people pulling permits based on.
Yeah.
Global issue, like cost of building is gonna could go up quadruple with the tariffs and the orange Mussolini, but anyway. Thank you.
So Rob and I did look at this together too, just so this has his blessing. He was comfortable with the activities we saw there. And the same goes for all of the building ones. So electrical permit, gas permit, it's all following that same logic.
I have a question on the DPW recycling fees down there. Okay, ask the questions there.
Mhm.
This increase, I'm guessing, is based on the bag price increase that we supported. Or, I don't know, it's
Trash
quoted.
disposal fee? Yep.
Yeah, so the one above it though, just. DPW SW disp. Disposal recycling fees.
Yep.
That's income getting from recycling. I don't understand. that.
It's called recycling, but it's the bag fees. The org is called recycling fees, but the account is called trash disposal fee.
What's the difference between the org and the,
So like, for example, like in DPW, within that, they could create another fee, so it would just be part of that, or part of that account. So it's just part of DPW, so you could, so in an org, you can have multiple accounts that roll, like, for example, like earlier with the motor vehicle, the real estate, personal property. You have all those different years, they all roll up to that total.
Okay.
So it's part of reporting.
do you feel comfortable that the number 2,000,050?
Sorry.
No, thank you. Is, I mean, is that based on the fee went up? We expect people to
Yep.
buy many bags and gonna be what it is.
Yeah, so what I did was it's a 60% increase on 15-gallon bags, 80% increase on 30-gallon bags. Boxes and bags, who's the vendor, sends us a wire every month. They don't break out the two different bag types, so I assumed it would be a 70% average increase, got us to 2,050,000. Meeting in the middle between.
70%, even 70%, you only went up to 43% increase.
Right.
So there's a chance that we would make more than that if everybody bought the same number of bags.
Or if we increase the bag charge higher, like I recommended it.
Yeah, but I think the flip side is we may not see that because some people will be littering or taking their trash out somewhere.
Get that in enforcement.
People can afford it.
I don't think they're gonna do that for $1.50.
What's that?
I don't think they're gonna do that for $1.75 starting to right? That's what the increase is.
It would have been littering already, was my point.
Right, I mean, we'll find out, right?
Like.
DPW Public Services.
Yep, so both of these, so
On the
the
next
top
page,
one,
30.
seasonal rec fees is the resident passes. It naturally declines a little bit because the senior sticker goes down $1 every year. We're at $1, so we're expecting that revenue next year that goes back up to $5.
Make that whole system make sense somehow.
No.
So right now, the senior beach sticker is only $1.
$1, it's good for a year, next year will be $5, good for 5 years.
Okay, that makes sense. Good, so would there ever be, maybe, I'll ask this at another time about looking at beach stickers for veterans, but anyway.
Yeah.
Daily rec fees for parking, that's the $10 increase to all the non-resident beach day parks. So basically, I just took the Blink A data, modeled it with a $10 increase, and that's what we got.
Was it 15 on weekends and holidays?
10 across the board, right? I believe that's what the council approved
The fees.
for the beach fees.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought it was 15 on weekends and
No.
holidays.
Well, there's a differential between the two, but it was
Right.
10 across the board.
it's more
Oh.
expensive on the weekends, but it got,
Sorry,
they
it already
got,
was expensive, okay.
Yeah.
And that 38% is basically the average of those two different, those different, and that's what you think will be 38%.
right.
Mhm.
DPW public services are both contracts, so it's just contractual.
One more thing on beach, if I could.
Okay.
The beach year override or overreaches a fiscal year. So last year, at this point, we were about $1 million behind.
Yep.
Based on June revenue, June revenue, I guess. And then we caught up July, August, September. 2024, 2.2. This is where I get confused. Year-to-date total, that's really last summer's money.
Some of it's last summer's money, and just for some context on last year, they had mailed us a check that got lost in the mail. That's why it was $1 million short. So when we started to reconcile Blink A, they send us the check for the revenue they collected.
Oh,
So at the end of the fiscal year,
Send a
we were
paper
reconciling,
check?
they send a paper check. So we contacted them and said, we're missing a month. That is our.
so that $1 million wasn't just captured because we got better weather and things, just they
It seemed like that was a
timing.
little bit.
There's a
Yeah.
big jump at that
Yeah,
point.
we were just short a check.
Wow.
Yeah, because they send it once a month. So you miss 1 month, it's a lot of revenue.
And wow, it's not just on the million, it's on the system that would just,
Yeah.
like, if you weren't paying attention, that they may not have wrote that check. Of course, you would be paying
Right.
attention to it, but still, you take this a little bit more on,
Yes, I'm not a big fan of the
measurements.
paper check process.
It's too bad they couldn't do something,
Yeah, we might be able to push them towards a wire in this.
a wiring, yeah.
September.
so the 1.4 million year to date will go higher in theory. Because we have, well, not today, but
Yeah,
if June improves from the weather, we'll get that in there. But that'll be reflected in 2025, not in 2026.
yes, usually we would put it in, we have till July 15th, so we was looking for the check, get it posted. It gets recorded this year's revenue.
Okay. And the 2.7 is because of the fee increase.
Right.
We feel like that's reasonable.
Yes.
So
Okay.
then if I may elaborate on what Council Worthley was speaking to, here, we're looking at year-to-date actuals for the daily passes. It's right now, we're at $1,466,000.
Yeah.
$691. That doesn't include June, that doesn't include, but so, yeah, I just have a little concern because it's again, the weather for this weekend is looking not very hot for beaches.
Right.
So we're gonna lose Memorial Day for this.
Yep.
So yeah, that's a concern. I have a concern.
It's not unusual. Memorial Day's a 50-50 miss.
Yeah, but it still goes to it. It's an important part of the puzzle.
But it won't go to the 2026. That would just get us closer to our 2025 number. Correct.
But that's my point is I'm concerned right now where we're at with the FY 25.
Call all your friends and head to the beach.
Right? May is no longer the merry month of May. I just decided. Doesn't start till,
I know May progress, that's for sure.
right? Yeah. It's been years since we've had beautiful 70-degree May days, so.
We have some really good Memorial Day weekends, which is part of that component with the beach. So I'm just concerned that there's some talk about even June being relatively chilly. So this is concerning for our beach revenue.
But the plovers like it.
Right. Last question on this. Beach stickers, are they in this too?
Beach stickers are the one above it, seasonal rec fees.
Sorry?
So senior stickers and resident.
175,000.
We don't offer any other beach sticker, like I know we used to offer like maybe couple hundred for non-resident, none of those are at, none
So
of
we
those
did
are
a
offered
really
anymore.
nice benefit, like analysis.
Yeah.
There's no benefit.
There's no benefit to
You
that.
just, the spaces you lose and you couldn't reserve it.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
No, that makes total
It's not
sense.
much you sold it for $1,000.
Yeah.
It wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, thanks.
They aren't giving us any passes. They aren't giving us any passes.
Our
You leave it
CEO,
under a rock.
Yeah, that's true.
our chief administrative officer, when that program was instituted, lives in Rockport. And I always used to joke with her that she made a benefit for Rockport residents and Cape Ann residents. I think it was just Cape Ann could get that $250 for a beach sticker. I should joke there was a purchase privileged, you know, but it did make sense, dollars wise.
On the Cherry Sheet.
Yep. Cherry Sheet's based on the House budget proposal. Just pulled those numbers right out of there.
On which page?
Bottom of page 30, then on to 31.
Yep.
And are these aren't the final numbers, these aren't the final numbers that
They're
they
not.
proposed, yeah.
Maybe they'll go up.
Contact your state legislature.
School choice is taken off of this, right? That revenue goes directly to the receiving school.
I don't.
It goes into a special revenue account.
Yeah.
This is school choice center.
No, the state Cherry Sheet. Wait a minute.
This is school choice.
It's not here. So there's what they call it offset, Cherry Sheet is an offset receipt that goes directly to the special revenue account for that.
Right, but what's on here is not, well, not the 2 million that we pay out. That was on.
Correct. That's an assessment.
That we covered that under other state and county assessments.
Got it, right? Thank you.
This is what comes in. This is revenue.
What comes in.
And other state revenue would be the next one, all based on trends.
12% increase.
The local meals tax, you've gone up the 12.5. You're pretty sure of that.
Yeah, so the 5-year average is low. It's 816, but 5 years ago was COVID. So if you look at a 3-year average, it's 960.
Okay.
So.
But that's also including you had the 400th, you're now gonna have the Bunker Hill and then next, obviously, the 250th is not in this budget, will be in the 27 budget, so.
One of the biggest drivers of this is food costs, right? The taxes we get on higher food costs become higher. I feel like we battled last year, but I think in a way, the numbers came out pretty good. Hotel motel tax, one line above it.
Yep.
I mean, I think 1.9 is, reasonable, right? 1.9 in 2024. On track for about that already.
Yeah, these ones are funny ones, because 5 years ago was COVID, so the numbers are all skewed.
Right.
24 was 1.97.
Right,
Yeah.
so if you
So
look
is
at the
that
immediate
400?
past, it's a safe
It's
assumption.
almost a zero increase.
Yep.
So it does feel pretty safe.
No overreach.
No, remember last year, I kind of thought that I thought it was an understated amount and not bragging or.
You were discouraging all our hoteliers.
I was saying, I think it's gonna be higher than it was. I mean, this is a moment to say, it was, and I'm glad it was. I think we're all glad it was, right?
You can see it was increased. So part of the recap was increased from 1.3 to 1.7
Right,
to help pay other things like, the school choice.
but it was
Increase.
even 1.7.
So thank you for that.
Yeah, well, it's not thank me, thank the visitors for spending money on hotels, but I think it's a more accurate number.
No, I mean, for budgeting conservatively, so we have those, so we can make those adjustments, make those allowances.
Oh, thank you for that, man. Thank you for not winning that battle.
No, I'm just saying, just thinking for being conservative. That's all I mean.
Yeah, but I think 1.9 is reasonable if we've done it
Yeah.
2 years ago, so we're on track now.
And it's.
And we have some big things coming up where we have the Bunker Hill and some other things where you're gonna see a huge spike in people staying here and also going to our local restaurants, so.
Cannabis excise is actually trending down. I talked to Greg Cadamatori about this a few months ago, and he said that was to be expected. Just seems to be the nature of how it's going. So budgeted down a little bit for that. And you can see this year, we're only 971.
Every time I drive up through Blackburn, you can smell it very strongly.
Yeah.
Nothing's going down up there.
Yeah. I live close enough that sometimes I can smell it
And there are a
too.
lot of cars, a lot of employee cars parked on the street.
Can we talk about transfers in, I just I don't understand it.
Yeah, these ones are hard to read, so if you want, I'll go through them all.
Just the bold line, the 3.8 million in 2024. That's coming from where?
Like, for example, it's coming from let's say, for example, we have a deficit in snow and ice. we can't solve it within the budget or free cash. It's coming from the general stabilization. It's a trust fund. It's outside of the general fund. So it's a transfer out of the stabilization account, and it's a transfer in the general fund. It's accounting, it's the proper way to show it to DOR and the outside auditors. So there's a transfer out and a transfer in. So the plus is on the general fund side, so we can fund the deficit in snow and ice. So that's the reason why it's, the 3.8, it's just coming from other sources, other funds. So it could be coming from, like, for example, I know we had the septic loan, like the fee, the bridge fee, so that's a transfer into this account. And then there's also the water and sewer enterprise fund, the indirect costs, it's a transfer out of the enterprise into the general fund.
What I don't understand though, I didn't understand that either, but now I understand that. 3.8 million in 2024, year to date, 2025, 200,000. So we only have transferred in what? 6% of what we did.
Right, so the year hasn't ended yet. So we have for example, we have a $1.6 million. So like, for example, if you look at transfers from trust and agency, that $2,095,000. So under 2024 actuals, the very last line, $2,095,000. If you remember, that was for snow and ice and also the health insurance account. Hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
So that's why it's such a much lower amount. So these numbers will change in July.
So
we have a $1.6 million.
Reconciliation that we're gonna be doing.
So I get that, and so that 200,000 year to date is gonna be a much higher number. But, and I think we've seen the year to date number of about $2.5–3 million.
Yep, you'll see it
over,
tomorrow.
right?
And I sent that out this afternoon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But then the question I have is, if we did 3.8 million in transfers in 2024, we don't know yet what the total is gonna be for 2025, but we know I think the number was like 3 million in the last report.
Yep.
Why?
But not all, because there's gonna be plus and minuses throughout the budget.
Yeah, but why would we go down to 2.1 million as an expectation next year?
Because that's only, sorry, I was just saying, that's only just part of the budget. So that final actuals number, that's part of also year-end transfers. So this is just upfront. So this is on July 1. These are the transfers. But the 24, it's for the entire fiscal year, including year-end transfers that run until
I get
June
that. I
45th.
still don't understand, sorry for trying to understand at this point, but why would we budget for a third less, 2.1 versus 3.8? 2026 budget on the right, 2.134.
Because, so the 681, so that very last 681,913, that's how much is being funded from free cash to balance the budget. And again, this is just on July 1. So
Transfers from trust and agency is free cash?
yeah. There's really no.
I wouldn't know that from that time.
Yeah, there's really no, like, for that free cash amount or that 681, there really is no perfect place to put that number.
Trust
Because it's not
agencies is
really, I
fine.
mean, that's something that John had put as just as a placeholder, but there really is no perfect place for it, because free cash, it's, as you know, it's one-time money. It's there, it's
free
not,
and no
yeah,
cash.
it's not free and it's not really cash. And I didn't name it, I'm not responsible
Yeah,
for
I just think for the public,
the
if someone get
terminology.
this thing, oh, trust and agency, 681, like that doesn't.
Yeah,
tell us
it's just a
anything.
placeholder.
Yeah. So we expect to transfer $2.1 million in 2026 from the general fund to various accounts throughout the year.
Yeah, and that's
Even
just
though
on
we didn't-
July 1.
The reverse of that. We expect to transfer money from various accounts to the general fund.
To the general fund, sorry, on July 1.
This is money coming in.
Coming in, yeah, from other funding sources.
But we expect to do 2.1 versus 3.8 2024.
Because that's all the supplementals that were approved by the council throughout the year. So we're starting at 2.1 to balance our budget, make it perfect. It's 2.1 throughout the year. There may be others when we do SBTs at year end, there may be others and it increases.
In a perfect world, there might be no more transfers, you know, and if everything goes right, maybe it's just 2.1. But
If that were the case,
history, I
then we'd have
doubt
a lot
it.
of free cash if that's the case. If
What's that?
everything else was equal, then you
Yeah.
have a lot of
Yeah.
free cash. All right, I have a better understanding. of it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just one quick question. Looking at reimbursement for elections here on page 30. Yeah, page 31. It's it's reimbursement elections.
Whereabouts is that?
It's right, it's like towards like the almost the halfway point.
6011.
Yeah,
We get a certain reimbursement from the state.
yeah, but we're proposing zero, we keep proposing zero, but we're getting up to 8,000 FY 24.
We don't have anything this year.
Okay.
There's no state election.
Oh, yeah, there's no state election. I'm just curious, because even during the presidential, we proposed zero as well.
DOR won't allow us to
Okay.
budget for that.
That's good.
because
That's what
it's-
I wanted to just
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah, because it's not a reoccurring
Okay.
revenue. They call that as a non-recurring.
Because it's
Because-
only a couple of times.
Because it's unfunded mandate.
Yeah.
So they may or may not.
Yeah.
So they don't want us to budget for it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I talked to DOR about that. They're
Yeah.
like, no, that number's zero.
That number's
So if you
zero.
get it, great, and then it falls to the bottom line, it's part of free cash.
Yeah, okay, because yeah, we usually, it looks like from what I'm seeing, it looks like we only get it during. State elections and presidential elections.
Yeah.
Okay, yep, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions on revenue?
Yeah, want to know what C-O-M means.
I do, but there's also, actually, this doesn't matter.
What is it?
Okay.
Plus,
C-O-M.
Commonwealth.
What?
Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
I've seen it spelled a lot of different ways, never C-O-N.
C-O-M.
No,
Okay.
Talk to the guy in charge of the
we've
list.
seen M-A, we've seen.
C-O-M. is
Yeah, Commonwealth of Mass, yeah.
Obviously.
Council questions on revenue? I
No,
think people are getting a little punchy here at the end of the day, but.
This has been a really long, this has been a real marathon
So is
day.
there anything further from councilors on revenue? Before Kenny leaves for Coach.
Coach Kenny.
Coach
Ken.
Thank you,
Dress
Coach
warm.
Ken.
Thank you.
Hope you win.
Me too.
Good luck.
Of course, they haven't won a game yet.
Perfect record then.
Tonight's the night, I
Yeah,
feel it.
3-2.
Put on warmer socks.
So
Oh, I will, thank you.
in case you weren't noticing, the numbers that we just reviewed in revenue total $1,477,473,433, which is what we're gonna approve for revenue. I will move to recommend the city council approve. The Budget and finance moves to recommend the city council approve the fiscal year general fund revenue, including other financing sources in the amount of $147,923,433. And I so move.
Second.
Lines,
473.
Connor, can you confirm that number? I think there might be an error on my template.
I didn't hear the numbers.
there's a 7 or a
It's
2.
147,
473.
473, 433.
Okay, so this number is different.
So it should be, instead of the 9, it's supposed to be 7.
Yeah,
So
I think it was
147,
473.
473.
433.
433.
147,723.
$147,473,433.
Yes, excellent.
And I so move. Second.
Yes.
All those in favor? Aye. And then the Budget and Finance Committee would move to recommend the city council approve the fiscal year 2026 overlay reserve for abatements and exemptions in the amount of $450,000. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Again, that's a $50,000 increase to reflect the Heroes Act. All those in favor? Aye.
I appreciate everyone's support on that.
Well, thank you.
said aye.
Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed, no revisits, and then that leaves a total net available net funds
That's gonna
for
be.
fiscal year 2026 of $147,473,433. And I so moved.
Second.
You may want to tell.
We didn't meet about
They're
that.
watching on it's just like singing along with the band.
You want to talk about waterways?
Me? No.
Wait, did we go to that last one?
You didn't need to. You did 2 other.
You didn't meet it.
They're on.
Oh, skip one.
If you can.
We're going to do it now.
But I mean, in terms of this flow.
Yeah.
No, it's last on our agenda tonight.
Unless you turn to.
Oh, we're hoping.
It's here.
Okay.
I'm just here.
No, it was waterway.
I think I didn't talk before.
Yes, so Jeff, it's incorrect because of some stuff that happened.
I respect that. I just feel better not being as confused as I thought it was a minute ago.
No, we leave you confused. It's all right. It makes the rest of us feel better.
Doesn't it? Happens to me.
There's an updated template to your right there.
This is the update.
Yes.
That's not there. Okay.
We found out that there was a mistake. Earlier, while I was at lunch, right?
You're only allowed one mistake per fiscal year, but luckily you just did the first one.
God, what pleasure we dragged John out for?
Well, Donna couldn't make it, so she had me fill in from the waterways board.
It's hurt.
Just flew in from Florida.
How's the air out there?
It's cold out there.
It's cold. It's cold. Thank you for letting us use your space.
Anytime.
Chris, I think you were involved in the rescue in St. Peter's.
No,
saw a
people were
picture
out
of
of,
it.
yeah, people were out of the water before.
We were there.
Yeah, I
part
was
of it.
there.
Don't stop working.
Ever.
So what page of waterways on here? 141.
Have the velocity to my place.
I think I did, thank you. It looks just like.
I got it.
So we're talking about the waterways enterprise appropriations. Page 141 in budget book. Welcome, Harbor Master Lucido, and retired.
Everything.
I was gonna say, the long list.
Retired.
For now.
I didn't even come after you to help me with my signature.
Bring it on.
Chris, the floor is yours.
What's that?
Floor is yours.
The floor is mine, okay. So the proposed budget for fiscal year 2026 is a balanced budget at $655,712. We've increased some fees and we're continuing to look at fees for the fiscal year 27. We're also in this budget, we're proposing to use $53,000 from the enterprise fund from our retained earnings to fill a deputy position. Pretty much all of the only increases we made in this budget are essential, like our electric bill, increase in fuel, liability insurance, our rent, everything else pretty much stayed the same. So our goal is to be self-sufficient as an enterprise fund.
We've had a long back, so it's a second to catch up. You.
Yeah, we were watching, we were upstairs watching.
Looking at, Chairman, if I may, looking at the new assistant harbor master position to be determined at 55,000. Is that gonna be a part-time position or a full-time position?
We're looking into that right now.
Okay.
We don't
Okay.
quite know yet.
Yeah, because my concern with 55,000, if it's a full-time position, I don't.
Right.
Finding someone that may be
At
very
that,
difficult at that price range. That's that's all I'm
Yeah,
gonna,
yeah.
that's what I'd like to just share my concerns because. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna find someone for a full-time position at that low of a salary in 2025.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, appreciate it. Thank you.
Counselor Worthley.
Just some general things. First, I want to thank you for stepping in and filling in the position over the last year or so, 6 months or so. When TJ not there, and Chris, you've stepped up and you've been amazing. And I'm always impressed that there really is no slow time of year for that office. I think, John, you know, like even the slow time of year might be like November 29th for an hour or something, but there's no, it's either planning or doing. And when you're doing, you gotta plan and you have a lot of responsibilities. I think a lot of people forget that you also have regulatory authority with chapter 91 licenses. You're basically in charge of enforcement on the waterfront. It's a big responsibility. You mentioned deputy position. Is that the new assistant harbor master? Is that also
Yes.
called deputy?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So you're operating without
Some
one
derivative.
right now?
I'm
You're
sorry?
operating right now without one.
Correct.
Okay. So if you go down, knock on wood, don't, but
Yeah, you knock on real wood down below.
yeah, I don't know.
There, right there,
If
yeah.
you go down, then what? Like what's left for operationally for the department?
So, I mean, the mayor obviously has the ability to put somebody in that place on a temporary basis. We do have assistants that, you know, could step up, you know, within reason. But that's not, you know, a real solution, but there are options, so.
Every day I'm in this building, or drop my kids off for sailing, I see you. Do you take a day off?
No,
Have you?
no.
You're on 7 days a week?
pretty much.
Okay.
Hence the need for the deputy.
Right.
And that's what the Waterways Board is looking at, and like I said, it isn't a simple task, it has to go through HR and it has to go through the unions and, you know, job descriptions, and so right now, all that is going on, and, you know, we can't get into specifics about it right now, but obviously, the Waterways Board wants to get Chris the help he needs and stay within budget also, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we can get into is the budget conversation, which is what we're having here. Is $55,000, would that be enough to hire someone that could be like, I hate to say, like heartbeat away from being in charge of your department and, or forget death and disability, but a week off, doing something, like someone can just run the department in your absence.
So I don't think that's a number that the position will pay. That's a number that we're asking to take out of our free cash to get us going in the right direction, to the right number.
Yeah, free cash or out of retained earnings?
Waterways.
Waterways, yeah.
Not
So this
general
is
fund.
not general fund. This is enterprise fund, free cash, retained earnings, however you wanna call it. Throughout the city, it's called different things.
Right. Now, this is a question for Connor. We see in other places that the general fund, for lack of a better word, subsidizes some departments that are enterprise funds, and really, we've seen that in sewer, we've seen water over the years. Does the city's general fund support waterways enterprise account via distribution money and?
It has not in the last several years, but it has in the past. So what we're doing here is they're requesting to appropriate some of their retained earnings in to get it balanced for this year with the hope of increasing fees next year so that it's self-sustainable.
What do you say, Kevin?
Exactly, to keep it going on its own.
So what you're, I don't know if there's an official ask here, but some money of the retained earnings will fund this position. And you hope to increase more fees to fund that position more.
That's correct.
And somewhere in the relatively near future, we hope to hire someone. And that becomes a little bit of a timing thing, right? So if you were to say hire someone July 1st and also propose fees, that takes the Waterways Board, your Budget and Finance Committee of the Waterways Board. Then it goes to City Council, then it goes to Ordinance Administration, it goes to public hearing. You're months away. I think the last time we did fees, it took 4 or 5 months to go from start to finish. So I just worry about the timing. If you're actually looking to hire someone and you only have 55,000 to work with, how do you expect to hire someone that's, you know, maybe leaving another career, or if it's leaving the municipality, they're not gonna leave for $55,000. So how do we?
So it's being impact bargained now, but we do have some contingency plans should it be graded at a higher rate.
I'm sorry, what was that phrase? It's in impact
It's
bargaining?
in impact bargaining with the union now.
So the union gets to say whether we should pay more for that position or
The
not?
union will work with HR to grade the position.
Yeah, to say where, yeah.
So was that last harpmaster only 55,000? The assistant harpmaster only 55,000?
It's a different job description. So what we've done is take the deputy, we've revised it to what we think the role should be, and it's now an impact bargaining with the union.
And that's a lesser role than what it was before?
Different.
72,000.
I see 55,000.
No, last.
It was the
Well,
last
previous.
one, yeah.
So forget lesser role in terms of the person, but the pay is less than what was there before.
Yes.
And we think.
Knowing it might come in a little.
But
bit
that
higher.
55 is not the hard number. It could be
Right.
10,000 or 15,000 more.
Correct.
But it's a hard number as of today for what we're doing.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
And we have some contingency planning in place should it be higher.
Should you hire means if the union agrees, HR agrees, and you find someone that you think is really good that says, I can't do the job for less than 70, you've got some wiggle room.
It's a great position on the waterfront, that people would be begging for this job. Fresh
We
air,
need someone begging that can also do the job.
sunshine, salt water.
I don't know for 55,000.
What's that?
Credentials required.
Yeah. It's not luxury boating and
Councilor,
that's why you
questions?
take a day off. It's a fun job.
Councilor Gross?
Sometimes it is.
Councilor Gross, any questions?
Not,
Mhm.
no, I don't have any questions about this budget. If I think it's something to comment on, I will.
Councilor Grace? Benson?
Nope.
Item of comment.
Council Gross, comment.
Just so it's not misinterpreted, you have the assistant harbor master's temp at 3 FTEs, but that's 3 FTEs divided amongst how many people?
That is also a launch operator, so that's like 20 people.
20 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, seasonally.
Seasonal,
The
yes.
equivalent of 3 FTEs, but not 3 people.
And they're limited to 990 hours or something.
$1,000.
1,000 hours.
A little over 1,000.
Yeah. Before you have to start having benefits.
I do have one more question on page 142, halfway down rental dash buildings. You pay for the rent of this entire building, or do you pay?
Correct.
Okay, you use a smaller portion of it, destination, I'm sorry, the Discover Gloucester uses part of it. Do they pay towards that?
With our own lease, our own independent lease for the space,
We being,
the city.
the city has their own lease.
Discover Gloucester does not.
So I'm just getting at, like, you're paying for your space, or like you, the
Yes. Enterprise fund drew this budget.
Yeah, so maybe we should be at some point looking at anybody else is using building, including. We use the space too. The space is not being used for power masters, not being used, it's city meeting space. So,
I think Jeff's saying you can send them a bill.
not me personally.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just want to make sure he can run his operation.
I'll write it out.
Years while they were doing.
While they were doing the work.
But it does get expensive in the 20, 25, 30-year time frame. So
Yeah.
we'll do it as we get it as it comes, I guess.
We could do what we did at Blackburn Industrial Park, we buy it from us.
Oh, they won't sell it.
I know,
Yeah.
I know, try. We wouldn't want to own
We
it.
don't want it.
Cradle to grave. Also, what I want people to think about, you know, if you supplement out of, you know, general funds for the new assistant harbor master position, you have to look forward to it being self-sufficient. So that has to be taken into account unless we're going to earmark a certain percentage of general fund into this enterprise fund because of, you know, general usages outside of the harbor masters, you know, for rent and for, you know, I mean, I guess you could take a portion of the rent, or you could take custodial costs. Whatever. Yeah, do the switch.
We could also work with some of the.
Offset some of the
So we have,
expenses.
we have options.
Yeah, and that thinking, Tony, is the harbor master's office does other work like some public safety things. When there's a fire rescue or when there's a fire, the harbor master's office does a role. And you look at, and you can argue that meals tax, the people who are coming here on the lunch service are contributing in a different way to the general fund. You could argue that that contribution could warrant a reimbursement of some sort or some allocation to those, this department. So we're not gonna solve it today, but that'll make this conversation.
Well, shucks, I was looking forward to solving it right
I mean,
now.
look, we can make some
Okay.
motions to change it, but then we should go somewhere else and look for who would reduce.
Other council questions? Anything else on the budget that you want to go over? Still have shellfish development. Waterways. Enterprise Fund appropriations, budget and finance moves to recommend to the council approve fiscal year 2026 waterways enterprise appropriations as follows: personal services. $382,140, ordinary maintenance, $250,476, debt service, $23,096 for a departmental total for waterways enterprise appropriations of $655,712, and I so move.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed, no revisions, visits. And revenues, Budget and Finance Committee recommends the City Council approve fiscal year 2026 waterways enterprise revenues as follows: total revenues $655,712. That's a move.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Make it happen.
Good luck finding some $55,000.
That's a start.
Yeah.
That's why we got
Come in
that
and-
amount to get, to start going where we go. So.
Is Rebecca gonna come in and defend her budget or do that for her?
She is not. I'm gonna do that for her.
So we have Department 296 Shellfish Control. And it's on page 79 of our budget books. 78, 79. It's the first department I've seen that's going up a little bit.
So, coming in at 227,764. The only changes we made to this were, pay changes, I guess, pay increases, everything else stayed the same.
Councilor, questions?
Well, it was, I mean, one of the larger ones was putting more of your salary towards this.
Yes, yes. So 25% of my salary comes out of this budget. I spend a lot of time, you know.
That was
And-
in practice last year. From 15%.
From 15% last year.
You're not getting a 25% raise though.
No.
And. Yeah, less than this 50% last year.
Yeah, less than the 50/50, that stayed the same. So everything else was the same.
So there's a shift there.
It's still a very lean budget though.
Back to the general fund.
If there are no councilor questions, I'll read the motion.
Are you looking for a pickup truck for this rather than having an SUV to?
Yeah, so,
around?
so we requested a pickup truck because there's two shellfish wardens.
They only have one vehicle now.
And they only have one vehicle, which doesn't work very well for them. They're carrying, you know, muddy boots and clothes and throwing them in the back of an SUV doesn't smell too good after a couple of days. So they're thinking a pickup truck that they can, you know,
And keep
hose
the other
down.
vehicle too.
What's that?
And keep the other vehicle.
They wanted to keep it also. But if they had the choice, or if I had the choice and they had to choose between one or the other, pickup truck just works way better.
DPW have any recycling?
I talked to Mike, they're looking to see what they can figure out. Even if it, you know, is in trade for something else.
And that's not in this budget.
No.
No questions for me.
You want to?
That's listed for revisit on the gut truck or?
No, I'm good. It's actually in this budget. I think we can figure that out, put in here.
So Department 296 Shellfish Control, Budget and Finance move to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2026 appropriations for shellfish control as follows: personal services, $22,664, ordinary maintenance, $25,100, for departmental total of $227,764, and I so move.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and no revisit. So we rescheduled the community preservation for tomorrow.
We're all set.
So you guys are set.
Thank you.
Hopefully you guys are set. I've been watching you upstairs a little bit.
They're gonna do. the
City
CPA,
council's make
July
$31.50 a day. Think you're earning it today?
And then we'll do the formal. HR, the mayor's.
I don't miss it.
Don't say that, Sean.
Comes on aging.
Yeah, on June fourth, right?
Yeah.
Correct. I already have that, I already have that trying to.
You sure did.
Okay. So I will be.
Put Melissa on. So,
What's left?
we need to adjourn the meeting of the whole and our budget and finance committee.
So moved.
Make a motion to adjourn the meeting of the whole.
Sorry, moved and seconded, but yes, I'll second that again.
All those in favor?
I thought you were telling us you need to make those. I didn't know you were making it, so.
No, I made it.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Budget,
I made that
motion
motion.
to adjourn budget and finance.
That's one I read.
All in favor?
So you get the, this first and the seconds on the motions?
Yes.